baby, wake up from your asleep. We have arrived onto the future, and the whole world is become electronic, supersonic, supersonic, electronic. Hey baby, ride with me away. We doesn't have much time. My blue jeans is tight, so onto my love rocket climb. Inside tank of fuel is not fuel, but love. Above us, there is nothing above, but the stars above.
All systems gone. Prepare for down count.
5, 4, 3, 1. Off blast! Fly away in my space rocket. You no need put money in my pocket. The door is closed, I just lock it. I put my go plug in your socket.
The sun and sky is bright like fire.
You and me gets higher and higher.
Out of communication wire.
Only thing can stop us is flat tire. Hey love crusader, I want to be your space invader. For you I would descend the deepest moon crater. I is more stronger than Darth Vapor. Obey me, I is your new dictator. For you is Venus, I am Mars. With you I is more richer than all the Tsars. Make a wishes on a shooting stars. Then for you I will play on my cosmic guitars.
Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your belt seats. We has commenced our descent. I trust you enjoy this flight as much as you enjoy this accent.
Now back on Earth, it's time for down splash. Into sea of eternal glory my spaceship crash. People have arrived for to cheer me from near and far. And as I float, I open door and shout, I am world's biggest, washed up superstar! Electronic, as for sure as the sun rises in the west. Of all the singers and poets on earth, I am the bestest. Come, let me put a ring of Jupiter on your finger. Then like a smell around you, I will forever linger. Okay, it's time for end, no more will I sing. Let me take you back in time. I want for you to experience Big Bang.
Hey guys.
Long live space race. Long live Movania.
Yep, we're going to start with the 29 today. I was going to fly the 21, but we got a pair of tomcats on. So we'll see if we can do some tomcat swatting. Yep, Alpen server. I wouldn't go that far yet, Cotty. I just woke up. It's like fucking 6:40 in the morning here, so competent might be a bit of a strong word at this hour. The other thing is, my throttle sensor is fucked again. It's slowly walking back out of alignment, so I'm gonna be a slightly asymmetrical 29 today. I'm really tempted to just buy a verbal throttle at this point. Don't really have the money, but I'm tired of dealing with this shit. So we'll see how we go. Fixing an oopsie, I've made a slightly bigger oopsie. Whoops. It does tend to be the way. I remember there's also a crosswind in this mission on top of my throttle playing up. And I have to say, I don't have a whole lot of crosswind experience in the 29, so it's going to make things a little interesting. Out to about 90. 80, close enough. Okay, we're going to come out of burner now. And just start a nice gradual climb up to altitude. Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate when it calls the wrong fucking AWACS. Or the wrong EWR. I wish that there was a... and that wasn't what I wanted to press. I wish there was a better way to set this up. To... F4. That's what I want to press. I wish there was a better way to set it up so it would always call the correct station, but... Oh cool, I'm not even getting responses from that guy. Nice! Love it. I'm on the wrong frequency as well, that's why. Imagine forgetting to swap frequencies.
American comms. I'm also on comms.
So we got 2 Tomcats and a Vigan.
Rosman and Delmat. 177 for 200. Tomcat.
177, 200.
Copy.
I'm gonna offset 200.
Lake 1-1, you have Vegan being chased by a friendly MiG over the lake. Just so you know. Yeah, I see the MiG. I'm currently taking care of those air defenders.
So we don't want to fly right at the Tomcat, we want to offset slightly. And once we're getting closer, I can either start beaming him, which his radar's going to struggle with, and also it keeps some spacing, or I can commit into him.
Tomcat is at 7,000 meters.
Ideally what I want to do is kind of come in towards him like this, and then as I get within my own missile range, quickly turn in, get a launch at him, and then F-pole away. Whether that actually happens or not remains to be seen. I am not good at PBR. Alright, I'm going to stay around 200, so I'm offset slightly from him. It should be about 1,000 meters or 1,500 meters below my altitude at the moment.
Maverick, target zone is 127 for 30. Copy Maverick.
No, add more.
Working the area.
Add more chaparrals to both teams. Give everyone chaparrals. Put a chaparral at every single frontline unit. Oh, God, that's fucking funny. I love it. I love it. Don't worry though, guys. It's me that's seething and coping. Not the one that's been having a fucking meltdown for what, 5 weeks now? 4 weeks? 5 weeks? Oh, man. I'm actually surprised, though. I thought we had Strelas, like the original Strelas. I'm surprised we actually did have Strela 10s, because normally they perform a lot better than what they have been on there. So we do need something a little more competent, but... like, I don't know what we could use, because the Strela 10 in theory is already way better than the Chaparral, so what are you going to give red that is better than the Chappie? Or what are you going to give blue that's worse? Because the only other short-range missile-based air defense that blue really has that isn't radar-guided, and therefore won't engage stuff way above or way further than the Chaparral will, is the Avenger, and the Avenger is absolute fucking cancer, so... like, I know that they think the Chaparral's bad, but I'm not sure if they've dealt with large numbers of Avengers. Let me tell you, I would rather deal with a Chaparral any day than an Avenger. And the Avengers don't even team kill. The Avengers don't help red.
I am out of fuel, and...
Ah, okay.
Drifting slightly.
Ross, you can set a cap over friendly lake. We got Strelas there. 120 for 50.
12050.
Tomcat is 100 kilometers for 155 degrees.
Okay.
Tomcat is heading to
The Chaparral is
our lake.
prone to team killing. I've got him on the radar, he's jamming. The Chaparral's prone to team killing. It just kind of launches a bunch of missiles, and who they catch, it doesn't care. Like, that's not its concern, it just wants to kill. It's not really that good. Like, if you're not aware of it, and make no attempt to counter it, 14080. If you make no attempt to counter it, then I guess you could call it good. If you know it's there and you don't actively fly into it, it's not that good. But, you know, that's the whole sticking point, isn't it? People that actually understand and know how to avoid these things versus people
Wow, you want directions to nearest airfield?
Negative, out of fuel, emergency landing on the enemy territory.
Okay.
Sorry, what was the heading on the Tomcat again? I got two jammers, one left, one right.
Intercept course 128 for 55.
12855. That'll be him.
Brock, are there any fighters close to me?
Yes and no. A single Tomcat, but he's fighting two fulcrums.
Shit.
Delman Tomcat is chasing you, he is 50 kilometers behind. Ross Tomcat is turning toward you. Head on 50 kilometers. 9,000 meters.
I got him locked.
Magic, I have a helicopter in front of me.
Repeat please.
Maverick, I have an helicopter.
Friendly in front of you. Friendly, kind.
Copy, man.
Lake 1-1, friendly high on your 11 o'clock.
Yeah, visual.
Ross, other fulcrum is also coming to the Tomcat from his right side. If you want, you can drag him and let the other fulcrum get him.
Missile away. Flash. Oh, that Sparrow just barely missed me. Yeah, he's down. Fuck. Little late there with the crank. Shit.
Okay, no more enemies in air. I have to drive a tank. Abrams are closing in on Solomon Lake.
I'm being locked by a hostile fighter radar on my 2 o'clock. Maybe it's the other 29.
Fulcrum is on your left, on your 9 o'clock.
Okay, well there's something else locking me then?
Yeah, another tomcat. 100 kilometers, 196. Same for you, Delma. 195 for 100.
Measure every clear ground contacts near the lake. Are they friendly or enemy?
Everything there is enemy.
Copy. Engaging.
Lost him on radar. Oh, never mind. Regain. Yep. I'm on Alpins. 1.45. We can go faster than that, but I want to burn all my fuel. Not yet. So range that F-14 for me.
Busy fighting.
That's alright. We'll work it out.
Ross is running away, 70 kilometers, 206.
Okay, I'm gonna go back for missiles and fuel then. Fuck, 1.5. Fuck, I love this plane. In cold weather, so on Caucasus in the middle of winter, I've had this plane up to Mach 2.6. Level acceleration. It will level accelerate to Mach 2.6 with weapons, which the MiG-29 should also be able to do as well. Like, it's not something you would often do because it takes a lot of fuel, but if you need to, you can outrun anything in DCS except a MiG-25 or a MiG-31. However, in the MiG-23 that's dangerous because of a stability limitation. 2.35 is a stability limit, not a thrust limit. Same for most Mikoyan fighters, they're stability limited way lower than their actual thrust limit. The 21's kind of an outlier in that regard in DCS because it prevents you from overspeeding it by blowing the engine, when really you should probably start losing stability and the aircraft should eventually become dangerously uncontrollable. But the 29, when you get that fast, you have a reasonably high chance of blowing an engine, which I noticed. Around 2.55 it will often blow one engine, so it's risky to go that fast, but you can do it. I'm on a decode. Thanks for the follow. The 475 guys are on. We're going to have some actual opposition now. Okay, there's the friendly lake. So it's quite far south. So I cut it a little close with that Tomcat, but I wanted to make sure I fired my missile close enough that he probably wouldn't get away from it. It just so happens that he fired very shortly after I did, and his Sparrow very nearly did hit me. In fact, it probably only missed because I killed him and it went ballistic, but it missed right behind my tail, so it was a little close for comfort, but we got away with it. I'm not really that good at BVR, I don't get to practice it a lot, but that's generally how I do things in the 29. I come in high and fast, usually kind of offset to them, wait until I'm in range, pull the nose round, shoot, and then start going back into a bit of an F-pole, and hope for the best. The R-27's quite fast, especially early in its flight, so depending how close you shoot, and how, how early you shoot compared to them, you may not even really need to crank. You can just kind of go back into the F-pole and just fly straight and they'll still miss, which is kind of what I was doing there, but if the other guy actually takes a longer shot, you have to crank. 11,000, it's probably the other Tomcat, who is not my concern, not at this point. And here, by the way, we see probably the only real disadvantage of the MiG-29, and one of the few disadvantages the MiG-23 is going to have as well, which is you don't have any endurance. I'm not talking about you don't have fuel, you have plenty of fuel. You can get 1,000 kilometers out of this thing easy if you know what you're doing. What you don't have is the ability to sit in burner for extended periods of time, and you also don't have many missiles. You've got 2 medium-range missiles, and then up to 4 close combat missiles. So like the 23, you can commit to maybe 1 engagement, 2 if you're really stingy with missiles and fuel, and then you got to go home for more. So it kind of speaks to the way that these aircraft were intended to be employed, which is to say, in groups. You would not be committing 1 MiG-29 to 1 Tomcat, you'd be committing a squadron of MiG-29s to, say, a flight or a couple of Tomcats. You go in, you engage something, you fuck off at very high speed. That's how you use these planes. Oh, that's a dangerous word, my son. Be careful with that. instantaneous turn rate's actually a lot better than I expected, but you have that fucking Sidewinder limitation to bear in mind. Come on, settle. I'm on the wrong side of the runway here, hopefully no one's taking off the other direction. Fucking crosswind is vicious. You don't really notice it because there's not really any smoke chimneys or anything around here, as opposed to no smoke chimneys, but it's pretty nasty. Pretty nasty. Ground war's going south, bunch of T-80s lost chasing single Abrams that one-shots everything. Yeah. It's kind of harder to hit at long range, but, well, actually, I think the T-80 can one-shot the Abrams with Sabo anyway. But if you can't one-shot them, use HE. HE will one-shot them, because DCS logic. If in doubt, use HE. Shouldn't do that, but it does, because this game makes no fucking sense whatsoever. How's the Phoenix's patch? I have not tested it, but I'm told it has about half the range it used to. So apparently that little Phoenix fiasco blew up hard enough for them to change it, even before the guidance was fixed. Which is fair, I guess, considering how many other missiles in DCS are gimped by the bad guidance. And yet they have their proper fire ranges. Oh yeah, there was a big drama, because they gave the Phoenix, like, half the drag it should have had or something like that, so that it would reach further, despite the guidance. So it caused a massive drama on the forums. Oh, don't tell me. No, it is refueling me. Okay, never mind. I just can't hear their response through my closed canopy. I was about to say, am I getting the bug as well? Oh, no, he said it's the first big in slot. Never mind. I'm just getting a different issue.
Do we still have a TCI?
What about the guidance? Like I said, I haven't tested it yet, but part of the reason it didn't reach the range it should have is because it does that thing where it just fucking side slips, like it full on goes initial D mode when it catches something in terminal guidance. Now it's much worse at altitude, given it's got accurate drag now. Slow boning murder can't quite cope with it. On high altitude it remains quite scary, even more actually. Have heard of it going Mark 5 at 100,000 feet. That is not a Mark 5 missile. The Phoenix is not a Mark 5 missile. I don't know where people get that from, but it isn't. If you actually look at the NASA documents for the Phoenix, it is not a Mark 5 missile. It's like Mark 4.5 from a fast enough launch. I think 1.5 launch. 3 off the missile, 4.5, something like that. I've seen the charts for it, at least the public charts. There might be classified ones I haven't seen, but it shouldn't be a Mark 5 missile. Yeah, somebody smashed on the ground. Hopefully not the other 29, although it probably was. sounds so good. That sounds so fucking good. By the way, look at that little fucking wire down there. Clipped through the ground as well, but that windsock's not accurate. There's a pretty strong crosswind blowing to my left. Pretty sure the SD-10 isn't that fast. I don't think any missile in the game should be that fast. Like, that's... I don't think any of them are. The 530D is what? 4.5-ish? The 27 E series should be about 4.5, something like that. Hey Jack! Cheers for gifting that sub, super. But yeah, like, maybe they launched it from Mark II? Good luck! If you can get a fully armed Tomcat up to Mark II, then let me know. Maybe on a really cold day, but in standard weather, the Tomcat runs out of juice before it gets to Mark II. When it's fully armed. If you're lightly armed, maybe you can do it, but... What about the R37? The R37's like a Mark 4 point something. It might be a 5, I'm not sure. But the whole thing about the Phoenix being a Mark 5 missile, people assume that means the missile itself will get up to Mark 5 from a standing start or a low speed start. Doesn't happen. And if it does happen, it means it's broken. Because it should not be able to do that. Okay. Ground crew are just not talkative today, I guess. Yeah, not just Mark 5 either, but faster than Mark 5. Oh, those things are so awesome. I'm so glad we finally got it in the game. Now we just need a P14, so it has its proper search radar. That would be very nice. And the booster separation actually being animated instead of them just despawning. Still 2 Tomcats. Did the guy I killed disconnect? Yes, he did. So we got 2 other Tomcats to deal with, and I have no idea how competent either of them are. I think Johnson's pretty good. I know he listens to GCI, that already elevates you above like 90% of the people that play DCS. In USSD just to install the Syria map. Yeah, Syria's a little rough on the storage space. It's a little rough on everything. The Kar-31 boosters are also jettisoned doing Korolev's Cross. I'd have to look at the Kar-31 again, but I actually don't remember if those are the boosters or the ramjets. I think those are the ramjets. Yeah, I think those are intakes for the sustainer. They just have aerodynamic caps on them in the same shape. So the caps will jettison in a Korolev's Cross, but the actual intakes obviously wouldn't. This jet is so fucking good. Hey Puck, I got a jammer just slightly right on my nose. Is that an F-14? Wait. Shit, Apoc's not on anymore. No! No! My GCI! Oh, it's gonna call the wrong frequency again. Why are you like this, DCS? $150 for 150. Yeah, okay. That will be a Tomcat. It's probably just come off the boat. I'm barely throttled back from mill here. Look at this. At this altitude, at this speed, at this power setting, I've got 1,200 kilometers of range. The MiG-29 doesn't have short legs until you light the burner and start fighting. And this is just on the belly tank, I'm not carrying wing tanks. Obviously, or I wouldn't be able to carry, you know, R-27s if I was. There we go. Oh, he turned his jamper off for a moment there. I wonder if he's going to start blink jamming. So if I had to guess, I'm going to say Makara's probably set up a Hawk site, or 3, somewhere near Jerome. So as much as I'd like to go fuck with their F5s and their Vigans, it's a little risky. And really I'm here to deal with the Tomcats. We got, you know, I was gonna say we got MiG-21s to deal with them, but we actually don't. We actually, oh no we do. Uval and DMK, okay. So we've got some 21s, that's alright. Uval's a pretty good pilot too, so it should be fine. Yeah, this guy's blink jamming me, it's interesting. I haven't seen somebody do that for a while in the F-14. He's doing it very slowly though. The last time one did it to me, it was on and off constantly, like really quick, so it was really hard to get a lock on him. 5.8 for 90. 4,000. He's way down there. God, if that's a Tomcat, I'm gonna come right, and I'm gonna put him on my left side, just so I don't trespass a Hawk accidentally. I'm already pretty far south. Our EWR even must be in a really stupid spot. because I can't get a response from it out here, which means it's being blocked by terrain. Like, there's no line of sight for the radio, which is why. Shouldn't be losing line of sight to the EWR here. Clean. Oh, hello. Please don't jam. We got 2 friendlies there. Did he get downed?
Threaten to send your RWR to Gulag if it does not comply.
CJ, cheers for the resub, man. Appreciate it. Good to see you. I hope you've been keeping well. No, my RWR's cooperating. It's the early warning radar that isn't. It's the best way to climb in the MiG-29 and 29. In the 21, you want to accelerate to Mach 0.8, 0.9 on the deck, and then pull up and hold about 900 true airspeed, which is the thin needle on the Mach meter, the thin one, not the thick one. Put that on 0.9, point the nose up, maintain that, so you'll need to flatten out your climb as you get higher up. And then once you get to about 10 kilometers, you should be still with a reasonable amount of speed. Level off, actually don't level off, go into a slight dive, go into afterburner, pick up some speed, get through supersonic. Once you're up to about Mach 1.4, start climbing again. In the MiG-29, you just point the nose at the sky and send it, because this thing has so much thrust it doesn't care. I really do not like the fact I can't see him anymore.
MI-24 operating on Salem Lake. You have your landing gear down.
I'm gonna circle around. I want my GCI back. I'm blind. I'm blind. See, in the Su-27 you're a little more self-reliant because you've got the data link at least, with the data link display, but in this thing, you're entirely reliant on external situational awareness. Okay. That must be our Tomcat. He's way out there though. He's way the fuck out there. Well, it could be a Viggen as well, I guess. Viggen with a jammer pod. Oh, actually, for it to be blink jamming like that, it probably is a Viggen. Although he's pretty high up for one. Yeah, this is Alpen's server. It's the difference between the 29s and DCS. So the 29A is the original model, so to speak, but with some extra weapons. So you don't have the internal jammer. The S has the internal jammer, but that's... Okay, so you got the 912, which is the original model. This is a 912. You've then got the 913, which has the internal jammer. Then you've got the S, which has the R77 and the radar upgrades for it. We have a 913S as the MiG-29S, so it has the internal jammer, the radar upgrades, and the R77. And then the MiG-29G is just a MiG-29A, except the HUD's instrumented in Imperial, and it speaks to you in German. There's no advantage to flying the MiG-29G. I don't know why people even bother with it outside of environments like Hogget, where you're getting things in Imperial. Like, there's literally no reason to fly the 29G, just fly the 29A, like God intended. Yes, the patch did fix the 21, both the sound bug and the flaps. Nope, the G was West German. The East German MiG-29 was instrumented in metric, because the East Germans still use metric for aviation, and also spoke to the pilot in Russian because East German pilots all spoke Russian. To varying degrees. Some of them were better at it than others, shall we say, but they all spoke Russian. I'm a little concerned about where this is taking me. However, in real life, the West German MiG-29s typically had Western radios and navigation instruments in them, whereas ours still has all the standard Soviet stuff. Seven. I'm gonna come around. To the east, okay. Yeah, after reunification. So the other 29 just disconnected, so I'm by myself now. Okay, that looks like Salmon Lake there, so that's a friendly held objective, or at least it was. I think they may have captured it by now. The ground war was not going well, unfortunately, so we might lose the mission, but at least I'll get some MiG-29 action in. It's been a while since I've had a chance to fly this on Alpen server. 050 for 90. I didn't catch the altitude. I think it was like 3,000 or 4,000, so I'm probably going to need to descend a bit to catch him on my radar. We'll dial that back to 80 kilometers as well, because we're going to be closing pretty quickly now. Yeah, they sold to Poland for the symbolic price of €1 per aircraft. It was basically they gifted them to Poland, but they needed to say it was sold, so they sold it for €1 each. Plane, huh? I don't believe you. I'm not sure what the deal with it was. I'm sure there was a reason they did that, but I don't know what it was. It was probably a case of the government saying that no, you can't just give stuff away for free, you have to sell it. If I had to guess. Belly tank's empty, we'll punch it off. Clean again. Where are they? Oh, we are slightly outnumbered. Just slightly. And with no GTI. Please send help. So, unless the F5s pop up directly below me, I'm not overly scared of them when I'm up here. I'm pretty safe. I'll get warning if they climb up to intercept me. I am a little worried about the F-14s, and I'm a little worried about Hawk SAM sites. Apples, cheers for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the show. I would like to know where our early warning radar actually is, because its coverage appears to be quite shit. Okay, I've got Jerome off my nose, which will be enemy held. That's Shahid Lake over there, which will be enemy held. So I don't want to get too close to them. There will probably be a Hawk site down there, if Makara's been doing his usual thing. RT on the F-14 TID? I would not have a clue. You'll have to ask an F-14 Tragic. .206 for 180. 7,000. That sounds like it could be a Tomcat. I got something behind me. Fighter radar off my back right, which is probably him. It's probably picking up the AUG 9. Yeah, that kind of signal strength, it's probably an AUG 9. So the yellow ring that illuminates from right to left is your signal strength, and if you know roughly what kind of radar is illuminating you, you can use that to figure out where exactly they are. It's also good for defeating missiles, because if it's an AMRAAM, or something active like an AMRAAM or a Phoenix, that will tell you roughly how close to you the missile is, Phoenix, AMRAAM, whatever. And also whether it's gaining on you or whether you've defeated it. 290 for 23, huh? 3,500. Do I dare? Let's try it. This is really risky though. I don't like that the radar's not picking him up yet. Whoop. Where is it? No, we're gonna abort out of that. I don't like it. One for 12 at 4,000.
Right here, radar check.
Loud and clear.
Thank you, Osman.
Hostile. Whoa, okay. He bled off that speed nice and quick. That's probably one of the 475th guys, in which case there'll be a second one somewhere around here. I have just made a terrible mistake committing on him, and I will probably now die. I'm also way too slow, which I have a habit of doing when I get into merges with F5s. Okay, here we get him. Please track. Nope. Holy shit. I have made a terrible mistake. I think there's another one behind me. Yes, there is. They're both here. Well, that's alright. Let's see how that finds you, buddy. Good luck flaring that. Okay. There's the other one. I'm out of flares. That was a missile. There he is. I'm too fast. We want to hit around 680, which is my best rate speed. Too slow. He's going to try and get slow to make me overshoot, which is fine. Or he'll try and one-circle me, maybe. He looks like he's kind of slow. I'll watch the ground. Now we pull. Oh! Oh, good reversal. Shit. Getting low on fuel. Unload the jet. Start turning again. These 475th guys are dangerous. I told you. I'm probably going to run out of fuel in this fight if I don't kill him first. Fuck, even if I do kill him, I'll probably run out of fuel at this point. He might reverse here. Maybe. Oh, yes, extend, extend, extend. Not quite enough space for a close combat R27. There we go. Now we run home at full fucking speed. Let's get the fuck out of here. Okay, I can't really be in burner here. I don't have enough fuel. $100 kilometers to home, we should just have enough for that. Who does he want me to kick? And for what reason? I'll ask him once I'm on the ground. I'm returning, Rita, don't worry. He has. Fuck, wrong chat. Don't think so. The 27 did. Yeah. Yeah, MiG-27. No, not currently.
What's the lazy doing then?
Oh, maybe we do have one now.
Stand by, guys. GCI on 2 minutes.
No. The MiG-27K is way more capable than the Su-17. The earlier MiG-27s and the economy models, yes, kind of similar, but the 27K is in a league of its own as far as Soviet strike aircraft go.
Ross, I see something jamming.
Probably a tomcat. I'm just RTB now, I'm on fumes, so I had a very spicy fight with the 475th Tigers.
Did you kill him?
Yes, barely.
It's usually like that.
Yeah, I was kind of, like, I didn't want to go down and fight them at low level, but I figured, oh yeah, I've spotted them, I may as well. And by the time I got down there, the second one popped up, and I was not managing my speed very well.
We got 2 tomcats.
Happy days. What work in progress? The MiG-27? Not that I know of. Be very hard to get documents on too, because the Russians never exported the good version, or the like really good version that people would want. The 27K was never exported. The 27M was to India and Sri Lanka, so you could maybe get documents on the 27M, but the MiG-27M is fairly similar in capability to the Su-17, so it wouldn't be as big of a deal. Hey CJ.
We don't have tech commanders or MI8 guys like before.
Yeah, from the looks of it, we're probably not going to get ground war this mission.
Yeah, I rage quit.
Not bad, man.
I
Not
lost
bad.
4 tanks.
Hopefully the same for you. Why can't you get documents from the Russians? Because they won't declassify them. Like, this is the thing. Only America likes to pass out information about its military stuff publicly. Only the Americans do that. Nobody else does. And everyone just assumes it's normal because the Americans do it. But, like, if you try getting information on any aircraft that a Commonwealth country used, or any weapon system that the Russians used, or, God forbid, anything the French used, you will not get it. It's really difficult to get information out of any country that isn't the United States.
How many sparrows can they carry?
Up to 6, but they're probably carrying 4. It was Kelly late 3/4 last year, so happy times. Nice! Why is he... I don't know. I don't know, honestly. Some of it's Freedom of Information Act, some of it's leaks, some of it, I guess they just don't care. Advertising, yeah, maybe. Although the French don't do it, and the French fucking sell weapons to everybody, so... Okay, 3 greens, flaps. A little fast, but that's alright, we've got to deal with a crosswind, so I'd rather be fast than slow. This fucking crosswind! Fuck!
Who is your final?
Rosman.
Rosman, 2 MiGs on the end of the runway waiting you.
see. I see them.
Here come the tomcats.
Runway's clear. We'll just rearm here. Initially the Mirage was just guesswork, which is why a lot of stuff has been changed so much. It was just guesswork. Now though, they've got direct help from the French Air Force. I don't think they've actually, well, they might have some documents, but I think for the most part it's not being given documents, but it's being told by the pilots, this is what it should do, this is right, this is too much, you need to adjust this, like stuff that they can get away with doing, but helps them get it much more accurate. Keep an eye on this one, he's been team killing their tanks. I want to get airborne and help APOC out with those tomcats ASAP. Seals into 21 now. Hey, Cathorius. Yeah.
I'm taking off. Find me. If you want a blitz farmer.
I was gonna go help APOC out with the tomcats.
Yeah, they lost me, but they got something else locked.
And just be careful because those F5s are gonna work to trap you as a pair.
Yeah.
Alright, it's gonna make a lot of noise, guys, but I need the air conditioner on. It's pretty warm in here today. 29 degrees. I've had the air conditioner off for how long have I been streaming? An hour and 14 minutes? What the fuck was that? Did someone just... What? Did I just get rammed? I see a parachute behind... Oh, no! Did I forget to jettison my chute? Yeah, I forgot to jettison my chute, I guess. Okay, no, we're fine. It's good. Anyway, I need to go, turn my air conditioner on. The temperature's gone up 5 degrees in an hour. That is what a good heater my PC is. And it hit 30 right as I turned it on. It's summer here, dude. Also, my PC is a monster of a heater, and this flat doesn't have the greatest thermal properties.
I splashed F5 and Tomcat got me.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably not worth going for the F5s while the Tomcats are about.
They are over the lake. One is really high and one is low.
Yeah, that's where I ran into the F5s as well. Oh, hello. It's probably Seal. That is Seal. What is this hooliganism over the airfield?
I've seen nothing.
About to snow? Oh, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I will happily trade. There's APOC. I assume he's respawned by now. Well, that jammer will be the F-14, we can safely assume that much. East Coast been pounded this winter. Looks like I left just in time. Yeah, sounds like it.
Good evening, gents. This is Sunrise on Magic if anybody wants drop calls.
Yes, please.
Copy Harry Rossman and Lazy. Rossman Lazy, single, you're 12 o'clock, 81 kilometers, F-14, 10,000 meters, hot hostile.
Okay, I'm gonna offset to the left, Seal. It's about 110.
And the second F-14 to his right, to the south, 43 kilometers, beaming south to north, 4 kilometers.
Yeah, they're both there.
Update, Laser Steel Rossmann, 67 kilometers, single F-14, hot hostile, at 10 kilometers. Good evening, APOC CRV.
Evening.
Roger, APOC from you, single F-14, Bra 120, 80 kilometers, hot hostile, altitude 10 kilometers.
First F-14 sorted on Rosman.
Roger, from Rosman, Bra 135, 38 kilometers, single F-14, same one. He's actually going from you now. He's tracking northwest, directly to you, Rosman. Update 34 kilometers, 30 kilometers from you now.
Say for seal.
For seal, he's at your 11 o'clock, 30 kilometers, Bra 110. Flowing, beaming to your left, beaming north.
What's the altitude?
10 kilometers.
Copy.
Missile away.
I'll catch him on his way down.
Roger.
Or not.
Splash.
Good kill, contact faded. New contact, F-14, engaging Me-24 to your south, lazy. Bra 170, 40 kilometer, 7 kilometers and climbing north to you.
Rosman has him locked.
APOC from you, that's Bra 150, 54 kilometer, altitude 7 kilometer. Flowing
Our potential team kill hazard has quit, so I don't need to worry about opening up the server anymore to kick him. Good news.
F-14 is now flowing to the southeast on the ridge line.
Rosman tallies. Not much point taking a shot at him, so we'll stay up here.
What is his altitude?
Deck.
Altitude is 6 kilometer.
Okay, team.
Looks like he's turning.
Yes, contact is flowing now to the southeast at high speed.
I'm gonna come out of burner, save fuel.
Lazy, you flying high?
Yeah, I'm high.
Low.
Yeah, Seal's under me somewhere.
Osram, update from you, Bra 150 for intercept 22 kilometer. He's cold, flowing southeast at 6 kilometers. The speed is 1400 kph.
He's too fast for me to chase, I don't have the
New
fuel.
contact, immediate snap right, Rosman. 2F5E, 10 kilometers, Bra 220 from you, they're at low altitude, 4 kilometers.
Yeah, they are climbing. They are going for us. I got one walk.
4 kilometers. Rosman merge. Lazy, your Bra 220. Rosman is merged.
Tally one.
Lazy, your Bra 220, 8 kilometers now. APOC Bra from you is 161, 20 kilometers. The fight is now low, 7 kilometers. 8 kilometers, sorry.
There's the second one, he's gonna go for guns.
Fox 1.
What is the tasking for Heinz? Flex 1-2.
Flash.
Good kill. Second one's across the circle from me.
Fox 3.
Pop up new F-14 inbound from the southeast, 37 kilometers at 7 kilometers. He's coming to you guys.
Good kill.
Flash.
Say again for the F-14, sorry?
F-14, Bra, 149, 32 kilometers at 7 kilometers flowing north. South to north.
Tally.
F-14 is now turning cold towards the north to east. Pop up new contact vegan from the southeast, more than 100 kilometers.
There is something 25 kilometers in front of me, Jake.
No one cannot see on scope anything closer than the F-14.
Okay, I got him on IRSD.
Rossmum's RTB for fuel and
25
missiles.
kilometers. Okay, I'm gonna do the same. I got R60.
Okay, IAF group MiG-29, flow south for intercept of vegan from the south-southeast. Going south, IAF flight.
Rogo, I would suggest going to Fasa and covering our tanks there because we have barely anything left and they're going to push it.
Hey, from.
Don't like when those F5s get in close because they're really difficult to fight. Like, the 29 outperforms an F5 with its, one hand tied behind its back, but when there's two of them, and when they're pretty disciplined pilots, and I'm all over the place with my fucking power management, it's really hard.
And Me-24 that asks for target...
and if I was by myself there, I probably would have eventually died to one of them.
Bullseye 280 for 45
So I'm lucky I had APOC and SEAL there to back me up.
In the valley, I saw some M1A2 vehicles just pop
Which is
up.
how you do things. If they bring friends, bring friends of your own.
Maybe you're about to merge with the F-14, your bra. 116, 19 kilometer F-14 is at 6 kilometer, how hostile?
He's high, right?
Yes, it's
survivor. We have F-14 on our 6, please confirm.
nothing on scope behind you, Eva. F-14 is now merged with Lazy Seal. Lazy Seal, he's passing you on your left. On your left, to your north.
I locked F-14. Maybe it helps.
Roger, APOC F-14 to you is Bra 140, 37 kilometers, hot hostile directly for you.
Yeah, I got him locked.
Update for Lazy, I can't see him yet.
5 kilometers altitude.
Lazy, due north, he's turning now back to the east. Lazy, suggest intercept 070 for intercept, 070. Correction, 090 for Lazy. 090, he's right in front of you.
Something blown up down near our far.
Passing you 12 o'clock now at 4 kilometers out, flowing south-southeast. Lazy, intercept 170, 170 for Lazy. You are right behind him, 3 kilometers now, Lazy.
Copy that, I see. He is moving 140 direction.
Alright, he knows I'm here. He's dumping all his flares, all he have.
Good. I love when they do that. First threat they have, they dump all their flares, and then the second guy can get them.
He's running like a bitch now.
There's the airfield.
Yeah, keeping him locked.
Me-24s, we have enemy tanks at Bullseye 280 for 43 kilometers, nearest 0.1. In the valley. In the valley west of Jaharom.
Okay, F-14 is turning. Gonna fire soon. Waiting, he's climbing.
Yeah, I'm still behind him. He wants me to gun him.
I'm closing in.
He will be busy for some time.
Yeah, he's okay. Got launch authorization.
And him,
Fox 3.
he's slow. Just hold the lock though.
Another one. Flash.
He shot at you, Yeah, he missed.
Yeah, it will be. Actually seeing which bar the radar's currently sweeping, as well as the azimuth sweep, that will be really useful. That's something I've always missed in the MiG-29. It'll be really good to have on the MiG-23.
Copy. Only contact is a Vigan.
It probably does, Super. Probably does.
To the south, to the west of Jaharom, north of Imam Shahad. Yuval Dima IAF flight Bra 220, 41 kilometer to the lake. There's a Vigan there. 220, Yuval flight.
Do you want me big leg sweep now or Vaza defensive?
Big, they had Abrams there.
Behind.
Go there and proceed to Jerome.
Hey, Scrox.
DMK, Bra 220, 36 kilometers, Vigan low in the valley.
It does, yeah.
Yuval from you.
Has a lead dot.
200, 37
Or
kilometers.
lead ring, I can't remember which.
200, Yuval, copy. The Vigan is popping in and out of the radar due to being in the valleys. Roger that. Okay, looks like Vigan is trying to egress now. Dima suggests Bra, make your heading 200. Yuval, continue on present heading for intercept. You are behind Dima.
Magic APOC, can I get vector to the base?
Stand by, Epoch.
Just go nav mode and go landing.
Epoch, Bra to Shiraz is 314, 114 kilometers.
Ross, I don't use nav mode, that's the devil's work.
Okay, new flight, pop-up group F5E, fire to the southeast. Just took off from Lar. Okay, Yuval and Dima, that Vigan should be below you in the big valley now. Suggest start searching towards the southeast. Southeast. we're passing now into the big valley. Look for him in the wide valley. He's probably hugging the ground, flowing southeast back to Lao.
Fuck me, this crosswind. Jesus.
Yuval and Dima, don't pass the ridge because he would have. I would have seen him if he went over the ridge. He's to your east southeast. 100.
At least I'm on the correct side of the runway this time. Little bouncy.
Dima, he's probably to the east, not to your west. I don't think he's still there.
Wow, gone rude.
Copy, stand by, stand by. Okay, pop up Vegan, he is actually flying very fast to the north. Yuval and Dima steer 040 for intercept. Larry calls BG on comm. 040.
Get rid of the
Larry
shoot
calls
this
David
time.
1-1 on comm. Copy. Roger, from you, sir. Bra, 142, 17 kilometers, Vegan, hot hostile, 1800 meters. Right in front of you. Copy. Update Larry calls 8 kilometers. Update Larry calls 5 kilometers. Passing you on your right now. You're merged, Larry calls. He's lining up for a shot. To your right, he's lining up for a shot. You're merged. Dima, continue present heading, Vigading is egressing to the northeast. Continue present heading. Larry calls northeast.
Nice little population on the server today.
Contact faded.
New skin? What do you mean? This is a custom one I downloaded.
Okay, contact return, Larry calls to your north. He is now flowing south. He's to your north, Larry calls.
It's the
10 kilometers.
the paint scheme it had at the first Farnborough air show I went to. But yeah, it's a custom one, so you'll have to download it.
42 kilometers, low on the ground. Not hostile, speaking. Urban update 70 kilometers, 050. On my 12, locating on the radar.
I have a lot of custom liveries. That's why my DCS install's so big.
Okay, very good, Urban. Update 058, 9 kilometer. 8 kilometer. 5 kilometer.
Teams are about even. There are plenty of players on. It's good to see. Yeah, I wish I didn't have to shut the engines off to rearm. I can refuel with the engines on, but I can't rearm them.
105, 50 kilometer, 2 F5 at 1 kilometers altitude, flowing south. Correct.
I don't know if the limited thing was actually FC3 simulating something, or if it was just me fucking up. We'll find out though. Once it's rearmed me, we'll see if it starts up.
Very good, update.
I don't think you can make something integrity check compatible that does that. I don't think it's possible. Because that sounds like exactly the kind of mod that would actually, you know, trick the integrity that's designed to catch. Yep, the engines seem to be starting, which is good news. At least I kept the electrical power on, so I don't have to worry about waiting for the damper to warm back
Vegan
up.
is now heading to the west. Yuval, Vegan is now directly over the city of Jahram to the north. North of you, Yuval. Stand by, missile area here. Copy. Mu-24 pilots on call. Darwin and Rogrogo. Copy. Roger, last seen enemy unit, your draw 231 for 18 kilometers in the valley on the east side of the water body. 231 for 18, copy. Okay, Vegan is now heading for the helicopters, Yuval. Brato Vegan, please. He's flowing east to west. He's your 050 for 13 kilometers. 0 from 0 from you, 10 kilometers. Going right to left. He's flowing to the west. Only guns, sorry. Okay, and low feet. Okay, he's off scope. B-24s, be careful, to your east there's a Vegan inbound. Over.
Rosmam airborne from Shiraz.
Roger, the fight's around the bullseye at the moment.
See how much my predicted range spun up just because I came out of burner there? And I don't need burner to climb in the 29. I need it to climb straight up. But I don't need it to climb normally. The 29 also, fully loaded, cannot climb, cannot accelerate straight up. It can do it with a bit of a run up, but it will run out of energy. It's the same as the F-15. It looks like it's going straight up and accelerating, but it's not. It will slowly decelerate. Once it's very low on fuel, it can do it, but you don't want to be doing that when you're very low on fuel. That pilot did one engine takeoff and transit once. The amount of fucking asymmetric thrust this thing would put out on takeoff would be scary. But it has so much power, it will happily fly on one engine. Like, the issue is the asymmetric thrust, not the fact that you're on one engine, because it's just such a powerful jet.
Update situation, 2 FIVs at the bullseye. Single F-14 south-north, bullseye 217, 75 kilometer. Single F-5E, bullseye 138 for 68 kilometers.
4-3.
2 F-5Es now at the bullseye. And Vegan is attacking north of the bullseye.
Probably wind up my rudder trim on this jet, to be honest.
Very close. Vegan in your area, Bra 106, 14 kilometers, 2.5 kilometer out. Larry calls update 8 kilometers.
Because
8 kilometers.
it's
right in
bugged.
front of you.
It's bugged. The 1 is always
You're merged.
there because FC3 things. I don't think that slide is animated.
Lads, you can need the Vegan sort of quick. He's knocked down 2 T80s in about 2 seconds.
Well, Larry calls Vicken is down, you're 6. Rogo, stay low, stay slow. That effort
I'm in
down,
BVR mode. BVR mode in the 29 displays true airspeed, hence the I.
If I go any lower, I have to drive.
So I'm doing 620 indicated, but I'm doing 1020 true.
Roger that.
All of the BVR modes show true airspeed.
Rogo, that F-14 looks like he's seen you. He's turning towards you now. Bra 160, 12 kilometers.
He's in
closing
tracking
fast.
mode, Phoenixing. Constant back.
He doesn't have Phoenixes.
Going low, I see.
He's off scope. Good luck.
I got the Tomcat on scope, he's jamming.
Launches on.
Yeah, I'm heading that way. It's not gonna hold a lot.
Okay, Rogo, Tomcat just passed over you. He's behind you now and turning left to left with you.
Try and stay alive, Rogo, I'm coming.
Thank you. Keep him busy. Larry calls F5E, your bra 174, 16 kilometers.
It's on me now.
Larry calls update 180, 12 kilometers. Larry calls. I'm landing in the field.
Come on, burn through. I got burned through on the Tomcat. Shit, I dropped him.
Rossman, Tomcat is egressing to the southeast. Rossman, pop up the group closer to you. Bra 142, 43 kilometers, F5 flowing north at 2,000 meters. Update on the F-14, he's still there at Bra 177, 41 kilometers, he's turning inside the valley.
Shit, I lost the F5. Recommitting on the Tomcat. He keeps locking me.
Roger, 195, 28 kilometers, 1800, hostile, he's looking at you. Definitely looking at you.
under me.
Be advised, the pop-up 14 to the south-southwest just popped out.
Missile away on the F-14.
Roger.
Splash.
Second to 14. Roger. Second to 14. Got 209 on 54 kilometers. He's at 8 kilometers altitude.
I'm out of R-27's. APOC, you'll have to deal with him.
Can you send fuel there?
Yep, still no problem. Bra is 180, 114 kilometers. He's at 8 kilometers and he's flowing north-northeast. Suggest your intercept 160 at the moment.
Yeah, when you get up around Mach 0.85 or above, you
50 kilometers
no
behind
authority
you,
on the controls.
Rotterdam.
It's one of the strategies that the better Tomcat players use when you merge with them, is they'll get you really fast and then they'll suddenly make a hard turn and you just go straight past them.
Same speed, approximately 1000 kph.
233 for 13. I just had AI call 233 for 13.
Nothing on scope.
I'm gonna turn around and investigate.
There's an F5.
Oh, right under me. Yeah, they're trying to pop up under me.
There's an F5.
Oh, there you go. Now I see him on scope, yeah. Okay, enemy ground units at Fasa.
Rossmann merged. He just blew his wings, I think.
You are with 2 F5Es now on your 6, the 475th groups, Dogger and Dobbs. F-14 is closing 35 kilometers now to your southwest.
That's never gonna hit.
Lazy Seal, the Furball with the F5Es is your Bra 150, 38 kilometers. And the F-14 is closing. He's now 34 kilometers from the Furball.
I'm hit. That was nicely done. They tied me down with the F-14.
Can you 5 lift there?
Yeah, both of them, they got me.
Fuck. Okay.
So I'm alone here, I guess.
Yeah, that was guns. I should have just kept climbing and got away from them. Those...
Table. Copy table. Bra 130, 2 F5Es and single F-14. Lazy is about to engage. Lazy suggests you egress to the...
Hey, Mado! Cheers to the raid, man!
northwest to meet up
Hope
with
you had a good
the
stream.
table.
Welcome, everybody.
On my way.
Those F5s are always going to fly as a pair, and they're always going to pop up underneath me while I'm fighting a Tomcat, so I need at least one MiG-29 under me. That's what they do, they wait for the Tomcat to engage, then they pop up.
Flaps 1-2 on frigates.
Running. Flaps 1-2, send.
Flaps 1-2 is
It's a two-ship, I think. They killed the 21 in front of me, or below me, rather. So that burning rep I saw was probably a 21.
Moving west, multiple units. I think it's about 8
And then the two ship of F5s popped up behind me.
Marker, please, and I'm on my way.
Okay.
Table update 110. 110. 2 F5s chasing Lazy.
Stream's fine, mission was not. Technical problems is typical for DCS. Yeah, that's the way it tends to go. Well, at least you had a good stream, man.
Table update 50 kilometers.
I was on a bit of a run there and it just got ended by the 475th guys.
It's gonna be fast. Table update 44 kilometers. Table update 40 kilometers. Lazy still being chased by a single F5E. The F14
Yeah, I'm fighting other people.
are covering it from the south on the other side of the bridge to the left of you. They will continue. They will continue. 26 kilometers.
Should I wait for you?
Steady on the...
Yeah, give me like a minute, April. Ages, like 5 hours.
They will update 21
But
kilometers.
we don't have many vehicles left, so we're probably going to lose it pretty soon.
16 kilometers. 13 kilometers. Less than 10, Taven. Field is now passing you on your right, and right in front of you the F5E that's chasing it. That was Seal. That was Seal. You're showing your 6 to the F5. So, okay, keep... The F5 is now on you. Yeah.
Up.
Awesome sight.
Type F5. Trailers firing.
We have SAMs here. Trailers are firing. The F-14 and the other F-5E are on the other side of the ridge to the southeast. Something crashed.
Let's go, April.
Yeah, table crashed. The F-5 is trying to run away now to the southeast. Lazy, the two F-5E F-14 duo are on the other side of the ridge to your south of the east.
Okay. They're still locked.
Yep, they've merged, and the F-14 just fired at you, Lazy. Fired at aim 7 at you, Lazy.
Trying to evade.
5 is firing for the MiG-29. 21 got splashed. I see 2 more fast movers south of the farm, 1 high, 1 low.
Yep, we're all enemy. All enemy. All of our guys were shot down. Okay, they're all aggressing to the south now. Bra MH670 mal, okay, Izman. Lots of enemy ground units attacking the town Sasa.
Shit. That's our last objective. If they take that, we lose the mission, which we probably will. Radar contact off my nose, A-plot. 75.
Roger. 2 F5Es and F-14 still in the same area where Lazy was shot down.
Yep, getting locked.
Same. Spreading out, going right.
Going left.
The Sam, they're now firing at them. They're in the valley low.
I got something on radar further out, 50 kilometers, my altitude.
Yes, the F-14 is staying high on the ridge. Okay, closest group is IAF group. The F-14 is Bra 145, 40 kilometers at 6 kilometer altitude. Hot, hostile.
APOC going burner. Let's engage this guy. Actually, stay slightly behind me so if the F5s come up, you can get them.
IAF group, the F-14 just fired the missile. Fox 1 or 2. Valdina, cop. Pass your message, please.
They're engaging something
We've got
else.
a Fox 1 inbound to you. Okay, he disengaged. The Fox 1 is trashed. Continue. He's disengaging to the south. He's passing now, starting to pass over the ridge.
Yeah. That's probably him.
Dina, your bra 150, 21 kilometers, cold, blowing south-southeast, F-14 at 6 kilometers altitude. Copy, we go to 150. Roger, nothing else on scope, the F-5Es are also bugged out.
Coming back out of burner. I could run the F-14 down, given enough distance, but it's not worth the fuel and it's not worth the risk. There's probably Sam's covering.
East towards Fasa, there's lots of enemy ground units there taking out ours. Already on it. Roger.
Please recommit, Tomcat. Please.
Okay, pop up a new F-14 coming into the south. APOC IAF flight, Rosman, we're all in the same area, so he is Bra 189, 120 kilometers. He's flowing north at 7 kilometer altitude.
Other Tomcats contrailing at the moment.
Ah, yeah, he went high to 10 kilometers altitude. Okay, that one is flowing south.
I'm gonna recommit on him.
Actually, he's turning back to you. He's turning back to you.
Yep, I'm engaging.
Back north towards you guys. Okay, second Tomcat is 70 kilometers out at the moment and inbound.
Missile away on the near F-14.
GPI vector, please.
APOC, Bra 170, 82 kilometers, outside single F-14, 10 kilometers altitude.
Flaps 125.
Repeat last.
Sam 105 degrees for flaps 12.
Missile away. He's fired. Tomcat fired at someone. Splash.
On me.
Alright, should be trashed.
Update further south F-14 is now 47 kilometers from you, due south, heading north.
I'm down to R60's APOC. You'll have to go for the R27 shot.
Copy.
I'll try and draw his fire.
New Valdima update on F-14, Bra 200, 60 kilometers. He's now beaming left, right to left. He's at 10 kilometers altitude, flowing to the south.
Yeah, in the air war we're winning, on the ground we're not.
Roger.
On the ground we're getting our shit stomped.
Flaps 1-2, 110.
Vector to tomcats.
APOC contact is now cold. He's running to the southeast. World 164, 60 kilometers. However, we have a new contact, a single 810, World 122, 100 kilometers.
Juicy.
Going north, probably going to pass. And another group, single F5E, Bra 133, 100 kilometers from you. Flowing northwest, straight towards you.
Russell, I'm turning back towards Fasa. I'll try catch at A10.
A10 is now passing the power line to the east of the bullseye.
Can I get a vector for Rossman to the A10?
Roger, Rossman, Bra 104, 93 kilometers, beaming south to north.
Thank you. I'll just burn it over there because I'm going to need to RTB for sticks anyway.
APOC, update for you on the F5E, closest contact. 120, 80 kilometers at 7.5 kilometer altitude. It's flowing northwest, directly to you.
Seal merged with something on the right, is it friendly?
Only friendlies in your area.
My Delta's sick. Shit, hope he gets better soon. Who else am I going to play combined arms against? Jeez.
I see green flare.
Hey, firm, east of that, flaps 1-2, 400 meters, 2 Abrams tanks, and I think Bradley coming up.
Okay, from east of green flares, all enemy. I have 3 minutes.
Copy. And flaps 1-2, enemy column 8 units entered the west side of Fazan town about 5 minutes ago, so they'll be in the town now.
No visual at this time.
It's right on my gimbal.
Okay, update Roswell on the 810. Bra 105, 60 kilometers. He's flowing to the northwest now. Sorry, northeast now.
I've got something much closer right up my nose at about 20 kilometers.
The F5E is to your south, but he's flowing west right now. Nothing else on scope, and A10 just disappeared.
Shit.
Stand by. Update F14. F14 from you, Rossman. Bra 173, 50 kilometers, hot horsepower. He's at 8 kilometers altitude.
Can you vector APOC to him? I don't have any medium range missiles left.
I see him.
APOC Bra 166, 62 miles.
Something is closer.
The F5E. APOC Bra to F5E, 180, 30 miles. Yuval, Bra from you to the same F5E, 133, 45 miles. F5E is flowing northwest at low altitude. Repeat Bra please, for Yuval. For Yuval, 128, 30 kilometers, single F5E flowing northwest, he's at low altitude. Copy that, 120. APOC, suggest you cut off the F-14 that's going for Osman. Snap left to heading 090.
I need to start running. He's really after me. I'm gonna drag the F-14 into you.
Okay, Osman, if you can tap left 2 heading due west, zipping the F-14 into the kill zone.
Negative, David, flare again, please, Francis.
Good kill.
Okay, good kill, F-14.
I think I have an Abrams lock opening.
APOC, 122, 30 kilometers, F-14, hot hostile, 7 kilometers out. Yuval, same bra for you, 122, 40 kilometers. Single F-14, flowing now to the south, turning and running away.
A lot of jammers out there. Is the A-10 still off scope?
Off scope, correct. Roswell, I would search closer to Faza. The A-10 is by now much closer to Faza, to the north of you.
Okay.
F-14 is running.
Correct. F-14 is running with the tail between his legs. Like the American dog that he is. Big. Okay.
Magic, David,
Go for magic. David, one more, go for magic.
Oh shit.
give me a vector.
I realized too late I was over Jerome.
Nothing on scope right now. Single F-14 out of range, egressing from the area.
Oh, I didn't realize which town I was over.
So just fly towards the bullseye conservative with fuel.
Rossmom RTB. I just took a hit. I didn't realize I was over Jerome instead of Fossa. I'm gonna have a quick look for the A10 on the way home. That was very silly of me. I realized right in time to see the missile hit me, but thankfully stingers are not the most destructive things in the world. As long as I don't have a fuel leak, which I don't think I do, I don't see one.
One Abrams just
Oh yeah, we got smoke.
Abrams hit.
Oh, a lot of smoke over at Fossa.
Bring around, I need more distance.
That A10's gonna be over here somewhere. Has to be.
Okay, new F-14, pop up. The closest ship is Yuval K. Yuval K on com. Okay, IAF group, you're the closest group. Pop up F-14, Bra 206, 100 kilometers. Single F-14 flowing north at 7.5 kilometer altitude. Copy 200, roll to south. Okay, the F-14 that was previously running away is now turned back.
It's probably a Hind.
You're the closest, Bra 161, 60 kilometers. He's flowing north. Copy, copy. Lazy Seals, he's flowing northeast-ish, suggest Bra 140 for intercept.
Is that a flares there?
6.4 kilometers. Yuval, Bra for you, 220, 74 kilometers, a single F-14 flowing north. 220.
Magic Rossmom, I've got something 35 kilometers off my right hand side tracking towards Fossa.
Oh, there's our A10 friend. Rossmam, Bra 076, 32 kilometers at 2 kilometer altitude. Single A10 heading straight for Faza.
Okay,
East to west.
I'm quite badly damaged and I think I have a fuel leak, so I'm gonna get one shot and then turn away.
Rogo, be advised, A10A nearing Faza. 084,
Hey, Maple.
28 kilometers from you. Lazy Seal, update, Brad, 145, 23 kilometers.
Shit, that was a mistake.
One Abrams is unkillable. I've already hit him 3 times.
Lazy, update, 143, 15 kilometer. Roger.
Where did he go?
Yuval, update, 230, 44 kilometers. He's at 8.5 kilometer altitude.
Lost tally on the A10. There he is. Regained him, he's off my left.
Okay, Yuval, the F-14 has now turned into you guys. He is
Probably gonna
definitely,
run out of fuel before I get home.
Brad 232, 30 kilometers, altitude 7.4, hot time.
Seal turning back in. Can you tell me where 14 is?
Roger, Seal.
Goes for the
heading
flare,
west,
immediately off the rail.
0 for intercept. He's heading west, he's approximately 25 kilometers to your south. And yeah, he just turned south now. He's in
A10's hit, still flying.
Lazy Seal on com.
He's under me right now. I can't go in for a guns pass as much as I'd like to, I just don't have the fuel.
Can I get vector to
He is almost shut down, I think.
He might need a second missile. Shit. I don't have any fuel. I'm damaged and I don't have any fuel. I don't think I'm going to make it back to the airbase as it is. If I did have fuel and didn't have battle damage, I would have gunned him. I wouldn't have even bothered with the missiles because they just go for the flares like crazy.
Can you crash land at 5?
I shouldn't need to, I might make sure I was...
Abrams on fire. Okay, 2 Abrams destroyed. I've taken damage.
...116 kilometers. Predicted range at this power setting and altitude is 230, but I don't trust my fuel. I think I've got a leak. Either way, we're going to be pretty much gliding at home.
Anyone on comms, Magic, I've lost all instruments. I need basically someone telling me if I'm going the right way home.
Roger, stand by.
Very worried about that mountain in front of me. Try and climb at least a little.
Last call sign, say again.
Flaps 1-2, I've lost all instruments. I have no comp, but I need someone telling me if I'm going the right way home.
Roger, we'll need to turn left. Brought to Shiraz is 304, 118 kilometers. Okay. Oh wait, where's our FAB? Stand by, the FAB is closer, please, then. Brought 270, 55 kilometers.
Yes, it was.
I have no compass, so just tell me if I'm going roughly 270.
I would have stayed to finish you off with the gun, but oops.
David 1-1, F-14 very close to you, to the south. He's actually shooting at you probably. 180, 10 kilometers, on your 6. Copy. Table and Apache Red on com. Apache Red on com. Roger, pop up F-14, bra, 234, 70 kilometers, household time. He's at 6.5 kilometers altitude inbound to the southwest.
I would have had the fuel to do this if I didn't accidentally end up over Jerome and get shot at. But that's my bad planning.
Table update 230.
We can try it.
Kilometers. Okay.
Interesting. Do I not have engine shutdown bound? Yeah, I do. Why isn't it stopping them? Interesting. I guess I can't shut down my engines in flight in the 29 for some reason. Oh, it's probably because I don't have it idle.
42 kilometers, F-14 is beaming left to right.
Yeah, that's because I didn't have it idle.
He's at 5.7 kilometer altitude. Okay.
I was planning on not using the radar, so you wouldn't get a 29 pop up, but I couldn't find you without it, so
He started heading straight for you.
I just rippled off on my R60s and left.
On the radar.
I think the last one hit you. The rest all went to flares.
Compensated, but you're now 10 kilometers on your nose. Merged, probably.
The first one was defeated off the rail, like they're so bad when it comes to flare rejection. I wish I was approaching over land instead of water, but you know.
But you know, I'm basically a blind, but I don't even know if I'm still going home plate.
Flaps 1 to 30 degrees left.
30 degrees left, thank you.
Stable, I'm down.
We're gonna lose the engine right as we pass over the coast. Maybe over the threshold. Maybe. If I can get it to last that long. I'm so close.
Flaps 1 to another 20 degrees left.
The server's still jumping. Good to see. Just clean up my flying a bit so I get every little bit of range out of the sim I can.
Sorry. Looking for us.
I'm 40 kilometers off the airfield, and I've got 30 kilometers worth of fuel left.
Go high, and then glide.
Yeah, I'm just gonna burn all of the fuel I have left if I try and climb.
No. Kill the engine and start gliding immediately.
Yeah, I'm pretty much gliding now. I'm just barely out of flight idle.
Save last drops of fuel for touchdown.
It's not a bad call.
Left 1 to 20 degrees left. You'll want to go into the valley to your left.
Okay, flaps 1 to 1 down. I shouldn't have tried to climb that ridge. Spawning.
Roger.
I don't think I'm gonna have enough altitude to glide until I land. I'm gonna have to put the power on now and glide the landing.
Good luck with it.
I'm more worried about the crosswind than I am about the fuel.
Eagle 3-3 on com. Eagle 3-3 Vito on com.
I've done this before, but without battle damage. Last time I did this, I was not battle damaged.
Yes. Okay, closest to you, 2 groups of Singleton. F-14 Bra 173, 94 miles.
Say pop.
F5E Bra 140, 130 miles. And then from the same Bra, 20 kilometers to the back, another F5E, and another 30 kilometers to the back, F86. And I'm alone. Another MiG-29 to your right, but he's not answering comms. Another MiG-29 just in front of you, Eagle 3-3 Vito, but he's not answering comms.
Magic, it's Count in the Sukhoi. Is there anyone there, right? Any enemy right Faza time?
Nothing on scope, only friendly MiG-29 over Faza at the moment.
I'm not gonna drop the gear or flaps until I'm over the runway. Or right over the fence, anyway. 15 kilometers worth of fuel left in idle. We're almost 13 kilometers away. Yeah, I think we're good. I still got a smoke trail coming from my left engine, which is interesting. The engine must still be running even though I told it to shut down. There we go, now my left engine's shut down. And thankfully, the wind is going to be pushing me to the right, nose is going to go left, so having my left engine shut down is probably a good thing because I can use my power to manage the yaw. Yeah, we're going to dump a lot of speed now, but we've got just enough gas to get us over the end of the runway. I have done it with no engines before. This thing glides like a champion. Okay, flaps down. We're actually fast.
Also, I suggest you land on 29 right, because on 29 left there's some MiG-21s taking off right now.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Should have actually dropped the gear a little earlier. That's okay, we'll crab it in.
Waiting for yours on the runway.
Coming in like a fucking meteor. That's actually a little high. 370.
Okay, lazy F-14 on the other side of the ridge to your south, Bra 191, 20 kilometers, heading straight for you.
350. There goes the 21.
I'm hiding.
40. Thankfully this thing doesn't have too much of a landing roll.
F-14 is now cresting the ridge to your south.
Come on, settle, settle, settle.
Bra 190, 10
Settle.
kilometers.
Yes!
Good touchdown. I got a nice screenshot of you and 4 MiG-21s in the background.
Beautiful.
F-14 wants to die.
I'm gonna have to do a repair because I took a hit from an Avenger, so I'll be about 5 minutes.
Flaps 1-2, ready for passing, Crook.
His engine burning. Okay, there's the second...
Yeah, but then I would have picked up speed, which I don't want.
17 kilometers.
Because once you get speed in the 29, you're not getting rid of it.
East, lazy, F5E, bra, 090, 16 kilometers, flowing northwest. Copy that. At low altitude. Is fucking F-14 trying to shoot me, I guess, or not? I'm not sure. No, he's dropping. Yeah, he's a gunner. Update lazy, bra 070, 9 kilometer F5E, low, your right to left. Actually turning into you now. Okay, lazy, you're merged. You're merged. Opa, lazy. You're 6, 2 F5Es, the 475th guys on your 6. They just popped up over the ridge. Wow. Okay, lazy, you're alone versus 3 F5E, good luck. Okay. Wow, they just showed up out of nowhere, those two guys, Hades 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's what they do.
They cover F-14 all the time, but they messed up this time. He's dead. They're angry. Yeah, they're flying very angry, I can see. Okay, check your 6, one's on your 6. 6 left, left 6. He's on your 6. Okay, another one converting on you from your 6. Left 6. Left 6, he's about to shoot. Left 6. Hello, everyone. Okay, very good. Ay.
I guess the other one got him. So, SOS. Oh, what the fuck? You guys see that? The actual like the lamp on that doesn't match the texture of it with it unilluminated, if that makes sense. But anyway, SOS, that's the limiter system. So the limiter system failed. APUS. Can't remember what that is. That might actually be the starter. And then that's the damper. So all three of those failed when I got hit. And that's why the aircraft was really twitchy. And like it was responding a lot more heavily to trim than it usually does.
About you read on com?
Once I start back up, I'm going to have to wait for the damper again.
166, 8 kilometers. You're merging from your left with an F5E. Right on you now. Right in front of you.
Population is still looking good. Wouldn't you like to know?
You have flight to Bra 140, 60 miles, single F5E low in the valley. 140, low 1.
Now repaired.
He's off scope.
Oh, that bounce.
Nope, he's still there. Still there. Continue.
That fucking bounce. Jesus. Are we out of R27s? No, we're not. He just didn't rearm them.
Move on flight update. Bra 143, 18 kilometers. Uval update 140, 27 kilometers. 140. 20 kilometers. Correct. 18 kilometers. 16 kilometers. 13. 10 kilometers. 8 kilometers. 5 kilometers. You're merged. Uval merged.
Merged with me, got splashed.
Happened to Zach? I don't know, he's probably been playing something else for a while. Have there been any Tarkov wipes recently? That would explain it if there has. Yeah, I am. I'm just taxing. I'm lining up. I don't want to take off yet anyway because the damper's not warmed up.
Flaps 1-2, interrogative, what's my current tasking?
Table, be advised, Bra 121, 10 kilometers, you're merging with F5E. Uval K. Uval K, Bra 125, 15 kilometers, same contact.
Magic count in the Suko, am I still in the clear over Plaza?
Nothing on
Oh shit, I forgot to reset my trim.
Plaza.
This is fine.
Copy, thank you.
Magic task for flaps 1-2, please.
Stand by, flaps 1-2.
That's pretty close to neutral. We'll just leave it.
Friendly fire.
Maybe not.
Friendly fire, unfortunately, naval.
Oof.
Sorry about that, one of our new MiG-29 pilots. Apologies from you, Valky. It was a bit new.
No problem. Yeah, Apache Red, you're merging now with an F5E on the 6th of a MiG-21. I think you just shot him down. Shut him down. Yeah, the F5E is still up. He just passed you, Apache Red.
Lost my airborne Shiraz. Kind of.
At the moment, except for F5E,
it's kind of like a stability augmentation. It prevents the aircraft from porpoising and pitching around really hard. The SOS, which is the other thing that failed, that's the limiter system, which prevents you from pulling too hard in both G and angle of attack. It also schedules out the leading edge flaps. That's based on the SOS system as well. So at a particular angle of attack, at particular airspeeds, it'll drop the flaps to a certain degree.
Apache Red, you are in a fight with the F5E.
It's very similar to the system you can expect to have in the MiG-23.
Can you send you somewhere? On my 6. Yes, continue to the southwest. Apache Red, you can either run or try to blow through them back towards the northwest. I think it's best to turn back and blow through them.
What track IR do you use? Track IR5.
Burn, burn, burn. So that they don't catch you. You're merging with them.
I've had it for about 12 years now.
On your right side.
And my only complaint is these clips are really fragile. I've gone through about 4 of these. But the camera system's good, the software works. It's only the clips that are the issue.
Keep going your present heading. Don't turn. Lazy is on his way.
On this mission on Alpine server, you don't need points to do it.
42 kilometers.
They are low?
They are at, 1.5 kilometers. They just shot him down.
Rossmum has radar contact off the nose. About 50 kilometers. Fucking Tomcat jamming me is fucking
that is correct. Oh, Lazy, pop up right in front of you, single F5E. Right in front of you, 4 kilometers.
If that Tomcat wasn't there, I'd hold this guy in track while scan, but because the Tomcat's jamming, it's bumping my radar back out to range while scan.
Turning.
Which is annoying, because now it means he knows I'm looking. Okay, there's a Tomcat behind the guy I'm sorting on, it's jamming me.
Yeah. Okay, should I go for Tomcat?
Yeah, go for the Tomcat.
Tomcat is very far away, according to radar.
Okay, never mind. Support me on this guy then. This guy's turning cold.
He's cosmonauts. He's cold, and the Hades guys are also burning out towards the Tomcat to the southeast.
Okay, coming out of burner. This guy can't make up his mind.
Wow, nice Lazy. Very long range kill for a aphid.
He was doing turns.
Seal got him.
Yep, good long range kill. Nice.
So that's the F-14.
That's on 2, you going for a fuzz?
Repeat?
Are you going for a fuzzer?
I am going wherever someone tells me to. Flying around at the moment.
Oh, left 070 green.
Firm?
Any other contacts close to seal?
Negative for GCI. Closest group is F-14 Bra 141, 120 kilometers, followed by F-5E.
Not in DCS. In real life, yes, but not in DCS.
F-5Es are now leaving. They are heading southeast from the bullseye.
In real life, you would have the jammer controls, and possibly some extra radar stuff, but in DCS, it uses the same model. Yeah, it is. It is APOC. That should be faster there. One of my friends actually linked me to this band years and years ago. So mostly friends send it to me, that's how I find it. They're really popular down there, I've noticed. Like, a lot of the comments on their videos are from Latin America. Like, they're really, really popular.
Where the bullseye is, the last reported that the enemy aircraft was out there. Yeah. I'm high-low. There's some Sam's there. Okay. In any case, the F-14 is Bra 150, 40 miles from you. He's now flowing east to west.
That's Jerome down there. We don't wanna go there.
The F5 RTB. And that is all that is on scope at the moment.
I'm gonna establish an orbit here, hey Pop. That city to like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, that's Jerome. There's Avengers down there, so don't get low over that. Belly tanks, it's empty.
Flaps 1-2 on your nose, 5,000 meters to enemy area.
Engaging.
I learned something new today then.
Two weapons destroyed. Two more in the area.
Copy, caution, Vulcan to the north, 400 meters.
So Shahid Lake should be under me. Oh, actually it's over there. So that's Jerome, that's enemy held, full of bad. That is Shahid Lake, also enemy held, also probably covered in fucking Avengers. And Thassa is in that valley, I believe. Yeah, it should be that valley. Well, actually, no, I tell a lie. I think Thassa is a little further east. Maybe? Trying to remember. Is it that one? It might be that one. It's over there somewhere.
North at high speed right now. Okay, correction. He's turning left now, heading for the bullseye. So he's still over Jarome.
No legs.
Enemy SAMs.
No legs. We're on internal fuel, but you know, no legs.
Declare on my left side, please. Even if nothing.
There's nothing wrong with the MiG-29's range. It just matters how you use it.
No friendly and no enemy, so be careful. Okay, F5 over Jarome is off scope. Contact faded. Okay, pop-up group near the bullseye, Singleton vegan.
JD98,
vegan,
thanks for the prime set, appreciate it.
I'm at Jarome.
I'm near
You're
it.
north of Jarome. They're just coming up to Jarome right now. Okay, Lazy, one of them is heading north. Lazy, snap left to due east. Snap left to due east to catch one of them. Get ready to dive at high speed. He's at very high speed at 1 kilometer's altitude. Opa! Sorry, lazy. To your left, merged with you. F5E. To your left, less than 3 kilometers. He's at 1 kilometer altitude. You're merged with him now.
Can you direct Rossman to that?
Jahrom. Fight is just north of Jahrom now.
Okay, I'm heading there now, full burner. Fucking Tomcat jammer.
No visual yet. Roger, Lacey. He's running now to the south, to Jahrom. He's at your 3 o'clock. Sorry, 9 o'clock, to your left, 9 o'clock. He's turning into you from your left.
So we attacked in 29 AS and 27 against the Americans with the first last night. Got them a lot and gave them the Hornet and Tomcat. Gave the Hornet and Tomcat guys a whooping.
Searching.
Nicely done, dude. Well fucking done.
To your right,
Beautiful.
9 o'clock, you just passed him.
You're gonna have to record one of those,
And
man.
he's heading west right now.
They sound like stories worth showing. Rossmum, no joy
Okay,
yet.
lazy. Right in front of you, 230, flowing southwest.
Have him on radar.
Contact faded.
Getting awful close to the city. You'll have to link me it. Rossman blind on that F5.
Feels like he disconnected or something.
Faded from DCS. Same with the vegans. Oh, there he is. There he is. Just north of Jahrom now. Lazy, you've got a vegan on your 6. Vegan on your 6, very close. To your left. Left 6.
Shit. Where's the F5 for Rossman?
Yuval, Yuval, snap left to help Lazy see.
Shit.
Yuval, go northeast now. Rossmom due north of you. Yuval, north of you. North of you. North of you, on the ridge. Apoc, south of you. Southwest of you, Apoc. Okay, Yuval, you're merged. He's at your 11 o'clock low, 2 kilometers altitude.
Rossman still no
Yuval,
joy.
you're merged on your left. On your left, Yuval. He's chasing laser.
Visual.
Shit. Rossman's still blind. I don't see anything around me.
Rossmom, splash right 060. Apoc just took out the F5E. The vegan is running to the east. East of you, Rossmom. East of you.
I see him.
I flew formation with him, lazy. I almost reached him.
I'll kill the vegan. I can catch him up.
Move declare on my belt. Friendly,
Careful of Sam's.
friendly.
There will almost certainly be Avengers by that lake. Which he is steadily dragging me towards. Why is he fucking snaking? What are you doing, dude? You're just making yourself easier to catch. Okay, now he's gonna do a hard turn.
Almost got him, lazy.
Missile wait.
You got him turning, that's good.
R27 should get him. Splash.
Nice. Okay, scope is clean.
Rosman RTB for fuel. Hey, Sally.
Is that a MiG behind me? Correct, it's a U-gun.
Seriously, I have one Vulcan bullet and I'm losing systems again.
Does sound very cat-like. Let's burn it a little ways over and then cut back when we get close. Oh, my air brake's out. What the fuck? There we go. I popped it out so I wouldn't overshoot the Vigan, but didn't go back in when I told it to, apparently. Thought I was going awful slow for being an afterburner. Okay, now we'll cut back.
I have to RTB 2 Abrams hit, 2 Abrams destroyed, one Vulcan that was seemingly unkillable, and I'm out of system.
One snap left, bra 170, intercept the low-flying Vegan heading for you. In the valley. Uval update, 153, 15 kilometers, low, head on. Copy. Uval update, 11 kilometers, 1. Uval update, 9 kilometers. On your nose, 12 o'clock low, Vegan, hot hostile, visual. Goodbye.
Back on the power a bit. Against a 29, depending... Well, really the 29 should outrun you, so that's pretty dangerous. Get low to the ground, try and get away from its radar, and just hope for the best. The 29 can outrun you, especially if it's higher than you, and it can also outturn you. So really your best defense against the 29 is don't get seen. If you have enough warning that it doesn't merge with you, you can outrun it, or at least run fast enough that it's a waste of fuel to catch you, right? It won't chase you. But if it merges with you when you start running, you won't get away from it.
On my left side,
especially if it has any R27s on board.
11 o'clock. Not on GCI, unable to identify. The Hades group, Dogs and Dogger are up again. From LAR.
Welcome back. Red AIX didn't work for some reason, so I had to rely on my own radar. Shit, if you had those results working off your own radar, dude, that's awesome. God damn.
Last one too is, Count, did you kill the 2 Abrams?
There were 4
Abrams.
I killed 2.
Send me a link to the stream of it
Vulcan that was
in Discord, and I'll check it out later, because that sounds fucking awesome, man.
To tell me if I'm somewhat going far.
I'm in the suit going now, you'll have to ask Magic.
No problem. Roger, flaps 1-2, continue into the valley and then turn 50 degrees to the right, I'll tell you when. Hey, fam.
Magic Kingsman 1-1, en route to Salmon Lake, saw some enemies going that way. Tell me if you need me somewhere else.
Post it? Awesome.
Roger.
Cheers, man.
Yuval, be careful. Jahrom has
I hear a yellow
Sam
fox
Avenger
sometimes.
Sam's there.
Copy.
The whole gang on.
If I Sam Spike from 139er. That is correct. F5E
Tomcats they have.
draw from you 140, 70 kilometers.
They got a 2-man Tomcat, which is fairly rare to see, and they've got another Tomcat there. He's been doing really well. Johnson's been doing really well. He has yet to splash me, but he seems to be doing really well against R21s. And then the other Tomcat just connected, I think. Hey man, all good, anytime. You know I'll look for any excuse to talk about it, right? Can't help myself. And we'll come back to flight idle here because I've got enough speed. So the issue with landing in the 29 is it's really hard to shed speed, especially once you drop the gear, because once the gear's down, the air brake won't deploy. So you want to be throttling back further from the airfield than you would for, say, the 21 or the 19. The 19's kind of similar in that it doesn't like bleeding speed, but at least you can use the air brake in that.
The valley, the way it flows, you'll come up on the river, keep going on the river until you reach the farm.
So in the 29, you want to just glide it for the last probably 30-40 kilometers. Mine's going pretty well, Saber. Dragged myself out of bed, got myself a cup of tea, and hopped on Alpin's server. I've been having a pretty good run in the 29. I've been shot down once and shot up, but made it home once, so we're not doing too badly.
Okay, Dina from Zip. Dina from Magic. DMK from Magic.
Who's that?
Magic from
Seal.
Okay, your bra
Yeah, that's Seal.
159, 56 kilometers. 2 F5E.
Okay, flaps and gear coming down.
Copy 159. That's correct, 56 kilometers, and they are hot hostile at 7 kilometers altitude and dropping down. They're diving down. Copy. Yuval, update on F5E, 135, 27 kilometers hot hostile, he's at 2.7 kilometer altitude.
I like how just when I was starting to be able to enjoy having split throttles again, it's broken again, just as I was getting used to having that degree of control over my aircraft again.
I'm going down, the enemy Hawk coach me. Okay, Kingsman, be advised, the Hawk battery at the Jahom, be very careful.
Copy.
It's Thrustmaster Warthog. It's the left throttle, the sensor's fucked up.
Mode 1-1 on call.
So after I'd already owned it for about a year, the left throttle sensor just went completely nuts. And then after 3 years, almost, it finally fixed itself, and then within a week it started walking back out of alignment. So something's up with the sensor, but I don't know what. I have taken the throttle apart to try and figure out the problem, but I don't want to take it apart all the way because there's a lot of hot glue in there, and I don't want to break something. So I might have another crack at it. Maybe like the actual sensor is loose in its mounting or something, although I doubt it. But I'll probably just end up getting a Virpil throttle at some point because I'm kind of getting sick of dealing with this. And I don't want to spend money on the slew sensor upgrade for the Warthog if my Warthog's not going to work properly.
Be advised, the Hawk battery is active there, be careful.
Okay, Makara has been setting up some Hawks, it sounds like. As Makara tends to do.
Right, Magic is going midnight. Thanks very much everybody, it was fun.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you, buddy.
Night. Bye bye, thank you. Bye, Ivan.
Should probably not be looking at chat while I'm on short final. I'll check after I land. I hate crosswinds. I hate crosswinds. I don't actually. It's just annoying. Okay, we want a little power. I'm getting a little slow. Oh, I think I see... Is that somebody on there? No, that's a break in the lines. Never mind me. I'm seeing things. Whoa, clunk. There we go. We're down. Yeah, it seems really hit and miss with Thrustmaster stuff. Like, I know people that have had Warthogs since it came out, and they've never had an issue, but mine gave me problems literally within a year of getting it. So, I know that I can be a little rough on things, and maybe don't maintain them the best, but it's such a bizarre issue. Everything else about it works fine. Like, I've had no other issues with it except the tailpiece and the stick, but that's a design flaw, so that's going to happen regardless. But yeah, it's a really odd issue. Quality control took a massive nosedive a few years ago, right about when I bought it. What a surprise. That does tend to be the way of things. Woke up early to drive 45 minutes, drive for a few hours to help move stuff. So I drove 45 minutes, I found out it wasn't needed, so I drove 45 minutes back home and took a nap. Hopefully it was a nice drive at least, hopefully it wasn't too stressful.
I'm in the Sukhoi. What's your target?
I've just hit a tank over at the lake and I'm heading 090 degrees towards, is it Jerome?
You're the lake to the north, isn't it?
Salmon Fassa.
Oh, I know the one you're at, yeah. There's some targets in Fassa town still alive, enemy targets.
On my second year in a T-16,000M, its twist axis shat itself. I've heard they have a habit of doing that. Protoss is still alive, but at this point I'm considering just going full Verpal and not worrying about this shit ever again. Yeah, that's kind of the way I'm leaning. That was what made me buy the Warthog. I originally had or not originally, but before I had an X52 Pro, and that shat itself in a very bizarre and specific way. It still worked, it just broke everything else on my computer whenever I plugged it in. So I gave up on that. Thought, you know what, I'll buy a Warthog. Everyone says they're amazing. I'll never have to worry about this shit again. Bought the Warthog and had to worry about that shit again. So I think, from what I've heard, Verpal quality control is actually, like, good. And the panel that Quantum Monk sent me is really, really nice. So might just bite the bullet and pick up a throttle off them. What the fuck is going on over there? APOC, do we want to talk about this? Seal, it would seem you're not the only one rolling upon the shore.
It's on your approach angle, like 90 degrees down. He bursted his gears.
Oof.
He tried to follow in on your glissade.
He's just taking a nap. Yeah. Yeah, he's having a snooze. Oh, he's despawned. Oh well. He had a good run. We'll pretend that didn't happen. It's not like I haven't done it before. And that is Seal in his MiG-29. And it actually has a seal
Okay,
on it.
there's 3 F5s over here now.
Oh, also, I'm probably going to be, let me words correctly, I'm probably going to be away from home for a couple days, maybe a week, starting on tomorrow or the day after. So there won't be any streams then. I'm hoping I don't have to leave until after the armor mission, so there should be a stream for that, fingers crossed. But after that, I'll be away from home for a few days. There won't be any streams, but after that, we should be back to normal. I'm just going up to visit the family quickly, and I've got a dentist appointment. My dentist's still up in Bathurst, so... Reminds me of when a dog or cat lays on their back. Yeah, exactly. All tired out from a hard day's play, so they just zonk out. I'm surprised we haven't lost the mission yet, considering the state that our ground forces were in. Server's thinning out a little, but we still got plenty of people on. Rogo's doing God's work there. 30 ground kills. It's like all Blue's ground attack guys are gone, so it's just Makara doing TACCOM. No God's missile.
No god, only human.
I don't know, they're a lot more effective at killing tomcats than the R60s are, in my experience. I wonder how many 29s we have left. I don't think we've lost many of them. That's the Magnitude 3 R60. That's the R60 base model, not the R60M. But, if you look at it, it's scaled differently. So the ED R60M, which is what I'm carrying, and the Magnitude 3 R60 are slightly different shapes and sizes. Because that makes sense. Of course. But yeah. It's a normal R60. I'm just waiting for my second engine to spool up. Not sure.
Having 2 engines bourgeoisie.
It'll take another couple seconds. Alright, I'm ready to go. Okay, Pox doing some more ground stuff in TACCOM. Let's have some new EWRs deployed to get 3 answers like that. 139 for 170. It's like, apart from bringing the server down, deleting the Discord, Phil Style also deleted his YouTube channel. Jesus Christ. Fuck. Man isn't fucking around. God damn. Maybe, dunno. Doubt it. I doubt ED cares that much. I mean, you guys know my opinion on the boycott they had going on the Mosquito. I think it was silly to think that ED would actually change anything based on the actions of one server, considering multiplayer is a minority, PvP is a minority of a minority, and World War II PvP is a minority of a minority of a minority. They had, like, a full server, but it was one full server. Like, you know, what are you gonna do? So I understand that they were frustrated with the state of the World War II stuff, but, like, boycotts... For a boycott to be effective, you actually need to be able to put the squeeze on whatever you're boycotting. You cannot put the squeeze on Eagle Dynamics with one server of multiplayer. Like, you can't. I don't know why they thought they could. But I don't know if he would have had a spicy exchange with ED. I really doubt that ED care. Yeah, the fact they actually went through with it and didn't back off at the 11th hour, that's something. Because a lot of people do try and play the game of, oh, I'm going to quit everything and delete everything if you don't do what I want, and then at the last second they decide they're not going to after all. So if you actually do go through with it, then, you know, fair play. It's a shame he took down his YouTube though, because there were a few videos on that I liked. Back when he was flying the Skyhawk, way, like years and years ago when the mod first came out. Some of the older IL-2 stuff as well. Seal's probably below me somewhere. There's no way MiG-29 will keep up with the climb that I just did. No way. LFDM's up as well. LFDM's been around for fucking years. Maybe they'll actually get some players now. GS World War II also, so Envy tells me, has fucking simple rudder assist turned on. Which is, when you're on the ground, you don't really notice it, because if you put in the correct rudder inputs, it automatically neutralizes them out anyway. But once you're in the air, the plane starts fucking crabbing and doing all kinds of unpleasant shit, because you're trying to trim for the aircraft to be flying normally, and it's not, because the rudder's fighting you. What exactly motivates a man to play World War II planes in DCS? They're better simulated than IL-2. That's pretty much it. IL-2 has a better environment for it, IL-2 has more players, IL-2 has everything else going for it, but the IL-2 flight models are interesting, to say the least, especially for some aircraft. The fucking Focke-Wulf, the pictures of it doing a prop hang at, like, this angle, while travelling that way, yeah, like, okay.
Alright, Flaps 1-2, I'm getting airborne and trying to find those two hinds again.
I mean, I'm sure it takes a lot of skill to fly it like... Well, I know it takes a lot of skill to fly it like that, because Jammer tried to teach me to fly the BF-110 the way he flies it. I can't do it. I actually can't do it. But, it's a different skill. Like, there's guys that want to fly, you know, the feeling of flying a World War II plane, and there's guys that want to, like, do fancy ballet moves in the air. So for the guys that want an actual, like, really close simulation of a World War II aircraft, IL-2 doesn't do it. You need to come to DCS.
I'm RTB now in the C-25.
6,400 is 6,000. It's probably that Jammer, which is probably a Tomcat. I'm just going to briefly lock him so I can get cooperative mode on.
I'll go Dam Lake 750, just over lunch.
He's locking me back. That's cute. Reno dropping in. Is it a good time to get back into DCS World? I saw the Phantom trailer. How long have you been gone? Because there's a lot of really cool modules that have come out in the past couple of years, and there's even more coming out over the next year or two. I personally, I don't think that they're going to make 2022 in the Phantom. I'll be stunned if they do. But we've got the Mirage F1 coming out any time now, sometime this year. We've got a couple of trainers if that's, you know, a thing for you. The Apache's coming out relatively soon. There's a bunch of stuff coming out, so I'd say it's a good time to get back into DCS. The game's been optimized a bit, there's been a lot of new features added, there's been a lot of old bugs finally fixed. It's still DCS, so there's still a lot of spaghetti code going on and a lot of things missing, but it's... I started playing about 3 years ago, 2.5 or 3 years ago, and the game is so much better now than it was when I started playing. It's not even funny. For 70.
Ross, you see anything there?
Yeah, Tomcat 165 for 70 from me. He's about 6 kilometers altitude, flanking. Stopped playing when the F-14 got released. Yeah, there's been quite a few things come out since then. The Mirage and the Harrier, if you have either of them, got completely reworked. The Mirage has got the best, most realistic radar in the game now. Well, not best, it's janky, but it's because it's realistic. So that's a huge update. The Mirage is like a whole new plane now. And because you've been gone 2 years, you won't have the frustration of having to rebind your controls 5 times as they update stuff. The Harrier got a pretty big rework as well. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff that has happened in the past 2 years, for sure. Oh, that's Seal. 138 for 60 now, he's climbing. I'm gonna push him. Probably F5s will be under him.
Send me like Fox 3 missile.
Head left, like 160-ish. Need to get burned through on him. Once I get burned through, I can lock him up and then just use the HUD to cue me onto him. 120 for 50 now. Probably flanking left, because he's staying constant on my radar scope. Fucking dropped him. See that OTV prompt? That's Utvarot, break off. The reason that's popping up is because he's telling my radar that I'm right on top of him, and that's why it's dropping the lock. That's basically like a range pull-off, which is what happens with the Mirage now, but it's actually modeled visibly in the Mirage here. It's just kind of It's a thing, but it's not really simulated. So ironically, the Flaming Cliffs 3 modules have better radar jamming simulation than a lot of the full fidelity modules do. The Mirage has the best in the game though. Out of anything, full fidelity or otherwise. $111 for 40. I still can't lock him yet. He's jamming like crazy. It's probably cold now. I got him on the Erst. Oh, that's so cute, that jamming. Now he's going to be dragging me, probably into a Hawk. Just got to be mindful of where I am. In fact, I don't know where I am. I'm probably most of the way to fucking La by now.
Simon Dam Lake, is it still blue or neutral?
It's blue.
Repeat, blue?
Any firm, yeah.
Firm.
We are outrunning him
I'm just
handily.
gonna go and head there next. If you wanna go there.
I'm there, 3 minutes.
Copy.
Please recommit on me.
Counts finals, 2-9 right, Shiraz.
Tomcats running for dear life. Oh, who the fuck requested a picture? I need to figure out how far I am from home so I can budget my fuel. Kilometers. There's a Hawk here. F-14's dragging for a Hawk. Hawk's out, breaking off. Oh, I wonder if that 60 wasn't for our home base. That's probably La. Shit. It probably tells you your closest air base, which would be La. I think he's dragged us most of the way back to La, actually. I better head home, I'm low fuel. Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. Drag me to La. Okay, so we're gonna go up, we're gonna come out of burner, we're gonna start cruising. 200 kilometers to home. Should have just enough fuel to make it if I throttle back and let it glide a bit. Yeah, 14's just dragging. I'm gonna go back and refuel. Coward! Fight me, coward! He probably will now, he'll turn around.
I have a contact that's 14,000. That must be feet.
It's probably meters, and it's probably a Tomcat. ATWG should be doing a Korean War Liberation campaign next. You should finally join us. Maybe. I don't know. I gotta be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of Liberation. I have tried it a couple times and I just didn't really enjoy it. Because it's, like, because the DCS AI are so bad, the only way it can really do difficulty is to kind of throw huge numbers of planes at you, which I don't enjoy.
I'm at Dam Lake, and as usual it's completely empty. I'm trying to scan the southern valleys.
Been some beef from people in the last month. The executive producer really had a bad handling of the situation. Jason's forum posts are absolutely infamous. I don't even check the IL2 forums and I know about Jason's forum posts. Seems there have been some nice improvements. Sadly, some of the people took it personal and keep shitting on the game and the good devs that work in improving it. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy playing IL2. I just tend to enjoy DCS more, and part of that's because I'm more interested in Cold War aviation now. Historically, especially when I was a kid, I was really into World War II. I still am, just, this is different to me. You know, this is something relatively new. I've only been doing this for a couple of years.
And of course,
so
the friendly unit.
I play IL2 from time to time, but for me, DCS is, you know, really something exciting. Whereas IL2 is something I go play every now and then, get my ass kicked, and come back to DCS.
We hold it now. Flaps 1-2.
Yep.
Home on Jam, I don't know if the R27s can do it. I've never seen them do it. But I'm tempted to try it next time.
Just kill the Shilka.
He was pretty far out though, so I don't know if it would have caught him. How many servers are doing multi-crew now? Most of them. Typically, you know, randoms won't want people jumping in their plane or their helicopter with them, but if you bring along a friend, you can multi-crew in the Tomcat, you can multi-crew in, obviously, any of the trainers if the server has them, you can multi-crew in the Hind. When the Apache comes out, you'll be able to multi-crew in that, so multi-crew is a big thing now in DCS. You can multi-crew in the Huey, you can be a door gunner if you want. So it's a big thing in DCS now. Cutting it a little closer to my fuel again. Cut it back to about 90%. And just gently glide down.
That convoy on the southern side is still alive.
Where are you? You Salmon Lake?
Salmon Lake. Usual. Abrams convoy including Brett.
Okay, I'll go there.
I'm surprised at the comeback we've had. That's really, really good. I can't claim any of it because it's the ground guys doing all the work in this mission, but it's nice to see. I thought we were going to lose for sure, like, what, 2.5 hours ago? But now we've got all but one of the objectives, I think? Or, no, 2 of the objectives? 3 of the objectives? I don't know. Getting high to get some credit? Tempting. We'll see. Those Tomcats are still a threat. So I kind of want to stay in the 29 so I can deal with them. Also because any chance to BVR against Tomcats is really rare in the 29, at least without Phoenixes in the equation, so I definitely want to take advantage of that while I can. Okay, 113 kilometers to go, we got plenty of fuel. This will be
4
easy.
to 6 Abrams, at least 2 Bradleys or Vulcans.
So we're holding about 680, 690 kilometers an hour. We're in a very gentle descent. Like almost level, but not quite. And I'm throttled right back.
I know that place.
I think we all know that place. I probably should have disengaged from that F-14 earlier. I didn't realize how far south I was. But he was probably running all the way home as well. Like, to outrun a MiG-29, well, not outrun me, but to get away from me like that and make me waste my fuel, he would have had to have been in full burner zone 5 the whole way, so he would be refueling as well, for sure. So we hold Shahid and Salman. So Shahid Lake is a small one by the town of Jerome. Salman is that big one there. The town of Jerome is still blue. That's going to be the hard one to get because it's a very built-up urban center. And I think we still hold Fasa, which is usually our last objective. If we're going to have a last stand, that's where it happens, in that town right there. That's Fasa. So we should be good. If we can just stop them from pushing in at the last minute. Fasa's a pain for you guys, Jerome's a pain for us. Although I will say, I feel like Jerome's slightly easier to defend because you've got that hillside right near it that you can put stuff on top of that shoots down into the town. The issue we have with Fasa is because it's in the middle of the valley, any units you put on the ridgeline to try and defend it won't have the range to hit into the town. And the other thing is, because you're in the low point of that valley and because the town's quite strung out lengthwise, it can be really hard to get a good sightline on the approach angle for wherever Blue's sending their tanks in. So I really hate defending Fasa, but Jerome seems really, really defensible. Really defensible. So Jerome is typically where I load up the Su-25 and go hunting.
1 Bradley down, 2 Abrams down.
Tanks got all killed, I think by one single AI that didn't get spotted. Hero of the Soviet Union. We'll see what happens. Like, while there's tomcats on, 2 of them especially, and 1 of them with a human crew, so they're going to be harder to hide from. I want to stay in the 29 just to try and fend them off. Otherwise, I'd jump in the 25 right now. I could do it in the Hind, but I'm on a Su-25 kick at the moment from flying on Enigma's server using it, so I kind of feel like the 25 would be the go. Take some S-13s and pound the crap out of them. Funny how I killed 15 tanks with the Viggen, my friend killed a lot as well, and I guess we're still losing. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how we made such a big comeback. I know Rogo's done some serious work. Rogo's done a lot. But I don't know how we had such a huge comeback. Look at that. Plenty of fuel left. It's going to cut to flight idle here and glider in the rest of the way. Oh, ATC spam, why? I do have another 29, but I don't know if he's on comms, and I don't know if he's a good pilot or not. Had the most rotten luck with the 25 on Enigmas, haven't made it back once. Yeah, a lot of my flights I tend not to make it back from, just because I fly until I've expended all my ammo, and usually by then either I've lost one engine, I've been shot up by an F5 or something, so... Sometimes I make it back, but often I don't. Partly because I overcommit, and partly because I just tend to get spotted by the time I'm finally low on ammo. Hanging on sim post start when loading any mission. Fuck, I had that issue recently and I don't remember how I fixed it. I think I ran a repair, but like there was something really stupid that it was tied to, and I can't remember what it was. It's probably seal up there.
Last Abrams on fire. Right.
Good going. Any targets left?
Nope. I'm out of sticks, I'm RTP for the fire.
Yeah,
Oh, roger.
the EWR coverage, it's better now than it was before they added the extra EWR stations in, but the radar coverage down there is kind of janky. Oh, hello. Oh no.
And the Shilka epoch.
Oh no.
Our Shilka and the central position needs replacement.
That poor 21 just stalled themselves out trying to intercept Seal's contrail. See, from the runway to where he is, you could do that in a 29 and actually gain speed while doing it. In a 21, you try and make that climb, you're going to stall out before you get there. And that's why, for those of you who have subjected yourselves to the Grim Reaper's SR-71 videos, that's why Cap couldn't intercept the SR-71, because he climbed way too steeply and lost all his speed. The MiG-29 isn't a spaceship. Its engine's powerful for the size of the aircraft, but it's not that powerful. So you've got to follow climb profiles. So typically what I'll do is I'll accelerate level off the runway to about 900 kilometers an hour true airspeed, which is the 0.9 thin needle on the Mach meter, and then pitch up to hold that speed, which starts out as quite a steep climb, but it shallows out as you get higher up. By about 10 kilometers, you should be more or less level. And then you drop the nose below the horizon slightly to accelerate in afterburner through Mach 1. And then about Mach 1.4 you begin climbing again gradually, and that's how you get up to your ceiling of, 20,000 meters or whatever. 18,000 meters technically is the ceiling, but you can do 20, no sweat. If you want to climb really high, like SR-71 levels of high, you accelerate to Mach 2 before you pitch up and continue climbing. So, I mean, you guys have seen me do it if you've been watching the stream for long. You guys have seen me go up to 100,000 feet in the MiG-29. It's perfectly doable. You can do it with full air-to-air weapons. You just have to know how to do it. And if you don't know how to do it, you'll stall out below 30,000, and you'll wonder why the plane's not like. There's a lot of people that think the flight model's broken because they can't climb to 10 kilometers altitude. It's because they're doing it wrong. There's a lot of things like that you need to know with the older aircraft that you can get away with in, say, a MiG-29 or an F-15. Flying the world's most drunken approach here because I came in a little fast.
Anyone on comms? Shahid Lake, small lake, A10 in the area. Please engage.
I'm just landing now. If it's still there when I'm rearmed, I'll come back for it.
Yeah, we have numerous ground units around there.
Enemy at small lake or what?
Whoop, bouncy.
Say again?
Enemy ground units at small lake or?
I think it said we had that, which surprised me, but there's certainly numerous friendly ground units.
P-42
in that
module
area.
when? Oh my god.
The A10.
Be hilarious. It would do one thing: climb. My landings are getting worse the longer I fly.
Someone must have set that convoy to passive, otherwise when I came around the corner, I wouldn't have survived by 50 cals alone. So it's one of those places where you should see things and they sink into the ground until point blank range.
There's a bit of a crosswind up at Shiraz.
Everybody in DCS seems to know about step climbing. Yeah, it's kind of surprising. And you'd think it's a natural instinct too, like if you're getting to 10 kilometers and stalling out, you would think, oh, well, I can climb 10, then I've got to accelerate, then I've got to climb again. Like, you would think it's the logical conclusion, but apparently not. You know, about step system, step climb, oh my god. Step climbing into the washing machine. Firstly, I want to see 130 in DCS World. There is a mod for it, and there's rumors of a full fidelity C-130 module, although I'm not sure how accurate they are. I've heard differing opinions on that from differing sources. But I do think that there is a place for transport aircraft in DCS.
Confirm it was the A-10 at Shahid Lake?
Shahid Lake, small lake.
Okay.
In for a 3 minutes old by APOC.
Yeah, they better not do a J.
Who's still on comms, he just can't.
I want something I can fly in Cold War. They probably will do a J if they do one. Just found out I have to drive an hour and a half to take my sister stuff who has COVID pneumonia. Hopefully she recovers soon, dude. Hopefully it's not too rough on her. Yeah, the mod has the AC-130 as well. It has a lot of stuff. You can airdrop cargo and stuff as well, apparently.
Oh, Shahid Lake.
Okay, I'm 30 clicks northwest of it. Trying to get there as quick as I can.
Your hydraulic system pressure. So the left one's for the main system, the right one's for the booster system, and then this is for your pneumatic system, which I don't know if it's modeled. I don't think the limited air pressure is modeled, because I'm pumping my brake right now and that gauge isn't moving. But that's what it is. So that's hydraulics, main, booster, and then pneumatic, main, emergency. And then this is cabin altitude. This is oxygen mix, I think, and then delta P is difference in pressure, and then one of these I think should be your one's requested and one's actually regulated, I think, for the suit. I'm not sure. Oh, that's interesting. My high pressure just recovered though. I wonder if that's an electric pump running to refill it. Because it's going to the boost system, which is the flight control system. The flight controls are dual channel, but it's going to the boost system, which means it's probably an electric pump that's driving pressure to the boost system to give me at least some emergency control authority.
No contact with the A-10.
Which is similar to what the MiG-29 does. With Delta R? No, because when they use mathematical symbols or scientific symbols, they tend to use Latin letters. Or Greek ones. Angle of attack and G loading, respectively. Not really. You get used to it.
Although he's left his calling card, his column, our guy is destroyed.
so far behind in the general media channel on my Discord, I gotta catch up to it. What I need to do is stop spending so much fucking time in Enigma's Discord, because there's so much discussion in there, and maybe like 20% of it's actually interesting. The rest is just people calling each other names. Which is funny sometimes, but, you know, like, a bit less intellectually stimulating, shall we say.
It's Flaps 121 booting up for Sharon Town.
Anybody know, was there a Hawk site near Giron?
Unsure.
Probably.
I got most of the way to La before a Hawk began engaging me, for what that's worth.
Okay.
Kara was online at some point, so you should expect all the AA in the world everywhere.
The towed array?
Of course.
Sucker.
I don't know why you're talking shit, I'm gonna catch you anyway.
What if you can't see?
See ya! I have a jammer on scope. One guess as to what that might be. 29 is fast, but 23 mils faster. True. Very true.
I don't know, maybe something dwarf-sized who believes in Xeno.
It's probably a tomcat. I doubt that. Oops. I doubt their A10's carrying a jammer, but he might be. Maybe. Costume Enigma's Discord, Cope, and C. What a scene.
Careful, there's an Avenger just to the south of the town. I'll try and engage it now. One for 100. He's really low. If that's the guy on my nose jamming, he's really low. I thought he was my altitude. What the fuck?
So this is one of the hazards of jamming, right? Because old mate here's got his music cranked to 11, I can see him even though my radar's pointed at a completely different part of the fucking sky. Like, he should be well below my scan volume. I should not be able to see him until I push the antenna down, but because he's jamming, I know that that is a Tomcat, it is right there. All I don't know is the range.
Down, I've lost one engine, RTV.
I've got an F-14 pretty close to the deck, but he's jamming, so I can see him no matter where I am. I'll go for him.
I'm fighting him.
Okay, I'll speed up a little then. One repair didn't work, but 2 repairs did. DCS moment. Yeah, sometimes it's, sometimes it do be like that. Poor Seal's getting left behind a bit here, but just MiG-29 things. Okay, there he is. So he's about 80 kilometers out, if that's accurate. Interesting, his jammer's blinking like that. I wonder if that's deliberate or if it's actually a new jamming mode that the 14's jammer has.
Any other task.
Is that F-14 still up, whoever was fighting him?
No, he's down.
Good kill.
Thank you.
Okay, well I can come out of burner. I just spent a fair bit of fuel doing that, but that's alright. Got me closer to the action. 212 for 180, that'll be the other one coming from the boat. Seal, I'm turning 214. We've got another Tomcat coming in from the boat, I think.
We don't really have fuel in there.
He's STTing me from 180 kilometers away. What a hero. We can safely assume this isn't going to be the most experienced Tomcat crew.
He's determined.
Determined to give away his own position.
He doesn't know you have new Soviet Fox 3 missile. Productive warhead, 25 kilometers.
He's locking me again, Jesus. That is a bad idea, Tan, because if they have any brains, they'll use that to figure out exactly where you are, then they'll notch you, they'll disappear into the ground cutter, and they'll pop up underneath you. That's exactly how I fight Tomcats that do this in the MiG-21. I put them on my 3-9 line using the SPO-10. When the SPO-10 stops freaking out, I know I've notched them. Then I just valley crawl until they're above me, I pop right up and shoot them in the belly. In fact, I'm pretty sure I got a highlight on the channel of me doing exactly that. So I would not... This is one circumstance where I actually agree with the people that say don't lock things with your radar because it gives you away. That actually does give you away. Don't lock someone until you're within weapons employment range, or if you really need it, to cue the nose onto them. But absolutely use your radar. Just don't lock people from, you know, 100 and fucking something kilometers away where you can't shoot them. Because it's just asking for them to ambush you. Now, because I can tell this guy's probably not very experienced... wait one. He's like 3/4 strength signal, so he's probably still like 80 kilometers. Fuck, I'm good! He's exactly 80 kilometers! 11,000 flanking, so he's actually above us. I'm gonna climb. Got him on scope. He is not jamming. Got him T-whizzed.
Let me go forward. When we will be like 50 kilometers, I guess.
We're about to be 50 kilometers. I'm gonna circle back around.
I see him. Yeah. Okay, no. I don't see him. Tell me heading.
Like 212. Okay. I'm putting him on my left gimbal. I'll put him on my left gimbal, you go for him. He's gonna cut the corner and head for me. He's like purely nose on me.
Fox 3 coming.
Well, hurry up, because I'm about to have a missile on him. He's getting really close.
I still don't see him.
He's 45 kilometers. He's above cons, maybe? Oh no, I see him. He's conning. He's on my 10 o'clock, turning into me.
Acquired. Pitbull.
I'm not sure, Super. I'm not entirely certain how that works, but it's less noticeable than this, obviously. Sometimes it's about being less noticeable. You know what I mean?
He disappeared.
I still got him. He's got me.
Flaring. He's flaring.
Missile away. He's got a sparrow on me. Missile defeated. Barely. Good kill. He's a little more of a fight than I expected. He actually almost hit me. Oh, I just got another merge call, but it might be because we have so many EWRs, they're all calling it at once. That's probably what it is, actually. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly what Nex just said. 009 for 11 at 4,000, Seal. There's something else here.
Checking.
Oh, no, don't do that, MiG-29. Clean.
I'm blind.
Maybe his wreck, but I mean his wings came off. It shouldn't have still tracked him. Oh, me locking him? Yes. I don't actually know whether it should show the aspect arrow. Like, there's certain things about the MiG-29 HUD I don't actually know if that's realistic or not, because it's hard to find good footage of them. And most of the footage I can find is modernized aircraft, so it's not the same. I would need to get a copy of the Gordonomicon for the MiG-29 to figure that one out, probably. Well, it's coming back clean, and the only enemy aircraft are a single F5 and an F14, so I might go back and refuel now. In fact, I might swap to a Su-25.
Sounds like a good plan. Clean out Chiron.
That Sparrow was a lot closer than I expected. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but I saw it go past the canopy. So that's 2 near misses I've had while jousting with Tomcats today. That was pretty unexpected. I did not expect him to actually continue supporting that missile like that. So he had his, like, he fired the missile and he immediately cranked and he continued supporting it. He had that down. That was good. If he happens to watch this, whoever that Tomcat was, that was good. Good shit. Don't STT me from so far away though, because it draws all my attention to you straight away. Maybe it was some 4D chess shit to make me think he was going to be bad. You know, locking me up so I think, oh, it's a noob, they're not going to know what to do. I doubt it though. I doubt anyone is thinking that far ahead in DCS, to be honest. Well, actually no, Seal does that, but most people don't think that far ahead in DCS. Maybe the pilot was good in the Rio. Wasn't possible. Very possible. To be fair, the pilot might have asked him to do it so he could actually keep eyes on me, because the pilot doesn't really understand where shit is unless it's STT'd, because then it pops up on the HUD. So Saber does that for me a lot. He'll lock stuff further out so I can tell where it is. But against the 29, you don't want to be holding a lock that long, because it just draws attention to yourself. Well, yeah, but I'm a scrub tier Tomcat pilot, so I need you to do that so I can see where shit is. Gimbal scan zone limits to 27 and 29. It scans in 55-degree sectors. Left and right, I think, is like... I think it's more than 55 across the front, because there's overlap in the middle. Honestly, it's like plus minus 60 at least, probably more. No, plus minus 80, I think, maybe. And then in height, I don't know the angles, but it will scan at a given distance. It usually will scan 6 kilometers below your own altitude and 10 kilometers above your own altitude. Hence the numbers there on the Delta H switch. This is how you adjust the antenna elevation right here. Maybe it's not, but it'll be on, I think I pinned it in DCS resources or reference library. It's the, it's a page on the MiG-29's radar. can't remember the name of the site now, but it's a page on the MiG-29's radar, and it goes through all the details. It goes through the scan pattern, the scan zones, the close combat modes, all of that. Check either DCS resources or reference library. It'll be in one of those two, probably, if I did pin it. Oh, there's only the F-14 left, yeah. We'll switch to Su-25 and finish off the mission that way. Yeah, like plus minus 40, or something like that. Wait, no, it'd be more than that then. Fuck. I don't know. I'll find the document later and we can look at it. Actually, what I can do is I'll level the aircraft here, because this does actually have an autopilot. Doesn't work fantastically, but it does have one. And let me check Discord. Found it. MiG Alley. N019 radar. There you go. Don't trust me, trust that. Okay, Shiraz is down there. So we'll go ahead and get rid of the autopilot. Dark War, cheers for the follow, by the way. Sorry I missed the notification. Hope you're enjoying the show. Plus minus 65, 130 degrees. Yeah, okay. So it's close then on the first guess. So if it's plus minus 65, that means there's a fairly decent overlap in the middle, because it's the actual scan sectors are 55, I think. Plus 25 to minus 25. Okay. Yeah. Individual targets can be resolved providing they're separated in azimuth and 5 to 6 kilometers in range. Well, I can tell you that in DCS, you can separate individual targets if they're more than about 100 meters apart. But that's common to every radar except the Mirage and possibly the F-14, so I'm not surprised. DCS radars are, in general, again, aside from the Mirage and possibly the F-14, I don't know enough about how the Tomcat radar is simulated to say for sure, but everything else that I've flown, the radars are way too good at resolving targets, like ridiculously too good at resolving targets. You should not be able to tell a close formation of aircraft apart from one large contact until you get very close to them. Mirage Manual now has a really good explanation of PRF, highly recommend it. Even made it through my thick skull. I'll have to read the Mirage Manual now that it's been rewritten. Because yeah, my understanding of radar stuff is tenuous at best. So, I should brush up on that. I'm too high here, I'm going to be way too fast if I try and land at this approach. So I'm going to orbit. New flirt's gonna come with the Apache later on? I don't know. I don't know. I thought it was gonna come with the Apache, but who knows at this point.
Oops. One tomcat leaves and our tomcat shows up.
Okay, gear and flaps. What a combo on the playlist, holy shit. Yeah, I do run it on shuffle. Try not to crunch it on the ground this time. I have one strike group chasing me from the south, another somewhere in the west. Carry a group to the east, and there's a few freighters around too. Give away my position. Yeah, it sounds like you're in a bit of a pickle there. Just a little bit.
I see a fast mover over hometown, he said. EM altitude.
Oh, this fucking throttle is giving me woes.
Yours, you're on. Flaps 1, 2. Cap 25 clicks to the north.
I always forget you can do that. Just go to the desert and land somewhere. Like, I know you can do it, but I always forget.
Look at the trucks instead of what I'm actually looking.
There we go, that's much better. A little bouncy because I'm a little fast, but because of the crosswind, I'd rather be fast than slow. Much better. So for the last 29 landing of the mission, I'm happy with that. .21 being bouncy also recently. I haven't noticed much of a difference. The nose wheel tends to bounce, but otherwise it feels about the same to me. And now that they fixed the flaps issue, I can land like I would normally land, instead of having to baby the plane until the last second to drop the flaps.
Flaps 1, 2, any SAMs in there?
Nope, but a Vulcan is still alive, north side.
We'll take my, actually... No S25 OFMs. So Alpin obviously knows how ridiculous those are at killing tanks. Compare those maybe. Just for if I see something I need precision on. Actually, we'll carry an equal amount though. I may as well hop in Froggy anyway. So I doubt that Tomcat's gonna do much by himself. By himself and with no GCI. Really cool carrier battle recently. Got attacked by their whole fighter complement. Half of them got shot down by my fighter cap. The other half didn't make it past the Seaways. An hour later, my planes went to their carrier and destroyed it with bombs. World War II Pacific vibes. That's awesome. Yeah, that's fucking sick.
Target. If they are moving, I hope they're not friendly.
Why is it not loading my S-13s? Oh! Oh, hang on. Oh, he's restricted the S-13s. I can't carry pencil pods. Okay, well, never mind then. Let's add a pair of these because I like these, and then let's add. Yeah, let's add another one of those, and then.
Oh my god, those. God damn it!
S8s.
You go ahead.
Yeah, I took out the BMP too. To be fair, they were shooting at me earlier, some.
Yeah, I really need to start, like, doing more smart things in High Fleet instead of just flying my fleet, including Sevastopol, into the first thing I see. Yeah, no crayons and no pencils. What is this? On the innermost pylons, those are S-25Ls. The 29s are really fucking heavy and really draggy, so I don't really bring them as much unless there's something really big that needs to be taken out.
I'm struggling to see anything.
I'm looking for the hammer truck.
Hey Toad! Good to see you, man. Yeah, I was flying the 29 and I just hopped in this thing. There's also R60s in High Fleet. A lot of the weapons in High Fleet are based on real weapons, so for instance one of the big missiles is based on the missiles that the S-125 fires, the SA-3.
Looking for gun run.
stream again 7th of February. Aha! Working my ass off opening my own workshop, it's been a pain in the ass. Well, hopefully the work pays off, man.
Where other targets?
Yeah, they must be in the built-up areas.
I've been keeping the Su-25 vibes alive. I think with
Visual identification for me.
Yep, ground pounding. I'm on Alpins at the moment. I've got to go kill some tanks and trucks and other stray things.
A lot of destroyed targets already.
If I can find them. So that's one of the cool things about High Fleet. It uses like actual, realistic, believable weapon names. So, for instance, the HA prefix for a cruise missile, the A prefix for a missile defense, like an anti-ballistic missile. That's A series, like A135, for instance, in real life. And then K for the air-to-air ones, K or R.
They're firing again.
My dream to make my own business, so very excited about it. Yeah, good luck, man. Good luck. Hope it goes well.
There's a T-80 or 72 and a BMP-2 in the area.
Okay. So from here, I want to go...
Which side of that?
142 for 141 kilometers.
Describe it.
It's going to be a fairly long flight.
If you happen to see me, there's a smoke column off my 12. There's that burning BMP-2 and they moved north.
Copy.
I'm not sure. Ah, it isn't in the game yet. Okay.
At the moment, so.
Copy.
Oh, something is shooting at me.
Probably the Tomcat, it's right around that area from the sounds of it.
The problem I can't find.
Okay, I have eyes on target. I'm gonna rocket run, running in hot in about 30 seconds, and then you'll see where it is. He's in a patch of open ground. He's a patch of you'll see where the rockets. I'll put the rockets down.
Probably should have brought some smoke rockets actually, so I can mark stuff for Rogo. Oh well.
Okay, run in hot. Okay, it's that area then. In fact, that might
Hey,
hit
there's
him.
a 29. That was cool. Good timing with the music too.
Weirdly enough, I don't see an impact.
There's a burning column, there's smoke
Yeah, I
rising
know.
now.
It's from the Su-27, but it still works with the 29, the look of it. This is Persian Gulf, but this is way up the northwest near Shiraz. Very few missions actually use this part of the map, but Alpin likes using this one. A lot of Alpin's Persian Gulf missions happen in the northwest.
Still strafer coming from there, so look for the rockets. Rockets running in hot now.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
Obviously didn't get him the last time. Okay, still firing, flaps 1-2 if you can get him.
I think he's still alive. Like an
he's still firing out. Okay, running again from the east.
He's of course perfectly parked. Actually even powered down at the moment.
have brought bombs.
From the south side, if you attack from the south side, your rockets can hit not only him but also his engine deck.
Okay, coming in from the side. Missile in the air, missile out.
Yeah, things merged.
DDF-14.
Tomcat in the area, Tomcat. Me.
Copied, yeah.
I'm merged with Tomcat, Tomcat at Jerome.
MiG-29, if you're on comms, just go full burner. It's straight off our nose.
Roger, forward.
Okay, I've lost all hydraulics. I'm gonna have to check.
Okay. I see you burning south side.
It is on the playlist. It just hasn't come up. If I can find it. Whoops. Ah, fuck, I hate how that happens.
Magic Sunrise 124.0. Flaps 1-2, Tomcat's heading hot towards you, 6 clicks northwest. He's running hot, descending on you. Missile out. Missile out. Good offensive. Snow 1-1,
Everyone not pointed at the ground.
145, 46 clicks. He's at 1800 meters, just operating over your arm, attacking friendly.
It should be on the playlist, but it's I can't see it at the moment.
I just heard his sonic boom right over me.
I got a MiG-29 coming in, flaps 1-2, 38 clicks to the northwest, be here short.
Well, I'm trying to stay alive.
Okay, Tomcat's going north now, flaps 1-2, you're okay for the moment. Snow 1-1, Tomcat turning hot towards you, 140, 30 clicks, 1,300 meters hot. Snow 1-1, 145 degrees, 17 clicks, 1,300 meters hot. Roger. Flaps 1-2, you're cleared on with your mission.
No, I can't find the fucking Abrams. The problem.
Splash, F40.
Beautiful. Good kill, Snow 1-1.
I could see how it would be. I feel kind of bad about my crew, but I could see how it would be a bad decision.
Flaps 1-2, two friendly, there's a BMP in the T-72 just north of you by 400 meters.
I just overflew the Abrams again.
I'm just on the way in now. If you can overfly it again when I'm there, I'll see where the fire comes from and put some rockets into it. I'm about 3-4 minutes out.
Copy. Ibra, it's about 50% damaged that tank.
scroll wheel's getting
Flaps
stuck
1-2,
again.
there's a Vulcan just east of the tank as well. He is 400 meters east on the road.
Okay, so we're gonna head for the industrial part, and it's gonna be just short of that. By the...
I'm stupid, I just can't find it in... I'm too close, so I can't see it.
Tank is east of you,
It's
200
down there
meters east.
somewhere, I think. Or like there. It's hard to tell. There, I think.
There's a patch of brown. It's a rectangular brown patch of ground.
From here, I've been there quite often. But still, when I come from the south, I just can't find it. It stinks.
Green flares is you, right, Count?
Yeah, they're friendly units, Ross. Okay, flaps 1-2 on the node.
Yeah, it should be
300 meters on the node.
right there. I think I can actually see it. I
Just
think I
left
can
up.
see it.
Okay, the flares, the target, Ross, is 350 meters south of the flares.
I see smoke, it might have been here.
I think the tank is, the enemy tank's on fire, I think. Or, sorry, it's smoking.
Yeah, it should
Tower
die.
display, tower is still green.
I see it. S25 away.
Oh, just the ticket. That's, you brought the right camping equipment with you.
Boom. It's dead. No, that's Rogo in his hind.
There's a Vulcan just where you're flying over now. It may still be there. I'm not sure if the ground unit's destroyed. But it's out of ammo in it.
MiG-29 RTB, low on fuel.
Snow 1-1, roger. 322 degrees, 110 click.
Yeah, thank you.
The fuck was that? Wreck just despawned, I think. Do you have a more precise position on the Vulcan? I can't see it.
Okay, stand by. Okay, actually I've just got eyes on it now. It's destroyed, it's burning.
Okay. I think I destroyed a couple buildings around it, which would have caused that fire. The S25 is a big boy. So those are our units on the road.
There must be something else somewhere. I see two tanks standing on the road. Are they friendly or enemy?
Count's reconnecting, give him a minute.
It look friendly.
Yeah, they must be, or they would have shot at us.
They are T-80 and BMP-2.
Yeah, definitely killed it. Definitely killed it, and the buildings around it.
Hey, back on. Game crashed for some reason.
Welcome to DCS.
Yeah, it's Alphamorph's Cold War server. Cold War 1947 to 1991.
Oh, holy shit, my fuel. Oh, damn it.
Hey!
Okay, we got it.
Keep going.
Let's war crime.
Wow, that was good.
If I piss in the tank, does that extend my mission duration?
Not sure
It
about that
does
one.
if you've been drinking. You need to have been drinking a load of bottles of Smirnoff the night before, maybe.
Of course. Well, gentlemen, it has been an honor. Looking forward to the next time.
Catch you later.
Indeed.
Let's blow up that building specifically. It did not track. That is interesting. Oh, probably because I changed... Interesting! So because I changed weapons, it didn't track with that weapon. I did not expect that to happen.
What's this thing, messages history? Is that a new thing?
It got out of the last patch, I think. You can see there how the Par-25's aloft. So they missed long the second two. Yeah, it is. It is super. Yep, I'm using the smoke mod, which Taz made. There's a multiplayer safe version, which is what I'm using, and there's one for the single player guys that also includes updated craters and other things like that. How does it affect performance? Not noticeably. It might have an effect, but I've been using it for a long time and I haven't noticed any difference. I think I'm going to call it there for Alpin's server. It looks like everyone else is hopping off as well. That's pretty good. We kept it populated until nearly lunchtime here. So we're still getting the population, it's just a little slower to fill up. What's going on in Enigma's server? Oh my god, that is a red stack. Whoa. I'm gonna guess that red are doing really well at the moment. And they probably don't need my help. If there's that many of them on, they probably don't need my help. Been red stacked for days. Yeah, it makes a nice change. It's been blue stacked every time I've been playing on it, so having it red stacked is a breath of fresh air for red players. What's DCS looking like? Empty. Kinda tempted, but nah. I'm gonna suck at this because I'm bad at BVR, and I'm even worse at dealing with the way that AI BVRs, but let's... Just to show it on stream, so I don't think I have yet, or maybe I have, I don't remember, but let's do this. we're gonna immediately get rid of our lights. I don't want them on. Oops. Helps if I select the 530, doesn't it? So we have an idea of which direction they're actually coming from. I could set up the TAF, but we'll try and do it without clean. I doubt it. Okay, that's a contact, so we've got a couple of things on top of each other. That's 2 aircraft or 2 groups? Probably 2 groups. Got 1. Put him on gimbal. Now, I've yet to figure out why my wingman won't obey commands. The AI doesn't want to play nice with me in the Mirage anymore. So we're just not going to bother with him. These guys are not jamming. They might be MiG-23s. No, they're MiG-29s. They're MiG-29As, or they would be jamming us. Okay, so 29As. Can I actually... He's just gonna ignore me. The radar doesn't change scale automatically as you close in, which is kind of annoying. Okay, he's now got a missile out on me. I think we got ours. But the wingman's still up and he shot at me. I'm gonna go SVI. I might have turned past him. Shit, merged. That's not what I want to hear. The RWR takes a while to update, like it always has in the Mirage, so you don't get instant information about where they are. Which is how probably more of the RWR should be. They're not precise. It's R29. Oh, and he got a fucking R73 at me because I wasn't paying attention, but we got him too. So we can restart the mission, and this mission's randomized slightly, so each time you're fighting something different, the geometry's a little different, which is really cool. It's good practice for the new radar. Really good practice for it. Okay, let's get rid of them. Let's go ahead and Get rid of the tank. Select 530. I'm actually going to put the TAF on this time, so it should be in F1. And then we look over here, and that's on. And then we press TAF on here. There we go. That's giving us info on our contact. And we're free fire. Oh shit, that's really close. That's a MiG-23. That kind of lambda-looking thing, that's a MiG-23. There he is. So we can quite happily STT him. The MiG-23 doesn't have any jammers, nor can it carry one. How fast is he? 2.3. A little faster than we are. So his missile's going to be coming down with a lot of energy. Oh, I am being... Is that a 23? Oh, there's probably something behind him jamming me. I bet there's Su-24s behind him, and that's why I'm getting jammed. No, MiG-31. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. That wasn't a MiG-23. I've made a terrible mistake. Burning what little speed I have here.
All months with the happiest streamer on Twitch. Yes.
Hey, newbie. Cheers for the resub, man. Appreciate it. Oh, this is very, very not good. This is about as ungood as it gets. That missile's tracking me, like, straight at me. I don't think we're going to get away from it. It's an R-33. Hello, Mr. MiG-31 man. I know what you're selling and I don't want any of it. Okay, that's one. Not sure where the other one is. Oops, oops, no, I didn't want to tab out, Oh, God. That's concerning. Oh, I think that radio, the one that the TAF uses, is the same radio I was using to talk to my GCI. This is fine. This, or AWACS even. This is fine. This is totally fine. Where's this MiG-31? Let me just SVI him. There.
I've come to find myself only.
That's a missile.
Triangle. Any other jet is pointless.
That's an R-33. Holy shit. Oh. 5,000 IQ decoy tactics. Use the R-33 to get my attention. Couldn't find myself only finding angry triangles. Any other jets pointless. I know, right? Cheers for the resub, Jeff. Thanks, man. Okay. Maybe, this time, maybe, we'll actually survive. Probably not. So we'll go TAF. We'll go on there. We've already got that set up. Okay, so the group it wants me to engage is there. but I can't see them yet. I'm actually gonna... This is part of what's fucking me over. I've got my radar in wide scan, which I don't want. There we go. There's our target. Off to bed. Sleep well, Taurus. Catch you later, man. Okay, let's go STT. Oh, he's... Yep, range gate pull off. We're being jammed. See how the range gate's moving? And the range keeps dipping up and down? He's jamming me. So it might be a 29S. I'll switch back to track while scan. Which he's still fucking with anyway. Yeah, we'll go single target. It must have been the other frequency I was talking to him on. Interesting. Hey, Dark Rider. Welcome to the stream. Su-27, it looks like. So that's why he's jamming me. So we won't ST team until we're a little closer. Okay, he's fired. Probably an ER. Really hard to juggle the radar in this situation. I'm probably gonna die here. Oh, why won't it let me fire? Did I forget my fucking master arm? Shit, no. Not sure what just flew under me, but I'm sure it wasn't good. IFF restriction? Could be. And I'm merged with these guys. I am merged with these guys, I think. Yep. So I really struggle when I start getting close to them, so I need to practice this a lot more, as you can see. But this mission's really good for practicing it because I can just spawn in again and again and again until I finally get it right. Why is it not? Oh, because of that. Yeah, so 2's on the other frequency, so if I don't use the TAF, then I can hear my wingman, but I don't get updates from the ground GCI station. Config. Okay, he's jamming me. Oops. Yeah, he doesn't reply to me. I don't know what his problem is. Whatever. Pick up some speed. I'm still not sure what type of aircraft they are yet. I think so. Oh, they're MiG-29s. M, which means MiG-29. Okay, good. So it'll be a 29S because it's jamming me. Actually, let me check. Let me check. Check. Left alt num minus. So that's the comms menu for the main radio. I don't remember how to do it, whatever. But yeah, I'm probably talking on the wrong. Oh, that's a 222 I've got locked. Shit, where's the fighters? That's the fighters. MiG-29s. You can see them, they're smoky as fuck. They're slower than me, which is good news. Gives my missile a little more reach. Now I gotta go defensive. I just hope my wingman actually fires on them. Yep, this has NCTR. The Mirage has had NCTR modeled for a while. That's our overspeed horn. I shot his missile right as it was about to kill me. Oh, the wingman got me. Wingman got me. Since we can't talk to the wingman anyway, we'll just go TAF. So that goes over there, we close that, 530, TAF. There we go. So our target should be there, it's 0.9. There's two of them. Altitude 21,000. So they're a little below us. There they are. Nope, radar doesn't quite want to grab them. There we go. Not jamming, which is a good sign. Definitely hostile. I'm gonna dive a little to pick up some speed. Still no NCTR on them. They're either 31s or 23s looking at the RWR. I have trouble telling the two apart. They're 23s, there we go. MiG-23s at Mach 0.9. What are these guys doing with their lives? Imagine being in the MiG-23 and being subsonic. Can't even. It's my bingo. Turn that down to 800. It starts by default at 2800, which is really weird, but apparently that is standard procedure in the French Air Force, is 2800 bingo for the Mirage. Okay, the missile seekers are awake and can see the radar return. At 1.26, say roundabout. So let's slowly pull into them so I don't bleed too much speed. Okay. Really? They fired R-24s that far out? Interesting strategy. I'm not quite in optimal range, but I'm going to send that 530 now. Careful I don't overspeed myself in the dive here. So my first 530 didn't quite make it. That one absolutely will. Yeah. Oh my god, what the fuck? World's luckiest MiG-23. Man got extremely skinny there, holy shit. Hello? Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, I think it is a restriction because I didn't IFF. No, it's not. Why can I not fire? My weapons are armed. Maybe it is a TAF restriction. Alright, well, guns it is. The other one's gonna roll in behind me and R60 me, though. Right, he's out of it. That's my wingman, so the other one's back there somewhere. Shit. Okay, we got something. That's my wingman, or what's left of him. There's the other 23 limping home. I got a bad feeling about this. Very bad feeling about this. Hello. Whoa, ho, 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 just barely. Just barely. Just missed him. There we go. There's the hit. Okay. Clean. But it isn't. There's going to be some strike aircraft or bombers around here somewhere. TAF's found them. I think. Maybe. Maybe not. Still looking at that guy's wreck, I think. Well, the other, yeah, might be looking at the other 23 because he was still flying.
Nice shot.
Cheers! Thanks a bit. Just looking at... Yeah, it must be his wreck. We're going to switch stations, I think. Let's try... Oh, that's why we haven't got any more info. It was just running off memory mode. My bad. I'll go back to the station one. Hey, Ike. It's not going so great. We had a really good run in the MiG-29 earlier, but I'm trying to teach myself how to use this new radar, and it is not going the best. What's a round? Is that a hollow dot? AWACS. Okay, so that's our AWACS. .084 for 28. There. Right there. And I'm being jammed, but it's weak. Hey, Jazz. Yeah, that's why I like it. Like, it's made it so much more interesting to operate now that the radar actually has realistic limitations. I wish every radar in DCS was like this. I tried it. I'm not a huge fan at the moment. The flight model is... The SFM is an SFM. All SFMs are pretty janky. The EFM I couldn't get to work at all. The systems are basically not modeled, because how can they? They don't have any documentation for it, so... Like, it's an interesting thing to have, but not really my cup of tea. I'm barely catching up to these guys. I've heard, yeah, the same about the, whoops. Rover sped. I've heard the same about the R-77, and apparently a bunch of the other missiles, too, are, like, ridiculous. They go Mark 10. That's just to indicate that that's jamming me, I think. Curious what it is. I think it's a pair of froggies. Looks like a pair of Su-25s. They're smoky. So, I think... Shit, where the fuck are we? I think... we might be about to pass over Gordy? Maybe? Fuck, dude, I don't know. Okay, the MiG-29 just crashed. It's just a practice mission, yeah. Tried the Mirage Ray trial flight, 5th time, finally getting a feel for it. Nice. Should pick it up. It's a fun plane. I have no fuel. 420 liters. Woohoo. Yeah, it's a pair of Su-25s. Very fast Su-25s. Actually, no, I think I'm way up. No, I'm down here. Okay, so I was where I thought I was. I'm just not used to seeing it in these lighting conditions. With 370 liters left. I am not going to be able to get these guys before I run out of fuel, I don't think. Wait, no wonder they're outrunning me. They're not Su-25s, they're fucking Su-34s. Oh, and one of them turns around and dunks me. Love it. Oh well. Let's try again. We'll do one more, I think. They were showing off radar screenshots of the 15E recently, I think. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Interesting, the TAF's sending me all the way over here. I didn't have range, Saber, it wouldn't have hit from there. And the other guy, like the guy I was actually chasing was turning into me, the other one wasn't. The Magic's a pretty short range. It's kind of like a fat R60 in a lot of ways. No, this is just a practice mission for the new radar and the BVL missiles. It's in the instant action section for the Mirage. And it's slightly randomized, so every time you play the mission, it gives you different enemies in a different position, different starting setup, all sorts of stuff. It's quite good. Holy fuck, newbie! Cheers for gifting all those subs, man. Really appreciate it. Is that 5, I think? Yeah, 5. Cheers, man. Oh, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There's one group. There's another group right near them. Is he gonna jam me? It's an IL-78. I'm pretty sure I don't want him. Interesting the TAF's given me him as a target though. This is very much more interesting. What is this? A50. It sent me... Oh no! Oh no! It sent me after their tanker and their AWACS. TAF, what are you doing? So because the TAF is automated and it picks targets based on their proximity and what'll be closest to you at the point of intercept, sometimes it will give you things like tankers, when what you actually want is things like fighters and bombers, which is one downside of it. This is what I actually need to worry about right here. And of course it's jamming me. No idea when the lightning's coming. I wonder what these are. They're hostile. They're jamming me. They're probably attack aircraft. There's no radars on my scope though. No hostile ones anyway. What's the eye? That's my wingman. So there's nothing hostile on the RWR. Very interesting. Still don't actually know what this is, because we've got no NCTR on him, but we know he's hostile, because he's not returning IFF. Okay, we're in memory mode on the radar at the moment, and the radar lost him. Regained. Go get him, 530. Boom. Oh, hello. Don't think I don't see you. Su-27s? What? Okay, that got bamboozled. No, Su-24s. That got bamboozled by a flare. I gotta be careful. These guys carry R60s for self-defense sometimes. So I don't want to let him get behind me, or I might get an R60 anima. Which I do not want. Where'd he go? There he is. Okay, solid hit. 289 for 23. 8,000 cold. There. What are you? Or is that false contact, maybe? Might be a false contact. Nope, we got him. Had to go into interleave to pick him up. He is hostile, but we don't know what he is. They increased the 530's burn time. I think they did adjust the 530, but I'm not sure what exactly they did to it. TAF is telling me to go that way, but it's probably because it wants me to go annoy their AWACS again. Rather annoy this guy. It's a two-ship. Those are probably the fighters that were meant to be escorting the Su-24s, but I bamboozled them. Intriguingly, our AWACS no longer sees them. So we'll go run them down. See what they are. That eye on the RWR is my wingman. He's behind me somewhere. Probably trying desperately to catch up to me. These guys are moving at, what was it, 0.7. So it's going to take us a while to close with them, and I'm going to burn a lot of fuel doing it. Apparently, I can't remember who said it. I think it might have been Jojo, who made this mission, by the way. I think the Mirage is due for an engine adjustment to make it accelerate a little better, because it does accelerate pretty slowly through the supersonic, like really obnoxiously slowly. So if that happens, that should be quite nice, because at the moment it's kind of difficult to catch up to people like this, because it accelerates so slowly past Mach 1. Unless you make a really steep dive, you don't really pick up the speed. Still don't know what these are, other than hostile. We should be in range for a shot here shortly. And once again, I'm going to burn all my fuel to do it. Still can't tell what they are. I'm going to put the plane in autopilot for a minute, because I want to see what that missile does. That looks worryingly like an F-15. And he just jinked my missile. If that was an F-15 though, why did he return unidentified? Fast. Might have been a 29, yeah. 29s look kind of like 15s from a certain angle. 114.2. Let's see him. Shit. I'm about to get rolled. There he is. There's the R-73. Yeah, MiG-29. The second one will be around here somewhere though, which is scary. There's one. Still haven't lost it with the Mirage snapshots. Might not be much good at BVR, but I can certainly do that. But which way is he flanking? Left, it looks like. There he is. Nope, that's a parachute. There he is. No, that's my wingman, for fuck's sake. Wingman, please. That's the 29 there. I'm dead. I'm not dead. Praise Jeebus. Oh god, my wingman's useless. Oh. Oh, my wingman's about to be dead as well as useless. Too close. Пошёл нахуй! He's done. And we are down to 300, correction, 290 litres of fuel. Oh, how convenient, there's Sanaki. Why am I... Oh, probably because I fucking popped the autopilot while I had the stick over. When you disengage the autopilot, sometimes it centers the trim there, like what I just did. I did that to recenter the trim, and so it'll make the plane fly kind of stanky if you do that without thinking, which I do frequently. Okay, gears down. Mission success! All targets have been destroyed. Only barely, though. And I don't know if I'm gonna have enough... Oh, no, I'll have enough fuel to land. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You know what that means? You probably need to get more sleep. So I haven't even been going for 8 hours yet. And yes, I'm aware of the irony of me telling somebody to get more sleep. So the way this HUD symbology works is the brackets are your sort of on-speed brackets like the American planes have, and then those two carres are your acceleration. So you keep the carres inside the on-speed brackets, and you keep yourself like from falling out of the sky, and you should hit the runway. But I'm very bad at doing it without planting into the earth, because I either fixate too much on the brackets or I fixate too much on the runway. What you're really meant to do is trim the aircraft so you're not pulling the stick back all the time like I am. You need to be in approach mode. So you can't have any weapons selected on the fucking, whatchamacallit? Not the PCB, the weapon board, whatever it's called. You can't have any weapons selected on that, and then you select the APP mode approach. So once you get close to the end of the runway, it starts giving you height readouts down the bottom. You're actually meant to raise your seat to do this, but because I just sit up straighter in my chair anyway, it doesn't really matter. And now we do a little flare. We're actually a little too fast still, and wow, nice and gentle. That warning is because my trim is not reset, so I just go autopilot and reset, and the trim's reset. PCA, that's the one. And turn the nose wheel steering on. That's how you land a Mirage. Although ideally your landing is a little cleaner than mine was. What is it I'm doing wrong? It's... Why is that not opening? Maybe it won't open if I'm moving? What? There we go. Yeah, now it opens. So then we can use that and whoop! There we go. Shush you. I don't need to hear it. Parking brake, and then you can pop that up and whoopsie daisies up with the canopy. I do like the canopy physics, that's such a nice little touch. Anyway, oh! I think the engine's just about to shut down actually because we're so low on fuel. But we'll go and hit that, that shuts it down. And then I'm not going to bother going through the entire shutdown procedure, we'll just turn the battery off, make all the beeping stop. But yeah, there's our Mirage. It is such a nice plane, and the module has improved so much over the past 2 years. If you guys don't own this already, I would strongly recommend it. Strongly, strongly recommend it. Including so you can get a feel of just how frustratingly difficult it should be to use a lot of these radars in combat conditions. Anyway, I am going to take a short break, and then, I don't know, we'll figure out what to do from there. Is it really a stream if you didn't embarrass yourself? I'm just having something to eat. I will be back very shortly, guys. Nope, the flaps issue has been fixed. However, I should note, if you're coming into approach and you've done the thing a lot of people do, including me occasionally, and you're way too high and way too fast, so you think, oh, I'll fix this by chopping the throttle, and you try and extend the flaps and or gear at the same time you cut the throttle, you're going to have an interesting time because the engine at idle does not replenish the hydraulic pressure as fast as you'd be used to. It won't cause you to go into the ground like the flaps thing did, but it will cause you to have low pressure warnings come up, and if you put in excessive stick commands, it will actually drop the pressure to the point you lose the controls. It should come back, but it's kind of sketchy. With that said, if you actually fly it like a sane person, it should be fine. You won't have any issues with it. You will still get the low pressure warning lights as you deploy the gear. That is normal. That's described in the manual for the actual aircraft as being a thing that happens. But yeah, you won't nose over because of the flaps anymore. Is that correct behavior now? It should be either correct or very close to it. So you would normally get low pressure warnings for the main system because the flaps and the gear are both driven off the main system, so they will drop pressure in that as they come down. But you shouldn't, I don't think, get a warning for the booster system because none of the booster system only runs flight controls, so it shouldn't affect any of those. Hey Tempest, you caught me just as I got back from a break. Give me a sec, I've got to change the game and the title. We're going to do some MSFS, I think. We might continue our grand journey of the East. Did some MiG-29 today, then a little bit of Su-25, and then some Mirage practice. Just doing the instant action BVR mission for the Mirage so I can get the hang of using the radar. As it happens, I suck at BVR and using the radar. That was good fun.
Dude, the Mirage is so nice now.
It is fucking amazing, man, and cheers to the resub. It's so good, like actually having to switch radar modes to get locks on people or to have them pop up in the first place, having to figure out what's an actual contact and what's a false contact. Like, holy shit, it actually takes skill and knowledge to use the radar now. And it's really fucking stressful when something gets close to you and you're trying to separate them out from clutter or separate them out from false contacts. And it doesn't want to lock them, you've got to swap modes, it still doesn't want to lock them. By the time you do get them locked, they're already just about on top of you. Like, it's really intense. Really, really intense. Is the F-35 in DCS? Nope. However, the F-35 is in MSFS. I do have it in this, but I'm not going to fly it today. We will probably fly it on stream at one point. It's alright, it looks nice, the interface is quite cool, the way they program the one big MFD that thing has. I'm curious about the flight model, because it feels the same as the MSFS Hornet, in that a lot of the numbers seem, well, in the F-35's case I don't know what the numbers are, but I'm assuming it's close in that respect. But the fly-by-wire logic isn't there. Like, it doesn't seem to have that typical fly-by-wire handling where you can just throw the stick around and pretend shit like wing stalls don't exist. Because it will do that. So will the MSFS Hornet. Oh, hang on. It's telling me... I'm not going to do it now, but I'm just going to see what it is. It's telling me I've got updates for content. Oh, it's an update for the, Holy shit, that's a lot of updates. Never mind. It's an update for, like, 10 different planes I own. As well as a bunch of the Reno stuff and the base game. But we won't do that now. I'll do it after the stream. You will not get a true simulation of the F-35 on the civilian market. You won't. Like, it's not going to happen. Maybe in 30, 40, 50 years you might, but you're not going to get one now. You might get something that's kind of close, but I doubt you'll ever get a true sim of it. As you can tell, it was the last thing I was flying when I was playing the game. But I should be able to... No, that's not what I wanted. Hopefully this flight plan actually works. It didn't save the actual plan. Okay, so it's going to try and spawn me there. Let's try the other one. Okay, yeah, that one works. This has got us taking off from Giuliani. But we're actually going to start down at Cherkasy, which is where I left the plane last time. And we're going to start from... As soon as it lets me do it, we're going to start from the parking over here. And it just wiped all my waypoints. Oh my god. Why, Misfits? Why? They really need a better flight planning system. Like, they really, really need a better flight planning system. Delete. No. No. Not gonna work. Okay, you know what? We might just have to go from Giuliani and fly the whole, however far that is. It's not that far. We'll just say that the Spitfire had to get ferried back up to Kiev for fixing, right? That's our headcanon for this. We had to take the plane all the way back up to fix it up. The weather is going to be live weather, so it's probably going to be snow on the ground. So I'm going to adjust that when I get in-game. Because the snow, while pretty, kind of obliterates a lot of the details on the ground. So, aren't you repeating zones? I'm repeating one. So this leg we'd already done down to Cherkasy. We tried to go down to Dnepr, but we ran into a fuck-off storm, like, right here, and the engine blew up. Hence why I went back there and swapped over back to the Yak to go up and check out Chernobyl zone again. So we'll fly from there. And hopefully nothing blows up this time, although I'm sure it will. Wouldn't be a stream without something going horribly wrong. Don't make the mistake I did and unlock the target because it self-destructs the missile. Yeah. Yeah. The flood mode's quite cool. Actually having that now. Consider trying a little nav map. It's free, has good reviews, and you can save flight plans outside of the sim. I probably should. People keep saying it's good, but I haven't got around to trying it. Engine's already run. Oh, okay, it's spawned me on the runway. With no fuel pressure. Intriguing. We'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, so the weather's shit. We're gonna fix that. Make it a little later in the day. We'll get rid of that. We'll make it a few clouds. No, you know what? What's the live weather? I want to get rid of the snow though. And I can't really do that without, so we'll make it rain, but we'll move the clouds up a bit. There we go. That's not bad, that's pretty. And we'll adjust the overcast. I don't want it to be quite so dark. So we'll change that to like 60%. That can be like 50. Still kind of dark. Frames are a little low. Frames are very low. Hopefully this isn't going to be an issue. Probably is. We'll call that good enough. That'll do me for weather. Okay. Canopy, that's latched. Guide flat. Pitot heat. Fuel pump. Give us some trim. Fuel pressure. We're not going to need the oxygen actually on at the moment, but we'll open the valve. We just won't turn the regulator on. Fuel's already flowing. One of the mags is off. That's an issue with this Spitfire when it spawns in already started. One mag's off, I don't know why. Crack the throttle, make sure the brake is on, which it is, and we're going to... Okay. Is it going to crack the shits with me because of the mix? No, it automatically does that anyway. Why is she not running? We do have fuel pressure. Set to have the belly tank off. Let's see what's actually loaded up in the aircraft. Nothing. Ah, that would be what... That might have something to do with it. Do I want to take the slipper tank? I don't think we need it, and it ruins the Spitfire's beautiful lines, so we'll get rid of that. Right, now. You're kidding. What is your problem now? Come on. We've got fuel pressure. Throttle's cracked, that's fully forwards, mixture's good. You know what? How much do you want to bet cylinders aren't primed? 2, 3, 4. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, we're off to a great start. I might have flooded the engine, maybe. It's weird, though, that it doesn't want to start up. Let me reload the flight. Oh, and I've got to redo the weather. Fuck. It's gonna do the exact same thing. No, that's not what I want. There we go. Just in time. So we'll make sure we got that. Open that. We'll get the rudder trim over a bit. That'll do. That should do for weather. Okay. That's done. Trim set. For the rudder, we'll set a little bit of nose up trim. Fuel's all good. Get the oxygen valve open. Okay, I think we're finally good to go. And we have our correct livery. Good. The ground handling is still very funky. The biggest problem with this, I think, and with a lot of the other warbirds too, is the ground handling is just nowhere near what it should be. They should not do that on takeoff. It should swing to the left for a Spitfire, but not like... It's doing nothing and then boom, straight over. It should not be doing that. It should gradually swing as you put on more power, but it should not go from nothing to full-on 90-degree left-hand drunken turn.
Tower 9532 9053 to continue increase departure.
We're taking off from Kiev. Yeah, I know the FPS is a little rough. I think it's the clouds. Because it wouldn't let me spawn in at Cherkasy, which is where I was going to fly from, without it wiping my entire flight plan. So yeah, I might have a look into little nav map if it lets me do stuff externally, because the default MSFS flight planning is a little oof. Back to +4 boost and 2650, and then we'll just get the aircraft trimmed out. I heard it and I didn't care. I'm not actually going to change frequency.
Tower 9532 9053 to frequency change.
So that's the city of Kiev back there. Germany in World War II wanted an alliance with Japan, or the Japanese one people they weren't racist against? No, they were racist against them too. It was just an alliance of convenience. The threat of the Japanese kind of kept the Soviets from deploying all their troops on one side, at least until the Japanese got their shit pushed in hard enough by the Soviets. They signed a non-aggression pact with them. But as well as that, it helped Germany having a second front in the Pacific for the Allies to fight. Also, they were both very militaristic fascist governments, so it's kind of not surprising they would ally with each other. Yeah, the clouds are kind of killing the FPS a little when I look behind me. It might improve, but we'll see how we go. I think it might be partly because I'm still using, I think, CPU encoding in this, well, on OBS, and it seems like DCS prefers prefers CPU encoding, or was it video? I can't remember. But they prefer different encoding, and I don't want to be switching back and forth every time I change sims, because then I've got to restart the stream to do it. Would Japan have to gain by an alliance with someone who hated them if they win the war? What then? If they won the war, it wasn't going to be their problem, because, you know, even then, the Germans wouldn't be able to colonize that far east into what was the Soviet Union quickly enough. Like, it kind of worked out mutually for them. Neither of them particularly liked the other, but in terms of convenience, it made sense. I mean, it's like, why is the US allied with Saudi Arabia? Literally the guys that did 9/11. You know, Saudi Arabia funds so much fucking terrorism in the world, it's not even funny. And yet, if you go after them, the US comes after you. Same shit. It's an alliance of convenience. It has nothing to do with liking each other. They fucking don't have to like each other. It's convenience. My last session, Turkmenistan joined my West Pacific Treaty Organization. Beautiful. Although that kind of flies in the face of permanent neutrality, doesn't it? So, we should be good to continue flying further down the river this time. The engine will hopefully not blow up on me because I'm not going to fly into any thunderstorms. Be able to do a little more sightseeing. Going into the politics of it, I know this will pale in significance to everything else, but has anyone asked if DCS or IL-2 users will be affected by new Ukraine sanctions if there is an invasion? No idea. No idea. Hopefully nothing happens, and I suspect if something does happen, it won't be a full-scale, like, invasion, take over the whole country kind of thing. Feel free to mock me if I'm wrong in, like, a couple weeks, but if war happens, it will probably be very limited. It won't be a full-scale war. The Russians will not go to try and seize Kiev. Put it this way, the Russian economy is already a dumpster fire. The last thing the Russians need is to have to administer this. Like, if you think the Russian economy is bad, like, God help you if you look at what the Ukrainian economy is like. It is awful. Like, it basically doesn't have an economy. So, it's not in Russia's interests to have to administer all of Ukraine. Like, that would actually hurt them. What is in their interests, and if they do anything aggressive, this will probably be it, is to form a land bridge between the Ukrainian-Russian border and Crimea. Because the Ukrainians are cutting off water and electricity to Crimea, because obviously that's how they get it down there, through Ukraine and then down the peninsula. And the Russians can't easily make up for the problem by coming across from Kerch. So, if they do anything at all, that's probably going to be it. They're going to try and consolidate Crimea, which they already have, and maybe a small land bridge to it. They might try and prop up the proxy states they've already got in the area, but like, worst case scenario, they might try and annex, like, the eastern third of the country. Worst case scenario. I don't see them invading the whole country and trying to take Kiev, and God forbid trying to take anything west of the Carpathians. It's just, like, it makes no fucking sense from any perspective. The other thing is, if Russia tries to make a move on the western part of the country, they lose one of their justifications. Whether you agree with it or not doesn't matter, but this is what they try and justify with. One of their justifications is that they're protecting Russian-speaking minorities in the east, which is a classic. Everyone does it. Like, the number one thing you go to if you want to invade a country is, we're just protecting our own language-speaking minority. Like, everyone does that. But that's the excuse the Russians will probably try and use if they do try and bite off the eastern half of the country, or eastern third of the country. Way too costly and the Russians are too smart for that. Could just be a domestic play since Putin's approval is tanking since COVID. It probably is. The only thing that makes me think twice about it being some grand theatre that's not going to actually eventuate into a war is that is a lot of money to spend, and it's very hard to demobilize such a large force. You can do it, but like this is part of what caused World War I, is everyone was mobilizing like crazy, and then it became a case of it was easier to declare war and start killing each other than it was to demobilize the massive amount of troops they called up. So that's the one thing that has me kind of wondering, is if they can demob that many troops that quickly. But maybe, we'll see. Hey Paula, just a bits, man. Good morning. They don't want NATO troops on their border. They never have. They never have. Like, half the problem that we're having now with Russia, from a Western perspective, is because they have NATO troops either on their borders or near their borders. Like, this is shit people should have seen coming 30 years ago. If you put NATO troops in former Soviet republics, like, obviously they don't want the Russians fucking with them again, so I understand their perspective, but if you put NATO troops in, say, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, if you put it in former Warsaw Pact countries like Poland, if you put it in Ukraine, like, that to the Russians is a big threat. They perceive that as a huge threat. So the natural reaction is they're going to push back against it. Like, it's so obvious that at times you almost have to wonder if it isn't deliberate. Like, surely they would have seen this coming. Surely. You would fucking think. Because every time the Soviets tried to station troops, or anything really, anywhere near a NATO power, they lost their shit. I mean, the whole Cuban Missile Crisis, look at that. The Americans put missiles in Turkey, and nothing happened. The Soviets put missiles in Cuba as a form of retaliation for those missiles in Turkey, and World War III nearly happened. Like, it's just... neither side will actually accept that the other side are doing what they think is best. Like, you know what I mean? They completely fail to understand each other. They make no attempt to understand each other. And so NATO acts like Russia is this big evil hegemon trying to take over the entire world because the Russians react badly to troops being on their border, when historically troops being on the Russian border have usually invaded Russia not long after. They won't this time, presumably, but that's like, if you're Russian and you look at your own history, troops on your western border tend to come across that border eventually. So I can get where they're coming from, but at the same time, I get where NATO is coming from, seeing Russia slowly start to try and nibble away at and regain control of territories that used to be under its power like a century ago, or even less. I know they wanted to be a part of NATO, but this is the thing, if you admit those countries to NATO, then it's going to cause an issue, which sucks for them, but like, it should have been obvious that as soon as Russia has NATO countries on its border, they're going to start really getting shirty about it. Now, is there a better way around that? I don't know, because if you didn't admit them to NATO and you just gave them a guarantee of sovereignty, that's not going to be very much comfort to them if the Russians do come rolling across the border and NATO says, well, actually, we need a week to mobilize. I get it, but it is what it is. Like, neither side wants to even entertain the thought of understanding the other's perspective, so this is what happens. Butts McAss cracked, thanks for the follow, welcome to the stream. It's also about NATO, also because NATO lied about expanding. Yeah, they did. They made the assurance, although the Western media did their best to pretend this was never a thing and did their best to gaslight people who were actually there. But when the Soviet Union was in the process of collapsing, it was assured that NATO would not move east of the inner German border. Well, look what's happened. Like, you know. At the same time this happens, you can also see a lot of consent manufacturing about different countries. So, for instance, there was a lot, I don't know if it's died down yet because I haven't checked, truth be told, but there was a lot of fuss reasonably recently about Nicaragua again. Isn't that strange? Like, just the... I don't know, dude. Can't just deny a country's membership just for fear of upsetting the Russians. That way you're always a refugee of Russia. Well, would you rather have the Russians actually invade, or would you have the Russians, kind of have one over NATO by saying, haha, we stopped you from taking on a member state? That's the problem here. Like, that's the actual problem here. Do you want to just keep playing one-upmanship until somebody starts slinging nukes, or do you want to actually balance the situation out? Because you don't balance the situation out by doing something that's going to antagonize the other side. Like, I get it, they want into NATO. I get why they want into NATO. It makes perfect sense why they want into NATO. But at the same time, the more you do things that the Russians perceive as hostile, the worse it's going to get, right? Like, you can't just assume that the Russians are going to watch this and go, oh, well, no, that's fine, I get it. You know, whatever, they can be a member of NATO. They're not going to like it. Of course they're not going to like it. And if you do enough things they're not going to like, eventually they're going to find an excuse to actually do something aggressive, which they have been. And yeah, they've already done exactly that, so, you know, there is historical precedent for it. I think the Russians would actually invade, basically saying cave into the Russians to avoid a war. I'm saying don't do something that actively antagonizes them to avoid the possibility of a future war and also to reduce tensions. Because reducing tensions is generally helpful. It stops the Russians from doing quite as much, you know, underhanded hybrid warfare shit, both to us and to the involved countries. And it's better for, you know, it's better for everyone in general if there's a lot less diplomatic tension in the world. Like, the thing is, you can view it as caving into the Russians as all you want, but if the Russians don't then counteract, it's viewed as them caving into NATO. Like, this is the thing, you can't act like you're the only person on Earth. You can't act like the rest of the world exists as an extension of your own character, right? People do this all the time. They act like the only thing that matters in the world is them and their side, and anyone else, it's like, you know, nobody else is a real person. They're just kind of background characters in my story. That's not how the world works, and the more you treat the world like that, the more it's going to push back against you. And not even talking about Russia at this point, but if you look at US foreign policy, that is the US foreign policy, to a T, is act like they're the only country on Earth that actually matters, and they're the only ones on Earth that know what's right, and then go invade some random country in the Middle East, and then be surprised when it backfires on them 20 years later. What I would say is allowing the Baltics into NATO and Poland into NATO wasn't too bad, but with the situation in Ukraine now, the Russians are looking at that and they're very worried. The Baltics aren't that big of a deal because they don't provide Russia a defensive buffer. Poland, not that big of a deal. But Ukraine has traditionally been either part of Russia or very close to them. So when they see Ukraine trying to join NATO, trying to join the EU, and also the whole drama of Ukraine's national identity being built on the backs of people that the Russians do not like, or me, or anyone else that was subject to their, or whose families were subject to their genocides, by the way, it's like they're not going to like that. And it's not a good situation for Ukraine either. I really wish that the Ukrainian government in the 90s had picked better national heroes. Like, instead of Bandera, how about picking Shevchenko? Like, somebody who actually had a positive result on the country and actually built a positive national identity. Not somebody that fancied going out and genociding some Poles and then genociding some Jews afterwards. Like, it's not good. And you end up with a situation where the Ukrainian government's full of Nazis, the Russian government's full of, I don't know if I call them Nazis, but they're not exactly nice people either. You know, fucking authoritarian theocrats at this point, looking at the kind of power the Orthodox Church has. There's just bad shit all round in that part of the world. Which is probably why I very much doubt I'll ever be allowed into Ukraine or Russia, because I shit on both their governments. But that's the world we live in, I guess. The last thing Ukraine needs right now is this shit with Russia as well. Like, it literally doesn't help anybody except Putin, and I would have said probably 5-10 years ago the Americans, but it's not even helping them at this point. Like, it's not helping them at all. So it probably is a power play by Putin, to be honest. Let's don't forget that they do that everywhere. But yeah, like, there's actually a persistent Russian myth. It's kind of like, you know, the myth of the, so in the Korean War, the Soviets did deploy pilots to fight as Chinese or North Korean pilots against the Americans. We all know that now. And the Soviet records back that up. But in every war since then, especially Vietnam, but even the Gulf, the Americans have this idea that they were really fighting Russians, because no, random pajama people from Vietnam couldn't be that good at flying planes. No, Arabs are terrible at flying planes. No, they couldn't have been Arabs, it was Russians. I swear that pilot had blue eyes. The Russians had the exact same neurosis, except instead of being, like, obviously it can't be about themselves, but instead of being about Americans, it's about white tights. So it's like Finnish, Estonians, like all these former, either people the Soviets fought against or people from former Soviet republics going and fighting with the Chechens against the Russian army. It's the amount of cope that major powers will come up with when they get the shit kicked out of them by an insurgent force is phenomenal. But they have that exact same thing. And in some cases it's true, like for instance the Ukrainians fighting alongside the Chechens against the Russians. That's documented. I believe they sent some to Syria as well. And of course the Russians have done the same thing against the West in recent wars, but not on a like state level official sort of scale. All in all, I would say that the current world situation is an absolute shit sandwich. I'm hoping nothing goes badly out of whack and it all de-escalates, or at least remains as it is, which, now you think about it, is probably part of the goal, is to normalize the current state of affairs and then just gradually push for more control as time goes on, you know, the old frog in the pot thing. But I'm hoping nothing kicks off for the sake of everyone involved, because it won't help the Russians, as in the Russian people. It will help the Russian government in power, but it won't help the Russian people, it won't help the Ukrainian people, it won't help us. And I wish they'd knock it the fuck off, because I would like to actually visit this part of the world without worrying about either the SBU or the FSB fingering me for speaking out about against their governments. Not that I'm that important. MSFS doesn't really have a render distance? Yeah, it doesn't. I did take the F-104 up to about 75,000 feet, and I think I might have spotted a render distance for the clouds, maybe, but I'm not even sure. It might have just been a weather front. So that there, let me just double check the map, but that should be Cherkasy, which was our first, yep, it is. So that was our first stop off last time, and that was where we left the plane before. So we're going to continue down the river. So we're heading to Dnepr, which is down there. And there's a stop over here I want to make, which is, I think, Kremenchug. Should be there or near there, and I wanted to fly over that because there's like a massive fuck-off steelworks or something there, and I'm a simp for heavy industry, so I want to go look at that. On the other hand, I have to say the weather isn't really helping my sightseeing here, so you know what, let's just gently taper off the overcast, because this is something we can do in MSFS. We can just, you know, let's lift this layer of cloud up to the top of that. Let's thin this one down a little. There we go. There we go, that's a little better lit. Put sun behind you. I could, but it'll be fine. We're mostly going to be looking out the left window anyway, once we get where we're going. We're in contested airspace today? Not quite. This far west isn't contested yet. Anyway, look, my view on world events is this. I don't necessarily agree with things that happen in the world. There are actually most things I disagree with. But I at least try and understand why they happen. Because if you don't make the effort to understand why particular people or states or whatever, this applies on a personal level as well as a state level. If you don't try and at least understand why they do the things they do, then your own actions are not going to interact well with theirs. Like, anything you do to counter what they do is going to be very ill-informed and very prone to going out of control, or prone to having outcomes you didn't expect or didn't want. So, you don't have to agree with it, but I would seriously say you want to try and understand it. Them evil, us good, easy peasy. I know, right? That's what they teach you in school. We're always the good guys, can never do any wrong. Incidentally, speaking of good guys and never doing any wrong, if you want to know part of the reason why Russia still doesn't trust the West, aside from the whole NATO encroachment thing, look at what happened in the 90s and look at the driving forces behind that. It's pretty understandable why they don't really trust us, if you look at it like that. On the other hand, a lot of their reactions to things the West do, you can see why the West doesn't trust them either, because they have a habit of saying one thing and doing another. And it has to be said, they're not very good liars. At this point, whatever happens, I don't want it to go south. Literally, I'm in Romania and we weren't invited to the latest NATO meeting. Yeah, like, I've got a lot of friends in that part of the world, including in Ukraine, and I don't want anything to kick off. Like, it's just, literally, the only person that will benefit from it is Putin, and even that's questionable. Oh, and the far right in Ukraine, because of course they'll fucking benefit from it. Anything that pushes the Ukrainian population further to the right, they will lap up. And the defense industry, naturally. I mean, that goes without saying at this point. It is a Spitfire, it's a Mark 9. And, since we're flying through the former Soviet Union, we are in the appropriate livery. Oh, hang on, I gotta get rid of that slipper tank. Disgusting. There we go. I told them not to put that on. Anyway, we're flying with a Soviet PVO livery. So this aircraft, PT-879, was sent to the Soviet Union under Lend-Lease and was adopted by the PVO, the Air Defense Forces, and used as a high-altitude interceptor during World War II. So this aircraft has actually been restored in real life, and sports these colours, and also its original RAF colours, depending on which airshow season it is. So current state of IL-2 Quad, I haven't played it in ages. I want to play it. They've had a couple of updates since I last played it, and they're pretty close to, well, from what I saw, that looks like they're pretty close to releasing VR for it. But the issue I have with Claude is a lot of the time the servers are deserted because so few people still play it. And if I want to stream Claude, I have to do it before I stream anything else, because Claude operates in this bizarro regime where the actual game 3D window, the menu window, the map window, all of that are in separate actual physical windows, and OBS always grabs the wrong one. It usually goes to the menu. So, to stream Claude, I have to open Claude right about the time I open OBS, and then quickly tab in and out until it grabs it, and then I cannot tab back out. Or OBS will lose the window and hook the wrong one, and we're back to square one at that point. So we're nearly there. We might need to do a stopover for fuel. We might not, actually. We'll see how we go. I'll probably stop off for fuel. Yeah, I'll stop off the fuel, I think. Gives me more landing practice in this anyway. The mods for Claude? Not that I'm aware of. Actually, that probably should be, because Team Fusion started out as a modding team. But I don't know. I haven't seen any. I'm sure they exist, I just haven't seen them. Why is my view tilted so far downwards? There we go. It's a little better. So you can see just how wide the Dnepr river is, where it's been dammed up along its length like this. There's a whole series of dam schemes, mostly hydroelectric, all the length of the river. What's my FPS? I don't know. I don't have a counter on, but it's fairly reasonable until I look behind me and then it drops a bit. Hopefully the stream isn't too stuttery. I know sometimes it doesn't play nice with MSFS. This is actually the widest point of the river. Yeah, it is, right here. It's the widest point of the Dnepr river. There's a bunch of stuff I want to see on the other bank of it too. On the right bank, since this is the direction it's flowing. But we'll probably come back for that. So I don't know if you guys noticed when I set up the trip plan for this, but it's all over the place and it zigzags back on itself a few times. So, skeptical of Clystodova because I heard it's not user-friendly. It's not user-friendly at all. It still has an interface like the original IL-2. On the other hand, it has really nice damage models, certainly visually speaking, but even functionally in a lot of ways, I'd say the damage models are better than the new series, because the new series it's based on Rise of Flight's code base, and Rise of Flight was designed for rickety canvas and wood planes, not solid-bodied, metal planes. So you get a lot of weird stuff that doesn't make sense from that perspective in the new IL-2. And things like engines lasting for ages, even with the radiator shot out. Even if you play DCS World War II, you'll notice a huge difference between the damage models between it and the Great Battle series. I wouldn't say Clystodova was trash. I'd say it took a long time to get good, because the release was definitely trash, but over the years it has become quite good. The flight models, yeah, they're not really that great anymore. The visuals, yeah, like, it's not aged too badly. It's aged, but it hasn't aged too badly. Oh, Call of Duty? I gotcha, yeah. But anyway, I can go on with this point anyway, for those that haven't played it. So, what it does do really well, damage models including visual damage feedback, like when you shoot a plane, you will see a hole appear where you shot it. You can see bullet holes in planes. You can see panels falling off where you hit them with an explosive cannon round. On top of that, it has really good AI until you get near the ground, at which point they crash into it because they're dumb. But in actual air combat, the AI are really clever. They're hard to tell apart from a human player a lot of the time. It's kind of like IL-2 1946. The AI aren't perfect, but they're good enough that these days you can't tell them apart from a lot of human players. Whereas you look at the new IL-2 series and the AI is garbage, they're barely better. Well, actually, they're not better than DCS. The DCS AI has improved to the point it's better than IL-2 at this stage. And the DCS AI is still not that great. How heavy is that thing on RAM? Which thing? Clystodova? Or this? I mean, I got 32 because I play DCS multiplayer, so I need 32. And it runs fine. Oh, the bullets? Oh, no, it's not bad. It runs pretty well. It chugged like crazy when it first came out, but it runs pretty well now. It's not actually that difficult to do. So, older flight simmers will remember this, but Combat Flight Simulator 3, which came out in what, like 2001, 2002, somewhere around there? Probably 2002. Combat Flight Simulator 3 would show you individual bullet holes wherever a bullet impacted a plane. That's not new technology, it's been around forever. It's not even that difficult or taxing to do. But just modern sims don't really do it for some reason. Where's this journey lead to? We're not sure yet. It goes everywhere. So we started in the Caucasus, we started at, where did we start? I think it was Batumi we flew from. So we took off from Batumi, we flew along the Georgian Valley, then across Azerbaijan, crossed the Caspian near Baku, flew up the east coast of the Caspian, and then around the north, went up the Volga River by Astrakhan. We flew up the entire length of the Volga as far as, like, just about level with Moscow, and then flew to Moscow, then from Moscow to Minsk, then from, or actually no, I think we stopped off along the way at Smolensk, and then from Smolensk to Minsk, Minsk to Kiev, and then this is the leg from Kiev. The autogen's probably not going to be quite as impressive in the areas I wanted to look at. I think this is Kremenchuk. I think. I'd have to check the maps again. It's been a while since I planned this journey, but... pretty big city. We got some mines over there, so yeah, it looks about right. Getting 45 consistently on Enigmas last night, not acceptable. What, did you want 30 instead? How are we on fuel? Bottom tank's still full. I reckon... is that a POL depot, or is that an actual power station? I think it might be a POL depot. Yeah, it's a POL depot. There are power stations up and down the length of the river, including a few nuclear ones. Kind of parallel the river for a second. Let me just double check my nav. Because I do not plan things ahead of time. I don't know if you guys noticed. My frame rate on Enigmas varies wildly from day to day, and it also depends if I'm streaming. If I'm streaming, my frame rate goes to shit. If I'm not streaming, it's usually pretty high. But it also depends on stuff I haven't figured out yet. Yes, this should indeed be Kremenchuk. So there should be a fuck-off mine. Looks like maybe a coal mine, just down the way here. There it is. Oh, right as I'm talking about it. How's that for timing? And I think there was a power station or a steel mill or something here, right near the mine from memory. Fucking size of this. Holy shit. That must be the tailings there. And then that's a tailings pond. Yep, that's a coal mine. That is a coal mine. That is a big motherfucking coal mine too. Holy shit. I find it greatly amusing in kind of a depressing way that all the biggest, most profitable coal mines happen to be next to major bodies of water. So not only is there a heavy risk of them flooding if the river breaks its banks, and causing all kinds of problems, because then, you know, you've got a river's worth of water flowing into something that's going to form a lake, but also you've got all the fucking tailings ponds right next to a river, which people rely on for their livelihoods and some of them for their water supply. humans are so incredibly intelligent. It's like the fucking mines up the Hunter River, like, all of the biggest and most fucking productive coal mines in this country are along the Hunter River. To the point where, and I've said this on stream before, but back when the Crimean War was happening in 1854, the New South Wales government, because New South Wales was a separate colony at the time, there was no Australia as such, there were only separate British colonies. But the New South Wales government was terrified that the Russian Navy, the Imperial Russian Navy, the same Imperial Russian Navy that hit its own ships engaging British trawlers in along Dogger Bank, thinking they were being attacked by the Japanese, that same Russian Navy, they thought they were going to come all the way down from Kamchatka and invade Newcastle to steal its coal. So they built Fort Scratchley in Newcastle to counter the threat of Russian invasion. I'm not shitting you. Like, I am not shitting you. So any Novocastrians who didn't know that little tidbit of our history, I used to live in Newcastle for a good long time, I miss it, that's why Fort Scratchley exists, because they thought the Russians were going to invade, of all the fucking people. Fort Scratchley did actually fire its guns in anger at a Japanese submarine, which was shelling Newcastle Harbour during World War II, but oddly enough, it never got the chance to test itself against the might of the Imperial Russian Navy. Most of the villages here have the cemeteries on a hill above the village. Talk about planning. I mean, I can kind of understand why, if you're into that whole spiritual thing, then you put them closer to heaven, right? By putting them up on a hill or a rise. But yeah, like, from an environmental standpoint, holy fuck, that's dumb. I too love polluted groundwater and runoff and erosion. Did the Russians invade? No, so the fort worked. Yep. Fort Scratchley. Fort Scratchley staved off the Russian menace. There you go, Ukraine. If you're worried about the Russians, just fucking build a fort, dude. Just build a fort. Correction, have the Australians build a fort. Forget NATO, fuck them. Have the Australians come build a fort somewhere, the Russians won't touch you. Work for us. Yep, absolutely. Man, I want to visit so bad, but the current state of this part of the world, just aside from COVID, even if it wasn't for COVID, just like Russia is a dumpster fire, Ukraine is a dumpster fire, Belarus, let's not even fucking start. Like, oh man. I know that there are some people that can get by traveling in spicy parts of the world, but I'm not one of those people. I can barely get to the fucking shops without fucking something up, so I'd rather not risk it. That's a steelworks, I think. That's the Kremenchuk steelworks. Build a Sydney situation. There's actually at Lidcombe, right near Lidcombe train station, there's a Ukrainian youth, there's a church and a Ukrainian youth hall. Like, you can literally see it from the train. Yeah, this is the Flying Iron Spitfire. At least visit Western Ukraine. I'd like to visit the whole country, honestly. Like, all of it's beautiful. And particularly in the northeast, it's very much like home for me. Like, Alberta is... You can tell why so many Ukrainians move to Alberta, because it's basically the same as this. Belarus seems to be the test bed of how fucked up you can get a country before total collapse. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, man. I play Misfits now, it's fun for chill flights. Yeah, so often, like, if I'm just kind of... If I've had a rough day and I just want to chill out, I'll fire up Misfits. I've got another flight going, which is... I haven't flown it for a couple of months because I've been doing other stuff, but I started the flight in San Fran at the airport. In the... F4U Corsair, the Milvis Corsair. So I flew from San Fran up past, what's the name of it? Up towards the mountains, towards Truckee Lake, that direction. And then I cut from there across to Nass Fallon, and then from Fallon I went up towards Utah, and I stopped over in Wendover, which is really cool to actually see the airbase where the crews of the Enola Gay and Boxcar trained. And then from Wendover, I crossed the desert to, went over the lake a few times, then landed at Salt Lake City. And then from Salt Lake City, I'm going southeast, so I'm going to do like kind of a circuit of Utah and then come back around and then probably northeast. Let's see, Pripyat one day, I hope it hasn't turned to forest yet. It kind of has, so if you want to go check it out now, you should probably go in winter when there's no leaves, or autumn or winter when there's no leaves on the trees. But even though it's completely overgrown with forest, even if you go in the summer, it's beautiful. It's just beautiful. Like, I kind of want to see the city itself, but at the same time, it's, you know, it'd be worth going just to see the nature reclaiming it. Central and Northern Europe, leg when? We could add that back in at some point. So I've done a lot of that stuff off stream. I think I've done a flight around the UK on stream, and I think I've done... is that the only European one I've done on stream? It might have been. So the current plan is we're going to do Ukraine, like all of Ukraine, just kind of like a furball pattern, see as much as we can. And then once we're done in Ukraine, we're going to hop across the Kerch Strait, and then we're going to go down through the North Caucasus, like around the north of the Caucasus through southern Russia, and all the spicy places where angry beard men live in the mountains. And then we're going to hop across the Caspian again, but this time instead of going up the north coast, we're going to go southeast down the Alborz Mountains. And we're going to check out a lot of the population centers in Turkmenistan. And then we're going to hook up through Central Asia from there, from the eastern border where it actually starts to get less desolate. Go up through all the other stands. Maybe come up through the interior of Russia, hop across, go through the Far East. I want to do all down the coast of the Far East. And then from there, fuck knows where we'll go after that. But it's going to be a big journey. Honestly, I don't like using the word because it got memed to death back in the 2000s, but it's going to be an epic. And I've flown a pretty fair distance already. It's taken me months to fly this because I boot up the sim and do it once every couple of weeks. But yeah, it's going to be a very long trip, but it's going to be a very scenic trip. And the cool thing about doing this journey is that I'm flying over places where the devs have not done any hand tweaking. So unless I've got a scenery pack, like for instance I installed one for Kiev before my last stream in MSFS, but if I don't have a scenery pack for it, it's just going to be default scenery. And so you can see the strengths of the default scenery generation like this. This looks really beautiful. And a lot of the cities look close enough. And you'll see the weaknesses of the scenery generation, like when I look across a body of water and some of the water is levitating 3 meters above the rest of it. Or, you know, they turned a TV tower into a fucking monolith or something. Or, my personal favourite, and one which should be an insult to fucking Russians everywhere, really former Soviet countries everywhere, considering how many of their troops died as well. The statue of the motherland calling in Volgograd was turned into a giant round, is it like a water tank or an apartment or something? Like a big round thing sticking out of the ground. Is this online? Yes. I am online. I think I'm on the North Europe server. I can't remember. Let me check. Yeah, North Europe. So if you guys want to join up and fly along, feel free. When are you joining me and Pom in Tajikistan and drive through the Anzov tunnel? It doesn't look quite as shady now as it did when it was built, at least. Like, they actually have lights now. They might even have ventilation, although I might be pushing my luck a bit too far saying that. 3-day trip around West Ukraine right before COVID hit and visited most major cities and castles. Only con of the journey was the terrible Ternopil roads. Yeah, I'd imagine the roads are not the best in Western Ukraine. Really, any of Ukraine, for that matter. This is a third-party add-on, so Flying Iron. DCS players will recognize them as the guys working on the A7 Corsair 2. Flying Iron made this. So if you have this Spitfire, you will see this Spitfire. If you don't have this Spitfire, you'll probably see, I don't know, like a Piper Arrow or something. The MSFS model matching is not very good by default. and if you don't own the module, it won't show you the actual 3D model of it. Some modules are better with that than others, but a lot of them will just show you like a little Piper or a Bonanza or something. I think specifically this tends to spawn in as a Bonanza. It leads to some funny situations though, like for instance I was having a fly along with CCM a couple weeks ago, and I was in the Corsair, I think, and he was in, I forget the name of it, the pizza jet, the little Italian stunt jet that's like the size of a glider. That thing, he was in that. And because I didn't own it at that point, it appeared as a fucking, like a Ford Explorer. I was flying in formation with a Ford Explorer. It was fucking hysterical. Yeah, it's like the livery logic in DCS, but for models. So if you have the add-on, but you don't have the livery, you'll see the add-on, but I don't know what livery you'll see. It'll probably be a random one. But if you don't have the module, you'll just see a Bonanza or something like that. Or a Ferrari, who knows. But if you do have this module and you do have this livery, this is a user-made livery, so you go to flightsim.to to download it. If you have them both, you will see me flying PT-879. We have a city over here. Which city is this? This should be... My Ukrainian geography is not the best, so you'll have to excuse me. Oh, hang on. No, we're not that far south, surely. Oh, we are that far south. We're nearly at Dnepr already. So this should be... Kamyansky. Yeah, this is Kamyansky. It's so much like home. Like, it is so much like home. Just flat and fields everywhere. And there's a reason for that, actually. So the soil structure on the Ukrainian and Russian steppe, it's the same sort of geology for both, because they're, you know, contiguous landmass. It's called Chernozem, black soil, or black earth, basically. And the soil back home in Edmonton is called Chernozem because it's the same soil, exactly the same. Like, if basically, except for the architecture of the buildings and even some of those, because we have so many Ukrainians in Alberta, it's like a one-to-one copy almost. Even though it's on the other side of the world, it's like a one-to-one copy. Oh, it's so good. If you drop something on the ground, it will grow. Like, it's such good soil for farming. Which is why I get really depressed when I go home and I see, like, another couple square miles of beautiful prime farmland built up into McMansions. Like, because Edmonton expands outwards by a couple kilometers every year. Like, it's phenomenal how quickly that city grows. And so every time I go back there, somebody has built another bunch of fucking McMansions out in the middle of farmland. It's really frustrating to see because, like, my dude, when the climate shit hits the fan and there's, like, massive food shortages, where do you think you're going to be growing your crops? Like, it's such an Alberta thing to pump all this fucking oil and gas and all this shit out so that people destroy the atmosphere, right? This is like the 500 IQ Alberta play. Be one of the biggest fossil fuel producers, so then people burn that shit and it causes climate change. And then, once you've caused climate change, you have all this beautiful farmland, so when everyone else is starving because they can't grow crops, you are above sea level because you're on the middle of the Canadian Shield, way above wherever, like, the sea level's never going to hit that. And you've got all this beautiful farm, like, it's perfect! It's perfect, and all the glaciers are going to melt, so it's going to have plenty of water, it's going to be amazing. And then you build McMansions on top of it, like... I don't know what it is about Alberta, but God, it's just... if you had a flowchart and every decision was a good decision, they'd still find a way to pick the bad one. It's kind of like Australia, now I think about it. Just on a smaller scale. So this should actually be Dnepr below me. Which means we're going to see some rocketry. Dnepr is, probably still is, a major rocketry center. The Soviets had a number of rocket-related institutions here, both of the space variety and of the ballistic missile variety. Yeah, Alberta, Canada. I'm from Edmonton. Just if you ignore the accent, which I've built up from living here so long. So there's a couple of factories in the city for ballistic missiles. And then in this general area of Ukraine, they used to actually base some of them. So the part of the, I think it was the START Treaty, one of the START treaties. I could have my treaties mixed up. Both the Soviet Union and the United States were allowed to keep one ICBM silo as a museum, but it had to be permanently uncapped. So the cap's always open, the missile's sitting there in the silo, the missile's inert. And so the US selected a Titan II silo in Texas, which is the Titan II museum, and the Soviets, because the Soviet Union was still a thing at the time, selected a missile base somewhere around here. It's in Ukraine, I don't remember where exactly, but it's south of Kiev. And that was a R-36 base, or SS-18 Satan, if you speak NATO, which is another thing I'd really love to visit. But yeah. The Ukrainians, as a way of demilitarizing a lot of the ICBMs they still had, the Russians took the warheads, one would think, presumably, allegedly on paper, but what they've done to demil the missiles is they've actually converted them into satellite launch vehicles, one-way satellite launch vehicles, because the R-36 is a monster of an ICBM. That thing has a 209-ton throw weight. It's phenomenal, the size of that missile. So it's really good for putting stuff in orbit. And also really good for putting bits of cities in orbit after it detonates over them. So the Ukrainians started converting them for use as satellite launch vehicles, and there's actually a couple videos on YouTube of them doing just that. 1994 memorandum that Russia just wiped their bum with, yeah. You know, in line with typical post-Soviet Russian behavior. Even during the Soviet Union they did that a bit. Now, I don't have any custom scenery for this city. I don't think any exists, or if it does, it's not on flightsim.to. So we're probably not going to see the actual landmarks of Dnepr, but we should at least be able to spot some spicy facilities, because military facilities are easy as fuck to spot from the air. Yeah, that's the one I was talking... actually, was it Tucson then? I thought it was Texas. It might have been Tucson then. I got my T's mixed up. That's a military base of some sort. Game really... Yeah, it did. And the other thing is, and this is why there is a workaround to use Google Maps imagery instead, which is higher resolution and more up-to-date. I don't do that because the Google, first of all, it requires some fuckery with server hosting, which is not something I want to be doing, but also, it doesn't color match it if you use the Google imagery. So you'll have one which is winter, one which is autumn, one which is... It looks fine until you hit the boundary of two different seasons, and it looks fucking dumb. But the Bing scenery, which is what the sim uses by default, it color matches. So even if the imagery was taken in winter, it'll try and make it look like it was in summer. Which is quite cool. We have a power station, and it has probably too many chimneys because the We Love VFR add-on... Actually, no, that's That's probably how many chimneys it should have, because We Love VFR is the only add-on I have in this area. Don't mind me. So we've got a nice big factory down there. Probably at least one of those produces rockets. That's actually a steelworks, I think. That looks like a steelworks. Interesting, there's just one house that's left the fridge. Yeah, just left it open for a little too long. Cool in the great outdoors, you know. So I can't remember exactly where it is. I could open up Google Maps and take a look, because some fucking Chad has probably dropped a pin on it. I know I did when I found a bunch of radar sites. But there should be... Where is it? Meteor. Meteor is the kind of name I would give a fucking rocket factory if I were them. Where is it? No, I remember I found it. I think it's further south. And there was like a obvious military base next to it. I'm probably not going to find it now while I'm flying, but you can take my word for it, they built missiles here. AN-228. Someone will probably do it eventually. I think there's an AN-2 on the way. I'd like an AN-12. I have a really soft spot for that plane. Really nice classic early turboprop transport. I better check my fuel before I run myself out. Okay, we're feeding off the bottom tank now, so I've got probably another 5-10 minutes before I need to look for an airfield. Thankfully, Dnepr is a pretty major city, so it should have one reasonably close by. I hope. There'll be something. There will be something, I just gotta find it. They'll probably have a regional airport within a couple kilometers of the city, I reckon. Sweet Flying Iron announced they're doing a Hellcat. I saw that, yeah, I saw that. It should be really interesting. As I understand it, there's pretty decent odds that a Hellcat will happen for DCS as well, because Nick Gray has a massive soft spot for that plane. So maybe after the Corsair comes and we have some Pacific assets, thanks to Magnitude 3, we might start to see some Pacific Warbirds. Fingers crossed. We could have a field day at my former workplace, Big Ass Combi Pipe Fittings Factory. Apparently we're producing some fittings for nuclear power plants. Oh dude, that'd be sick. Back before he paywalled his VODs because people were using them to fucking call the cops on him, I used to watch a lot of Shy's streams when he'd go around the different factories in Kaunas. And he used to go to, it was a Dnepr Pluastas, which is the big textile factory, and then there was a like a ceramics factory as well. They were both really close to, I think, where he lived, because he used to go there all the time. And he's from Kaunas. I used to love watching those streams, dude. It was wild, the size of those factories. Like, just incredible how big they are. And now they only use one building. In fact, Dnepr Pluastas, they use one floor of one building. And this factory is the size of a small city. Like, it's incredible. The rest of it's just abandoned. Like, it used to have its own house of culture, it had a theater, it had a sports ground, it had a fucking, like, almost like a spa built into it. It's incredible the amount of shit this place had built for its workers, and it's just fallen into disrepair now because nobody uses it. Likewise, I was watching a Rail Journeys program on SBS, the special broadcasting service here. They do a lot of foreign language programming, a lot of educational programming, stuff like that. They're one of the two government-funded stations here on TV, the other one being ABC. And this program was going through from Baku by rail through Azerbaijan and then through Georgia to Batumi. And it was really interesting because the guy stopped off at a huge big factory in Tbilisi where they built, like the Georgian Railways still build and service trains, and this factory was fucking immense, like unbelievably huge, and there were like 20 guys and one workshop in use. Like, that was it. It's like Planet of the Apes level shit. Like, you just have this massive industrial infrastructure built up, and they're using like one room. Okay, I have not spotted a runway yet. I need to spot a runway, because we are getting a little low on fuel. Oh, hang on, we got one. UKPC, please tell me that's Spitfire length, and not just some little dirt strip for crop dusters. DCS needs to bite the bullet and make some Japanese... Yeah, agreed. So, I gotta be careful I don't share any privileged information. I know there are people who want to do Japanese planes, put it that way. They haven't been forgotten about. What I can say for sure is that it's going to be really hard to do anything late war Japanese because the documentation doesn't exist. What documentation survived the war is usually in the hands of private collectors who either won't share it or expect you to pay them to share it. It's really hard to get documents on aircraft because a lot of the time private collectors just lap them up and they won't share with anyone. Or museums will have them, but the museum won't scan it for you, you have to go there and do it yourself, or they won't let you scan it at all, you have to go there and read the things in person. Like, it's just a fuck around. Like, this is the problem of dealing with academics in general, is shit's either in private collections where you have no access to it, or no access without paying up, or they're in state institutions where it's exactly the same situation. So you can't get hold of that knowledge unless you're very, very fucking high up the academic tree. So, getting documentation for shit like an N1K, either an N1K1 or N1K2, forget it. Documentation for a J2M, forget it. KI-84, maybe? 83? Yeah, probably? You can get documentation for the A6M though. That is one thing you can get documentation for because some of them survived, and some of them are still in viable condition. So you can even get engine recordings for an A6M. Because I think one or two of them still run the Sakai engines. Most of them run American engines, but I think a couple still run the Sakai. Very chieftain working for a video game doing research for fun. Well, yeah, but Wargaming have deep pockets. They can afford to send him to all kinds of fun places. Like, that's, you know, whatever your opinion of World of Tanks or Wargaming as a company, that's one positive thing that they do, and Gaijin to an extent do this as well. Is they help fund actual historical research, and they help fund things like historical expeditions, restorations, things like that. So, you know, whatever harm they do to teenagers' wallets, they do a lot of good to conservation and preservation of history. N1K is Shiden? Yeah. I think the N1K1 is the Shiden, and the N1K2 is the Shiden Kai. Because I think Kai in Japanese means like upgraded or improved or something. Okay, let's go set this thing down. Top up fuel tanks, and we'll keep going. So we had a nice little fly around Dnepr. I would have liked to spot a ballistic missile, but I don't think it's going to happen. Maybe one day someone will make some custom scenery for the city and we'll be able to see the landmarks. But until then, the autogen does a decent job, particularly for Eastern Bloc cities where a lot of the buildings are literally cut and paste. You know, every former Soviet city has its own individual landmarks. Even something like Pripyat, which was built from the ground up as a planned city, it has its own unique landmarks. But the bulk of the buildings, the apartment buildings, the schools, the hospitals, they're all built to particular templates. Workers and resources players will be very familiar with that, and can probably name some of the templates offhand. But that's how they built them. So it's quite decent with the autogen in the former Eastern Bloc, because it isn't as noticeable. Like, say, if I was to fly around Edmonton and Edmonton was autogen, it's not, it's photogrammetry, but for the sake of argument, I know that it's not right, because I can tell that that building shouldn't be there, that's not the right shape, what is this? So yeah, like Sydney, for instance, there are parts of Sydney which are auto-gen and I don't have scenery for. So I've got the, I think I got the Orbeck scenery pack for Sydney, and it's really good, but it doesn't cover all of Sydney, and it still uses generic buildings to fill in a lot of the southeast, and particularly out west. In fact, I think most or all of Parramatta is still auto-gen, which is phenomenal considering Parramatta's like doubled in size vertically mostly over the past 10 years. So you notice it more in countries with more, shall we say, diverse architecture. But here, it's less noticeable because that's what the city is actually meant to look like. You're just missing a couple of little landmarks here and there. Okay, so the airport, airfield, air question mark, should be over here somewhere. God help me, it's going to be like a 500 meter strip for a crop duster. I just know it. I think that's it there. If that is it, and that is a runway, that looks worryingly short. I have put this thing down in some pretty short runways, but I'm not that confident. Oh, actually, hang on, it's probably further right. Can't quite make it out. No, that's it. Maybe? That has to be it. That'd be the runway. Like, it looks like a fucking RC plane airport. Like, that runway is so short, if that is a runway. Because where else would it be? I can't see anything else that looks like an airport down there. Unless there's a runway over there or something. We've got enough fuel to do an orbit, so we'll do one, but... Bro, that's a fucking sports field, are you kidding me? It's a fucking sports field or a racetrack or something. No, it says it's an airport. Right, well, the sim says it's an airport, so it's an airport. We'll land there. This should be fun. How much fuel? Enough. We got enough for a couple go-arounds if we need them. I am not sure where the wind is coming from. I could tune 8s and I'd find out, but I can't be asked. Oh no. Oh no. Paula, I already live in Australia. Like, I know I've built up a resistance to stupidity, but it only goes so far, my man. Cheers for the bit, sir. You're fucking with me, dude. That's an airport. Okay, bro. Okay. Yes, let me just land my high-performance World War II fighter there. I could land on the grass, I guess. We'll see how we go. We will want a bunch of back trim. We're still too fast. I'm going to go into a right-hand orbit here, just so I can wash off some speed. I feel like the this Spitfire doesn't quite have enough drag. When you cut the power off, it doesn't like losing speed. In fact, I'm barely descending now. And if I cut the power, I'm in a banked turn and I'm only barely descending. And look how slowly it's bleeding speed. I'm sorry, what? I don't remember putting that down. Oh, I swear to God, Ms. Fizz, if you've pulled that shit on me again where it automatically does stuff. So sometimes when Ms. Fizz updates, it changes your settings to turn all the assists on, which I absolutely hate because I don't want to fly with assists. I want to fly in big boy mode. Okay, 160 for flaps. AI Enhanced Flight Systems. Yeah, sounds about right. We need a lot more back trim. Okay, we got a crosswind from the right. And here we see one of the Spitfire's shortcomings. You cannot see shit over the nose. Although I did come in a little shallower than I would have liked. Okay, the alleged runway is more or less in front of me. Doesn't really matter if I touch down on grass as long as I do it gently, so we can... Oh, I might even have a tailwind here, actually. Okay, we do indeed have gear down, just double checking that we got a green down indicator. Oh, the crosswind isn't as strong as I thought it might be. Now we got to fight the MSFS Spitfire ground handling. We're going to end up in the trees, because that runway is ridiculously short. We got away with it somehow. Oh, barely. Barely, barely, barely. Okay, we're on the ground, flaps come up. I'm gonna go ahead and I should have actually unlatched that when I was on approach. You're supposed to half unlatch the door when you come into land, so that if you need to get out the plane in a hurry, you just need to unlatch it once. You don't need to double unlatch it. So presumably there will be a fuel bowser over here somewhere. There might not be, but we'll have a look. And if there isn't one, we'll just bring up the fuel menu anyway. We'll cheat it. US Army Air Force and RAF not do flight... They do flight tests, but there's only so much you can get out of the flight tests. Like, you can get the performance maybe, but you can't necessarily get a lot of the technical details, because the Allies' interpretation of the technical details is not going to be necessarily accurate. I mean, look at the American evaluations of various Soviet aircraft. On a lot of things they were close, but on another lot of things they were completely off the mark, because they had to kind of reverse engineer and second guess how the plane worked. So you can get the documents for the flight models, which is fine for AI, but for the systems modeling it's going to be much harder. I don't actually see... Oh, that's a hangar right there. What the fuck? Yeah, there's a hangar over there. Looks like it has a Corsair parked at it. I don't see a fuel bowser, but there probably is one around here. So I should have just landed on the grass in the first place. That would have been the big brain maneuver, is to land on the grass. Taxi over. Whoop. Sorry about the camera zooming in and out like that. While we're fueling up, we'll have a quick look at where we are. Or I will. You won't be able to see the maps, but I'll have a look. Hello, fuel? Fuel? No fuel? Forklift? We have a forklift, we don't have any fuel. There it is. Down Petrovich to open up the fuel tank. Yeah. If he doesn't drive a forklift or a van into me first, the AI like doing that. Watch out, there's no fucking bushes or trees in front of me. Remember the little spaghetti jet I was talking about earlier? That's it in front of me. Not now, that's a Corsair, but... Okay, let's just leave this idle for a bit. So that's that little jet I was talking about. Look how tiny it is. Like, look how small. It's tiny. I haven't flown it yet, but it looks really nice inside, so I'll have to do a stream in it one of these days. Beautiful little thing. It's fully aerobatic too. And we've of course got our Corsair. And then that is a Jabiru. That is, can't tell from here if it's a 160 or a 170, but I learnt to fly on a Jabiru 170D. And it's actually the one in the sim uses the 160 flight model, so they both use the same flight model even though they look different. The 170 has slightly longer wings. So the handling for the 170 is a bit off, but the handling for the 160 is pretty much on. It feels really good. It looks good. I recommend it. But yeah, it's quite cool actually being able to fly the plane that I learnt to fly on in real life in the sim. It's a lot less uncanny. So for instance, I had the same add-on for, well, not the same add-on, but a similar add-on for FSX, and it felt really uncanny in that. Especially flying from my home airfield, like, that's not the right button. Like, a lot of the visual references were wrong, for when I was in the circuit, but when I fly in MSFS, the airfield's wrong. Somebody needs to do a Bathurst Airport scenery, but the actual visual references at the airport that I used to use in the circuit are all, like, dead on, which is really, really cool. Just checking they didn't put the slipper tank back on. No, they didn't, thank God. Ugly fucking thing it is. Wouldn't want to ruin the Spitfire's beautiful looks. Oh, they did put it back on, you bastards. Well, I know how to solve that problem. So you can see the slipper tank on the Spitfire fits under the belly, and it fits around the back end of the carburetor intake and the air filter. So we have ways of fixing this, and it's called bam! And the fuel tank is gone. So this is the little jet. With humans for scale. Gone where? To Brazil. We have sent it to Brazil. Look at this. So I don't remember if I've flown the Corsair yet on stream, but I have flown it quite extensively off stream. It's really nice. Pretty much my only complaint is when the prop's spinning, it gives you the, like, it has the visual of a 5-bladed prop. It's a 3-bladed prop, but that's pretty much the only thing. The rest of it's gorgeous. Looks good, sounds good, flies nicely. Ground handling's off, but the ground handling and tail drags in MSFS is bad in general. That's a sim problem, not a module problem. Ah, it is a 170D. There we go. So this is the same plane that I learnt to fly in and did my first solo in. So about half my flying hours are on a Jabiru J170D, and the other half of my flying hours are on a BRM Aero Bristol NG5. Oh, it's not even the dirty glass cockpit version. Perfect. It's got very gliding optimized wings. This thing has a lot of endurance. This thing will fly for like 10 hours on a tank of fuel. You never ever need to tank it all the way up if you're just doing circuits. Like, you can put, I can't remember how much its capacity is, but you'd put barely anything in it and you'd have enough to fly circuits for an hour or two. It's phenomenally good on fuel. And it's wet wing, so all the fuel is in the wing, and it's free to slosh back and forth between one wing and the other, which you can feel in flight. Got your filler caps there. And it... Oh, someone fucked up. Someone fucked up. Avgas only. Oh, Avgas 100 low lead. Really? Really? You fill your Jabiru with 100 low lead? Don't think so, buddy. You fill it with MoGas. This thing takes the same gas that your car does. In fact, I think specifically we used to fill it with like 87 octane or something. And then the thing on top of the fuel filler there is a vent for the fuel. How much does a plane like this go for? For a new jab, I think they're typically around 30-something grand, like for a new build. I've seen them go for a couple thousand, but it was usually one that was beat to shit and badly in need of restoration, or just not airworthy. But usually they seem to go for about 20 to 30 grand. And out of all the light sport aircraft in Australia, because this thing's max takeoff weight 600 kilos, so about 1,200 pounds if you're American. So it's a very light aircraft. It's technically an ultralight, but here in Australia, like the US, I think they have a light sport aircraft category, which is something that's more than an ultralight, but less than general aviation, and that's what the jab is. So no IMC, no aerobatics. You can take one passenger, and your max takeoff weight is 600 kilos. There's a few other restrictions as well. You can't add... Well, they've changed it, I think. They might have changed it since then, but when I was flying, which is years ago now, you couldn't fly in restricted airspace, or in controlled airspace, sorry, not restricted. Couldn't fly in controlled airspace, and... fuck, what was the other restriction? There were a bunch of them. But anyway, basically, no IMC, no aerobatics, one passenger, 600 kilo max takeoff, no controlled airspace. Oh, that was the other one, was they were going to try and raise the weight limit. I think they were going to raise it to 760 or something, or 780. I don't know if that happened, though, because I've been out of the loop for years now. I haven't had a chance to get flying again in real life. It's something I need to do, but... right as I was getting all geared up to do it again, COVID happened. Like, every fucking time something happens. Anyway, let me look at where we are. So, we're northeast of Dnepr. Ah! Airport Pitgorodny. And it is, literally... Bro, it's like a fucking, a go-kart track next to a little short strip. That is what this airfield thing is in real life. It is actually like this. What's more, it looks like somebody has actually fucking plowed the field that I just taxied across and is growing something on. Phenomenal. Must be mostly a helicopter airfield. There's a lot of helicopters. Oh, they're all Me-2s. Oh, that's cute. There's a bunch of Me-2s on the mapping imagery. So I'd say this is probably a helicopter airport more than anything at this point. There's a couple of very short little runways. I'd say probably remote control plane guys fly from there. Maybe crop dusters. And all these hangar buildings. Oh, there's a couple hangars here. But the south side of the airfield is all just... it looks like there was a big hangar there and it got demolished. Right, so from here, if we follow the river, our next stop will be Zaporizhia. And then we should hit the next big dammed up area. So we'll close that, latch it, and let's get moving. Trim as well, because that's going to become an issue when I try and take off. So the biggest improvement the World War II stuff really needs is better ground handling, and when I say better ground handling, I mean free-casting tail wheels that actually free-cast it, because at the moment they don't. It acts like it has tail wheel steering. Like the tail wheel is directly linked to the rudder, which is all kinds of wrong, and it makes ground handling for these World War II aircraft in some ways, like, for instance, it's way too easy to taxi this, because I can just hold the pedals straight and the plane will go straight. In an actual Spitfire, you have to constantly be applying a little bit of rudder or a little bit of brake because the plane wants to pull one way or the other, because the tail wheel's free casting and the engine wants you to go left. And then once you actually go up to takeoff power, the Spit will want to really go left, unless it's a Griff Spit, in which case it'll want to go right. And so I've got to feed in pedal to fight that, but at the same time, because the tail wheel is steering with the rudder, if my tail is still on the ground when I start doing that, the aircraft's going to swerve off to the right. So for those of you that witnessed my abysmal takeoff earlier, the reason I think it's doing that is because as long as the tail wheel's on the ground, the aircraft won't veer off to the left, because I'm telling it, like, go straight. So, you know, the tail won't move. As soon as that tail wheel comes off the ground, the aircraft will do what it wants to do, which is swing left. So you get this weird binary thing where the plane is tracking dead straight, tail just lifts off the ground, and then the full force of the slipstream and the torque, because it's putting all its weight on the left wheel because the prop's spinning left, it's going to want to pull me left. DCS does it right, yeah. DCS simulates tail dragger aircraft really, really well. And I used to think DCS exaggerated it, but the more I've played other sims and the more I've actually, you know, thought about my own control inputs, it wasn't DCS that was the problem, it was me that was the problem, because I'd learnt from things like IL-2, I didn't play this at the time, but IL-2 had kind of taught me that I didn't need a lot of rudder inputs, but I needed big inputs. So I'd just put on the power and boot the rudder all the way to one side and I'd be fine. In DCS, you'll ground loop if you do that. In DCS, there's, like, it's constant. You've got to be dancing on the rudder. There's little adjustments one way or the other. You don't put in a huge input, but you put in gradual inputs. And so it's a very different feel. And the other thing is, why the fuck is one mag off? The other thing with DCS is it models torque as well better than most sims do. So torque is not what causes the plane to turn to the side on takeoff. That's the slipstream off the prop hitting the tail, along with a few other effects. What torque does is it's actually trying to roll the aircraft. And it contributes to the swing, but not because the engine's pulling it that way. The reason torque contributes to the swing is because the aircraft is trying to roll to follow the prop, and that means it's putting more weight on the left wheel, in the case of a plane which wants to go left, than the other wheel. So the wheel with all the weight on it is going to dig into the ground a bit and is going to move slower, so the outside wheel with no weight on it moves faster and the plane swings left. So you've got the effect of the slipstream hitting the tail, you've got the precession effect off the propeller, you've got the torque effect pushing the wheel down and also giving you some roll, so the aircraft's going to naturally want to bank that way as soon as the wheels come off the ground. There's a bunch of stuff you got to fight on a tail dragger plane as you take off. Any prop plane will do it, but the tail dragger is the most noticeable because of the way they're set up. And DCS models that really well. A lot of sims don't. Yeah, IL-2 is really weird in that regard. Like, it kind of almost feels scripted in a way. And you notice as well, you do have torque effect in flight in IL-2. Like, Spitfires will want to constantly roll left, for instance, and 109s will want to constantly roll. But it's not as noticeable as DCS, or even this. Like, this has enough torque that when I've been flying it for a while, my hand gets sore from holding the stick slightly to one side of center, slightly right of center. I can't even see where the end of that runway is. Oh, I'm next to it. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll taxi down the end of it. This is the direction I landed, where I'm going now. So I'll taxi down the end of it, where I almost face planted into the bushes, and I'll turn around and take off the other way. Let me just double check that windsock. Or I'm going to have a tailwind if I do that, but it's not going to be a strong tailwind, so we should be okay. I've got enough runway, I think. If your pilot says, I've got enough runway, I think, don't fly with him. Just make sure this is latched. It's not latched all the way. There we go, now it is. So that's the difference. This is fully latched, that's half unlatched, and then if I need to bail out the plane, I just do that. So standard RAF procedure for the Spitfire, and for actually all its aircraft in World War II except car doors like the Typhoon, well, the early Typhoons. Canopy open for takeoff and landing, and then the hatch half unlocked on aircraft that had one. The Spitfire did. I think the Hurricane had a very small one that nobody bothered with because it was so useless, but a lot of them didn't. But the Spit does have this nice hatch on the side. No flap on takeoff, ever, in a Spitfire. The only time you use flaps in this plane is to land. They're split flaps, they drop down almost 90 degrees, so they're just there to create drag, basically. They do add some lift, but they're pretty much to create drag. Here we go. I'm giving it just barely any right rudder, a little bit of right rudder, a little bit of right rudder, power on. Always slow increases of power. There we go. It's going really violently left, and I had to go full right rudder and hold it there to fight it. Like, it's weird. It's hard to predict it as well. You're up. Close the lid. So it's a little quieter in here, and I'll just zoom my view out a touch as well. Maybe not. There we go. Come off the revs. Set it at 2650. You'd normally set about 2700, 2800 for climb power, but we don't need climb power. We're not going that high. So set right about there's 2650. We'll bring it back to about plus 4 pounds of boost. Has a Spitfire sound in flyby cam. I have a shameful admission, I don't know how to trigger the flyby cam in this. I know how to do the external showcase cam, but I don't know how to do flyby. So I haven't looked up the camera bindings. We haven't bothered turning our oxygen on. Let me just check. Yeah, okay. Our supply is full. I can turn it on actually because the demand is so low we shouldn't need it. And then if I do happen to climb up, it'll automatically start working. Yeah, the external stuff could be done a little better camera-wise. I'd agree on that. I will say this, of all the Sims I've ever played, the only Sim I've ever played that even approaches DCS for sound design is, there were particular mod packs for IL-2 1946. Those were quite good. One of them was Tiger Sound Mod. There's another one that I can't remember the name of. Those are good. They're not quite the same audio quality as DCS, but they have a lot of the same features. You have Doppler shift that's actually like not overdone. Like most Sims, the Doppler is really obnoxious because you don't have. So a lot of Sims, you're just hearing like a single sound file, and the Doppler shift makes it really weird. But in DCS and in a lot of the really good IL-2 sound mods, the original IL-2 that is. As well as the base engine sound, you would have the sound from the exhausts, you would have the sound from the prop, you have the sound of the airflow, sound that the intakes make moving through the air. DCS does all that, and that's why DCS sounds almost like real life as you do flyby cams. But yeah, like the external sound in this it varies from module to module. Some of them are really good, some of them are pretty The sound in this is okay, but it could be better. It's not DCS level. Wasn't there a beef between IL-2 Dev and Tiger? I do not know. I don't know any of what happened there. I just know that Tiger's sound mod was one that, way back in the day when I used to play the original IL-2, that was the sound mod to have, pretty much. It was amazing. So this is... Like I said, it's exactly like home. Like a lot of these erosion channels, the Russians would call them a balka, I think. I don't know if the Ukrainians have their own word for it. But these erosion channels, Alberta's full of these. The few places you can see actual elevation other than the Rockies, it's stuff like this. At least where I'm from. So, particularly between Edmonton and Calgary, you see that a lot. The further north you go, you get up into the boreal forest, it becomes more hilly, and then the mountains kind of come in from an angle. And the further south you go, you get into the Badlands, down around Drumheller. Or past Drumheller, actually. Around southeast of the province. Oh, you're kidding. Bro. You're shitting me. After everything I just put myself through to land on that little fucking pissant strip back there, we've got a proper actual airfield that even has runway lighting. I swear to God. And a marker, because we just flew over and it's beeping at me. Oh man. What time is it in the sim? No, that's not what I want. What time is it in the sim? 11:23 AM. Oh, that's fucking UTC. No wonder. I want local time, bro. No, it is 11:23 AM. 9:23 UTC. Okay, never mind. The sun seems awful low in the sky for 11:23. I guess maybe it's the haze. It's probably the haze. Oh, you know what it is? It's the lighting effects from the fucking rainstorm. That's what it is. If I change the atmospherics... we want scatter. No, maybe it is. Okay, well that's interesting. It might be... Let's go... few clouds? So it's partly the atmospherics, but it's also just the sun is really bright in Misfizz. It feels like it's... like that to me says like early morning or late afternoon. Like how bright that is at low altitude. I don't know. Gonna hit bed. Catch you later, man. Thanks for stopping by. And I will probably see you on Enigma server at some point over the next... well, not next week, because I won't be home, but... over the next week or two. Learning the big one right now. It's quite interesting. It's so different to anything else in the game, but once you actually do learn it, it's pretty powerful. I'm still like toddler tier on the big one. I know how to do a few things, but I don't know how to really harness its full power. What I really need to do, and Yink has offered to teach me, I just keep forgetting it, is the E-Link pod. So I can be one of like the 3 people that play DCS that actually know how that thing works. I think, it has a lot of fun weapons, but the high drags are really hard to beat. The rockets are pretty fun too, but man, when you come in at, like, treetop level and just fucking flatten something with high drags, oh, just beautiful. With that said, the anti-ship missiles, even the RBO-4s, I haven't used the 15s, I've never used them, don't know how to use them, but the RBO-4s, the early ones, Those are really cool. There's just not enough opportunities to use them in DCS, unfortunately. But I would love to have more. A couple of Alpin's missions, you can engage ships with them. In fact, a couple of his missions are built around anti-shipping with the Viggen. It's always a lot of fun when those missions come up. But I don't think... One of them, I think, is in the current cycle. Battle for Sakumi, I'd have to check. Sailboats Ahoy is another one, but I don't think that's been in the cycle for a while. I might just, I'm tempted to check with him and see if, like, there's nothing game-breaking that needed reworking or whatever, and then if there isn't, stick it back in the cycle, because I really like that one. Is any big Cold War-related DCS news this week? Was there ever? The Phantom has been officially announced. It's an F4E, but there will be Navy Phantoms later. Heat Blur are doing it. There is supposed to be a partnership going on with the ED, but to what extent that means they're cooperating, or it's just the normal, you know, in cooperation with, because this is the sim that we're making it for, I don't know. But yeah, Heat Blur are doing the F4E. And they say they'll have it out by the end of this year. And I don't believe a word of that. Honestly, I don't believe a word of that. But we'll see. Good luck to them. I very distinctly recall 2017, no exceptions, being mentioned when the Tomcat was announced. So, yeah. Good luck. Hopefully Enigma will find... Yeah, hopefully. Because that'd be really fun. And for the Reds as well, you know, hypothetically speaking, if we are indeed getting a Su-22M4, or Su-22M of any variety, really, that would be really good for anti-shipping. That would be a lot of fun to use for anti-shipping, so hopefully we can get a bit for both teams in. Okay, so this should be Zaporozhye, which is our next major city. Again, I don't have custom scenery for this, so there's probably going to be landmarks in the city which we're not going to see. Sucks, but it is what it is. We need some more Ukrainians to start making nice little custom scenery for their hometowns. Because so far, the only ones I've found are Kiev and Kharkov, as well as, obviously, Pripyat. Think the F5 will become extinct on Cold War servers? No. Because the Phantom's going to be worse at dogfighting than the F5. Most likely. Like, I'm pretty close to certain the Phantom is going to suck at dogfighting compared to what people expect. It's not going to be awful or unusable, but they're expecting something better than the F5, they're not going to get something better than the F5. The Phantom has thrust, which is good. The Phantom has reasonable nose authority, actually a lot better than I was expecting when I looked at the charts, but it's limited in how much it can use that because of its G restrictions. Whether Heat Blur models that or not, I don't know. The Phantom's got a lower G restriction than the F5 with an air-to-air loadout, partly because the sidewinders will fall off, which is not something you really want. Its sustained turn rate, though. Ooh. Its sustained turn rate is about on par with the MiG-29, which is abysmal. Like, 12.5 degrees a second sustained is just, holy fuck, that's bad. The F5 will outturn it, handily. The MiG-19 will fucking laugh at it. So, the Phantom will be good in the right hands, it'll be good for BVR stuff, up high, because it has no look down, being an F4E. For boom and zoom kind of attacks, or swooping in and third-partying someone, it'll be pretty decent. But if you want to play fucking, you know, Iceman and Maverick and dogfight with people and turn and burn, so to speak, you're not going to have a fun time in that plane. Likewise, the F1 should be good in a lot of ways, but I also would not get my hopes up about it being better than the F5. I think really... Oh wow, there's a mine right there, or a quarry or something. Really, the thing with the F5 is not that it's a bad plane, or that the other blue fighters are going to be better than it. It's that people don't know how to use it, or they just don't find it that exciting. I like it, I just don't find it that exciting, and I'm reasonably okay at using it. Certainly against MiG-21s now, I figured out how to turn in it without burning all my energy. I can usually beat MiG-21s in the F5 because I know how they turn, I know how I turn, I can capitalize on that. But, like all the kind of sentiment that the F5 is finally going to be relegated to its place as an export fighter, and now we'll have some real blue fighters. Okay, let's see how that goes. The F8, if you look at the pilot's operating handbooks for these aircraft and the tactical employment manuals, the TACMANs for them, if you can get them, recommended tactics against the MiG-21, use the vertical and the mythical Q limit, where the MiG-21 supposedly can't exceed 0.95 Mach at low altitude or its controls lock up. That's not a thing, especially on a MiG-21 BIS. And even if it was, the fact that it's telling you to rely on that, not really promising. But they have other things going for them. I'm not trying to get too doomer here. Like, if you fly blue stuff, don't get disheartened. They have stuff going for them. If you like the close combat modes in the F5, the dogfight mode on the radar, the uncage for the missiles, rejoice, because the F8 has that, plus it can also slave its AIM-9s to where the radar's looking, and a few other things. So, like, these aircraft have definitely got stuff going for them, but if you suddenly think you're going to beat a MiG-21 or a MiG-19 in a turn-and-burn fight because suddenly you're in a Phantom or an F8 or an F1 instead of an F5, like, buddy, I got news for you. The F4 will probably be... So here's the thing, right? The F4 should be pretty close to equal to the MiG-21 BIS in a lot of respects in close combat. It has basically the same sustained turn rate. It has similar nose authority on paper. In practice, I don't think it's going to because it can't use it that much. It has equal or superior climb performance. The F4 climbs really, really well. But equal is not good enough. You know, like, the F5 can beat the MiG-21 in a fight because it can out-sustain it in a turn. The Phantom can't. It can only hold level with it. So if you get into a turn fight and the MiG's already most of the way behind you, you're not going to be able to do a lot about that. In the F5, you just go to your 400 knot sustained turn, and eventually you'll end up behind him. You'll raid around the circle and end up behind him. Not so in the F4, unless he's really sloppy, which to be fair, a lot of MiG guys are. They won't hold their best sustained turn rate, they'll pull their nose for all their worth and get slow. So, it's going to be interesting. The good pilots will do well, like they do in anything. But the less experienced pilots who already struggle with the F5 are going to get their shit wrecked, and they're probably going to complain about broken flight models on the forums. As people tend to do whenever the plane that they, you know, think is the great savior of the world turns out to be a little more complicated. Which is exactly what I expect to happen with the MiG-23 as well. When that thing comes out, it's going to cause so many flight model bug reports, it's not even funny. Even if that flight model is dead on the money, people are going to say it's bugged. Because, lo and behold, the MiG-23 can actually turn. It can turn reasonably well. If you look up some of the stats for the MiG-23 ML series, the light and strengthened ones, like the actually good MiG-23s, it will hold a sustained turn rate fight with an F5. At wings 45, so, you know, your wings in your 45 degree combat configuration. If you bring them forwards to 33 degrees, you might even slightly outrate it. So, it's not like it can't turn. It doesn't have the best nose authority, it's a little worse than the MiG-21 in that regard, but I feel like if you're good at the MiG-19, you'll be good at the MiG-23, and if you're good at the F5, you'll fucking clean house in the F4, the F8, and the F1. If you're not good in the F5, maybe Cold War isn't for you. You know, like, well, maybe Cold War blue aircraft aren't for you at least. But yeah, I feel like the experienced pilots and the guys who are used to flying red planes, because we're used to having so many fucking limitations, will be able to do well in the upcoming blue Cold War stuff, and the people who struggle already in the F5, it's going to basically be a world of hurt for them. And that's part of the reason I've been really railing against people saying, oh, the F5's broken, my wings snap too easily. Like, if you are flying the F5 in such a way that you break your wings, you need to unlearn that habit now, or you're going to suffer in every single Cold War blue plane. Like, if you think the limitations on the F5 are bad, boy, I got news for you. Like, the vast majority of US fighter aircraft, until things like the Eagle and the F-16 start appearing, are 7.3G aircraft. Likewise, for us red guys, they're either 7.5 or 8G. Or 8.5 for the 23 MLD. Will they have to limit the amount of Sparrows? Not likely. So, the AIM-7E was notoriously dog shit. You know, people complain about Sparrows. I've always been a great defender of the Sparrow in DCS. They're really good when you actually use them properly. But that's 7Fs and 7Ms and 7MHs. The 7E is legitimately bad. Whether they model that, I don't know. Whether they model the fact that they would often fall off the rail without actually guiding, I don't know. Even if they don't know and they work 100% perfectly, it's not very long ranged. Its seeker guidance method is not very good. It has all the problems that the Sparrow has, on top of a bad seeker in short range. So it's not going to be a fantastic missile. And again, the F4E doesn't have look down. If you're flying below it, it can't see you. Or at least it shouldn't if the radar's modeled right. Which, you know, like, the MiG-29 and the F5 both basically... the F5 does essentially have scuffed look down, it shouldn't. But if you know how to cheese it, you can get look down out of it. The MiG-29 doesn't have a look down, but it does, however, have an overperforming radar, which is way too good at low altitude. So, we'll see how the Phantom's modeled. Hopefully they model it right. But yeah, an F4E, if you're below it, it can't see you against the ground. Now an F4J would be scary, because the F4J does have look down. It's kind of sketchy, but it does have look down. That's what I was talking about, where there's a piece of water that's like higher than the rest of the water, right there. It's weird, it's like some sort of terrain height mismatch in the satellite data. Because what the sim uses to generate water is it uses road maps, I think, to generate water. So if you look at the way that the sim renders terrain, you'll see the obvious visual of a river, like the coloration of the water, but it's flowing a different, like the actual reflective water material in the sim is flowing a different course, and it's because they use road maps to figure out where to put traffic and water courses, and they use satellite imagery to figure out where to put buildings and obviously the actual textures for the ground. So they don't always line up. You'll see cars driving across fields or through forests, and you'll see rivers running completely away from their actual visual course. So I think that's what's happening with the weird height mismatch on the water. So we're now over the big reservoir. We've got quite a distance to fly before we hit our next major city. What's my planned route showing me? It's showing me I want to go down to this. Which airport is that? Like I said, my Ukrainian geography is terrible. That... I don't know what airport that is. South of that... No. It's, some random airfield out in the middle of nowhere by the looks of it. But we might not need to, since we did a fuel stop at Dnepr. We might not need to actually stop off there, so we can just bypass it. Because that is a fuel stop, that wasn't me planning a scenic route. That should be, fucking... Oh, Melitopol. That's what it is. It's, Melitopol. We'll go down there. Fly bullet. But yeah, I don't think I'll have to limit the amount of Sparrows, to be honest. Yeah, that is actually right. The F-15 can carry to 70, so I might fire up DCS and try that later. I've heard about that, but I'm not sure. It was kind of... The way it was described, it sounded more like it was for discriminating ground targets than air targets at low level, but we'll see. I very much doubt it would allow you to guide a Sparrow. Very much doubt it. But, you know, if they model it that way, even if it's not supposed to, it can join the very large and growing pantheon of DCS aircraft with ridiculously overpowered radars. Which is why I wish that everything was up to the same standard as the Mirage. The MiG-21s has always been a bit too good. When they fixed the radar FPS bug, I didn't notice the difference at first, because it had been so long that, like, to me, it didn't feel any different. But the longer I've looked at it, now that you don't see ground clutter as much, the radar's flaws actually become more apparent. You could always, at least as long as I've flown DCS, you could always detect things at 30 kilometers. It always did that. It always detected things against the ground if you rolled inverted above them. Like, there are a lot of things it's always done, but I think the fact that now it doesn't really render ground clutter out to a very far distance and it doesn't render clouds at all, that has made it more obvious. Like, it's gone from being, this is probably a bit too good, but, oops, don't mind me, hang on, sorry about that. On top of that, now it's more noticeable, so people are starting to pick up on it. But hopefully the MiG-21 gets a radar rework soon, because by God it needs one. Not just because of that, but also the radar documents have finally come to light, so we finally have a better understanding of just how that arcane piece of technology is meant to work. It's fucking... It's wild. It's wild how that thing works. Though, to be fair, a lot of radars of that period were kind of janky as well. But yeah, the F5, for instance, only seems to render ground clutter in one scan bar. And aside from that, it's able to like, you can visually discriminate an actual target from ground clutter. You can do that in the... Like, it actually says in the MiG-21 manual you should be doing that at low altitude, as if the pilot can discriminate it. You're basically the radar's processing filter, pretty much, because it doesn't have one of its own. But in the F5... it's able to lock that target. So you can, like, you guys have probably seen me do it at some point. I'll figure out something that's not ground clutter. I'll see a piece of clutter that's moving in a consistent direction and speed, and I'll go, that's not ground clutter. Slew the TDC over it, hit the acquire button, and then just wave the antenna up and down till it grabs something. Probably shouldn't do that. It probably shouldn't do that. Now, I'm not a radar expert, so I'm not going to say it doesn't do that, but I bet you it shouldn't. Likewise, the dogfight modes work no matter what. So somebody can be right against the ground and you diving on them, the dogfight mode will still grab them and not the ground. Like, it seems like it is not working at all as intended near the ground. And I think the longer you look at it, the more that kind of thing comes to light with different radars in DCS. So hopefully everything gets a nice big overhaul at some point or other, like the Mirage has got, because the Mirage radar is fantastic now, absolutely fantastic. Read the MiG-21 F-13 have their own evaluation. It says you can see some of its radar features, the radar screen of the Phantom, like the compressor blades. It's interesting. That's really interesting. The kind of shit that you pick up on those old radar sets, like the Phantom's radar, it's wild. So Warp a while ago linked in Discord the training film for how to spot and counter jamming with the Phantom's radar, specifically with the Air Force Phantom radar, I think. Or was it? I don't think it was the AUG 10. And it's some real crazy shit. You got to sit there twiddling dials, and if this happens, then twiddle this dial. If that happens, twiddle this dial. If it does this, then fucking who knows? Just trial and error it. Like, it's so arcane. which kind of tells you why usually in two-seat aircraft where the back guy was operating the radar, he was the ranking guy in the plane. You know, any idiot can fly a plane, but it takes a very special kind of person to be able to fucking figure out some useful information from that. It's a random steelworks question mark in the middle of fucking nowhere. I don't want to get too far south or I'll get lost. It's too flat. There's no landmarks. IL2 hours right here. Fucking Moscow map on winter. Oh my god, it's so bad. But I don't think there's a whole lot to see down here. Just a lot of little villages. We could go, yeah, Melitopol is a ways south of here. We could do that. Let's go down there. Yeah, I see where it is. Speaking of radars, just started learning the MiG-29. Is it even worth powering on its radar at night or in bad weather? Yes. If you're in a dogfight at low altitude, it's only useful when you get an uphill shot against somebody, against a clear sky. So I do have the radar turned on, and I do have the gun sight set to radar mode. I don't trust the gyro, so I just leave it caged. But when I get an uphill shot against the sky, like someone passes over me, I'll quickly uncage a sight, the radar will grab them, it'll give me my lead cue, and I can pull and shoot. The radar gun sight on the MiG-29 is actually really accurate, but it doesn't work against the ground. So it's got to be an uphill shot. I need to go left a bit. So that was my originally planned stop off there. Caging the sight in the MiG-29 too? Usually, yeah. For a while I was having it uncaged, but it doesn't really help that much, and the close combat mode is not working properly, so I've just given up on it. Sometimes I'll still uncage it, and I don't use it to aim so much as I use it to indicate how hard I'm pulling, because then I can just run the maths in my head and use the fixed net. It's why I always have the fixed net turned on. That's what I'm actually aiming with. Try the dogfight mode with a minimum TDC range. What, on the MiG-29? Yeah, it doesn't work properly. Oh, if you mean on the 19? Kind of. I don't really rely on the gyro sights that much because they're too finicky. Like, you've got to know the target wingspan, you've got to know roughly how far away they are, which is at least easy to do because you range it out with the ring. 21. With a minimum TDC range without radar lock. I mean, yeah, but that's still, like, unless you set it to the actual guns mode, that's still a 600 meter pipper. And I'm rarely 600 meters away, I'm usually closer. It should default to 300, I think, but it doesn't. Like, the thing is, if you put it into the guns mode, it will actually go to the 300 meter mode, but then that should also affect the logic of how the TDC works. Like, it's just... The way the ASP logic is done is all fucked up and confusing, and so I just don't fuck with it. at the end of the day, I'm still going to be mostly aiming by eye anyway, using the fixed net, so... Yeah, I mean, you can try, but I get much closer before I gun people. Now, in real life, you'd want to be careful because A, you might hit them, and B, that's a wonderful big fucking intake on the front, sucking up whatever's in front of it. It would be a shame if a piece of debris off the enemy plane, or say, smoke from a hit, went into your engine. So, in real life, yeah, you wouldn't want to be right up someone's arsehole when you pull the trigger, but in-game... it's just like, I'd much rather shoot from very close range than shoot further out. Okay, I think I see our town over there. I might end this leg of the journey here at our next stop, and then we'll pick up from there next time. So I'm just... we've still got fuel. We'll see. We'll see how I am on fuel by the time I'm done poking around here. If I've got enough fuel, I might go to the next stop, which I think is Krivoy. Otherwise, we'll stop up here. And I'll see where I can send you guys. I need to eat. I'm hungry. Yeah, it probably was. It probably was. Boy, I sure wish we had an actual, like, earlier Cold War B-52 with a tail gun. And the superior Cold War aesthetic. Although the new B-52H model looks nice, I'd rather we had a B-52D or something like that. Gun sight dampening on the MiG-29. You mean like the electronic cage for it? I use that, yeah. Like, I'll leave the sight cage when I'm not actually using the radar sight, but... if there's something else that does it, I don't know. I'm pretty simplistic when it comes to gun sights. Ah! It's an airbase. Okay, yeah, it's an airbase. Yeah, we might land here then. We've still got fuel to keep going, but I think we'll land here. And then I will note down all the planned stops, so the next time MSFS fucks me on my flight plan, I can quickly redo it without having to try and remember where I wanted to go. That is a pretty substantial airbase, in fact. And we can see the typical layout of a Soviet airbase here. Well, one of the typical layouts. It's very similar to either Kutaisi in DCS or MiCop. It doesn't have the hardened aircraft shelters like Kutaisi does, but it has the same layout where it's got that kind of kinked main taxiway. And then normally, it's probably a bomber base is why, bomber or training base, or was, might be a fighter base now. Fighter bases would usually have, hey, cheers for follow, Envy. You'd usually have a taxiway asparagus off the ends, with a bunch of hazards, and then more hazards in the middle. And the ones at the end would be the alert aircraft, particularly interceptor bases, but even normal fighter bases. So the bomber bases, you have this, where there's just pads everywhere, because the bombers are obviously not going to fit in a fucking fighter-sized Haz. So that's how you can usually tell them apart. But yes, this is Melitopol. So if we go much further south, we'll hit the Black Sea. We're not going to do that, however. We're going to stick with the Dnepr. Once we take off from here, next time I fire up this this journey, we'll go back up to the northwest. We'll head to Krivoy Rog, which is across the river. And then from there, we'll be hopping a bit more westwards, and we'll be doing this thing where we go all the way out west, all the way out west, all the way out west, hop over the Carpathians, then come all the way back. But we might cross over the border into a couple of the other countries in the area while we're over the Carpathians. I know it is. So that body of water there, that opens up onto the Black Sea. So we're pretty close to it here. Learn to decrypt their communications by memorizing their call signs. 500 IQ strategy right there. That's what I was trying to do before, but I couldn't quite get it. Partly because I wasn't sure which spelling they'd used. So I ended up with an extra letter. Oh man. Oh man. I eagerly await. I've checked through, like, whenever I play, I check through the TAC view, but I mostly follow what I've been doing, so I can tell what I killed, what I didn't kill, who got me, what I was doing that got me got, stuff like that. It's been a while since I've done a TAC view puppy safari. I've done external view puppy safaris on a few servers, but I have not done a TAC view puppy safari for a long time. I think we're overdue for one. Because fuck, I found some funny shit going through TAC views from Alpin's server. Like that one poor F-14 that Steve bullied, oh my god, that guy. Cake or death, and he took death at every opportunity. Oh, I love this song. And we're flying an appropriately painted Spitfire for it. Invisible dome about the PVO. How do you rate Spitfire and Misfits? It's pretty nice. The flight model could probably use a few little tweaks. The drag feels a bit off. It doesn't lose speed as quickly as it should. Or at least using DCS and IL-2 as a reference, it doesn't feel draggy enough. The ground handling is fucked, but the ground handling for tailwheel aircraft in general is fucked in Misfits, so I won't hold that against it. But it's pretty nice. It looks good. It sounds alright. It flies nicely. I mean, it's more or less a Spitfire. If you're used to flying it from other sims, you won't take long to settle into it, so... It's like $30 Australian, you can't go wrong for that price, honestly. Like, if it was the price of a DCS module, I might kind of hesitate until they fix some of the issues with it, but... Which, to be fair, a lot of them are outside Flying Iron's responsibility, their sim things. I'm a bit low for this, I'm gonna end up trying to stare around the nose again. Yeah. Hello, gear? Oh, don't you fucking start this shit with me. Bruh. Now it starts moving. That's really odd. That's the second what the fuck moment we've had with the landing gear on this today. Now I gotta go around. I'm not gonna bother pulling the gear up because I don't want to risk it not coming down again. So we'll just kind of do an orbit and land off the orbit, which is not really good airmanship, but whatever, it's a sim. We ain't doing any certified real-world training here, so I don't give a fuck. Okay, below 160, hello, 160, 160, 160, flaps! Down goes the nose. I'm glad they fixed that in IL-2 as well. That was something IL-2 had wrong for a very long time. The fucking nose ballooned upwards when the flaps went down instead of pitching down like it should. But now, in both IL-2 and in MSFS, it does exactly what it's supposed to do, which is try and point you at the ground as soon as the flaps drop. A little fast. Really, you want to be over the hedge at about 100 and then touch down at like 60 or 70. Or over the hedge at 80, really. There we go. Bumps a daisy. It's enough to make you weep. Now we get to deal with the fucked up MSFS ground handling, yeah boy. Actually, it's because the tail wheel's on the ground, it's keeping pretty straight. It's just until you get that tail wheel on the ground, it's a bit all over the place. I wouldn't honestly know, Envy, because I'm a good boy in the spit. I don't touch the flaps unless I'm landing, but I wouldn't be surprised if people using the cheese. I've seen what they do with fucking flaps on the 190. I do use the flaps on the Yak, and I know what they do in that plane. Flaps come up, now we're on the ground. Yeah, that's actually something kind of annoys me in IL-2, is, I mean, with the Yak, they're either up or down, which isn't a big deal, but, like, when I'm flying the American stuff, because everyone does use flaps, and it's pretty much mandatory in a dogfight if you want to not lose, pumping the flaps up and down in, like, the fucking P-38 or the P-39, where it's continuous, so you have to hold it up or down to get them to, hate it. The thing is, too, like, flaps only help you to a certain extent. They help you at low speed. They shouldn't help you, you know, crank the nose around or do backflips or whatever insane shit people do. Like, there is a limit to flaps' power. There's a reason why combat flaps stopped really being a thing on a lot of aircraft. Or if they do have them, they're automatically scheduled, like, say, the Hornet, the MiG-29, well, sort of. Trailing edge. Oh, actually, I don't remember if the trailing edge droops on the 29 automatically. Oh, cool. But yeah, like the F5 as well, you either have automatic combat flaps, which work against you in certain situations anyway, or you don't have combat flaps at all on a lot of aircraft. So the sim populates ramps with aircraft that you own. So you can see a nice little parade of very assorted aircraft here. I do have a model matching mod that adds in like a lot of airline. Whoop, a little rough on the brakes there. A lot of airliners and stuff. Where's the fuel bowser? I usually try and park near that, so next time I'm good to go. But oh, there it is. Yeah, like I've got something in model matches for a lot of airline flights and stuff, but at smaller airports in particular where there aren't going to be airliners, it doesn't put anything. So I just let MSFS populate it with random planes. Oh, don't you do it. Don't you fucking do it. I'm gonna have to smack my wingtip anyway. Ooh. Nope. Perfect. Alright, we're just gonna close that for now, because I'm not gonna refuel it yet. What I am gonna do is start shutting it down. And then hopefully next time I can get it to start when I want it to, and it's a bit more cooperative than it was today. So get rid of that. We can... Fuck. Get rid of that. What else am I missing? Radio. Brake. And then throttle's already cut. We'll cut the mixture. Cut the mag. I said cut the mags, and then cut the fuel cock. There we go. And the battery switch. Hello. There we go. Cool. So that's another leg of the journey done. Go ahead and pause my tracker. We'll find a nice external viewpoint that you guys can wonder at, and I'll find somewhere to send you all. There we go. That's nice. So we're at Melitopol. Our next leg of the journey. Oh, that's actually a lagoon to our south. I thought it actually opened out onto the Black Sea. That's a lagoon. There's a isthmus that blocks it. Cool. Our next leg of the journey will be heading northwest. We'll pass over a bunch of little towns. We will probably pass over Nikopol. And then we should hit Kryvyi Rog, which is where we're actually going. Sorry, Kryvyi Rih. Because Ukrainian, but that's where we're going. Bunch of mines and industry and cool stuff around there. Also, there was a Red Orchestra map set there, so I want to check it out. And then from there... trying to remember where the rest of the journey went. It was like from there we went up north to Zhytomyr, I think? Or somewhere... oh, Vinnytsia, maybe. Vinnytsia. And then from there, hop over the Carpathians, I think from there to Ternopil, and then Ivano-Frankivsk, and then I wanted to go check out, it probably won't show up in the sim, but there is a early warning radar, like an actual proper over-the-horizon radar at Mukachevo. There was also a lot of Air Force stuff happening there. There was an Air Force base. So we'll go check that out. Mukachevo is pretty much just across the border from Hungary. So while we're at Mukachevo, we might make a slight detour into Hungary and or Slovakia and or Romania. We might extend the journey a little further west. But yeah, that's what we'll do next. And then once we've hit up that part, we'll cross back over the Carpathians. And we'll go back across, I think I wanted to go across the north of Ukraine? Or like the sort of northwest, and then back across. Then we'll hit up Kharkov, because it wouldn't be a Ukrainian voyage without a stop there. And then... fuck, I didn't realize how close it was to the border. And then down through Donetsk, Mariupol, and then we'll kind of hook around the south side of the river, past where we are now, down to Crimea, and then across Kerch. I'm not trying to show you something, I'm trying to remind myself where my course is. I'm looking at a map at the moment. But yeah, that's basically where I have it mapped out, so that's where I'll be going. And if I open the VFR map, I don't know if it'll open while I'm in the external camera. Probably not, so we won't bother. But that course should be mapped out. Alright, who can I send you guys to? Because I need to eat, because I've been streaming for fucking 8.5 hours again. Why am I like this? Kid is flying the Hind. I'm gonna send you guys to Kid.
Опять как и вчера, с утра работа наша боевая.
Give me a moment here.
По команде мы уйдем, ведь нам пора лететь туда, где мы
No,
нужны
that's
без рая.
not the button I wanted to press.
Всевышний на удачу, нам кровь из носа надо выполнить задачу.
My desktop's only 1080p, so it doesn't do anything to me.
Десантный батальон,
What?
и мы взлетаем, и уходим в
Why?
район. И бой ведет
Twitch.
батальон. Расчет простой, и цели нам
What the fuck? Okay, hang on.
Ну что ж, тогда еще по сигарете. Друг другу мы останемся верны.
Twitch is not cooperating with me today.
И мы взлетаем и уходим в тот район. И бой ведет десантный батальон.
There we go. Thank fuck that worked. Alright guys, thanks for hanging out with me today. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. If I'm still here on Monday my time, there'll be an armor stream, probably not much else, maybe some High Fleet. And then after that, I'll be gone for between 3 days and a week, don't know yet. And we'll be back to normal after that. Thanks again for hanging out with me guys. Stay safe, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Не обойтись простым скандалом, благословит нас Всевышний на